Are you ready for the longest but most entertaining marathon of fun facts? Subscribe to Zarpado. We're starting now. In dinosaur movies, especially the famous Jurassic Park saga, the roars that seem so real did not come from any prehistoric animal, but from an ingenious mix created by sound designers. To bring the fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex to life, they combined the bellows of an alligator, the growls of a tiger, and the sounds of a baby elephant. This mix resulted in the brutal roar that millions of viewers associated with imminent danger. The curious thing is that we never really knew what dinosaurs sounded like, since no one lived alongside them. In China, an architectural feat surprised the world when the Broad Group Company erected a 10-story building in just 28 hours and 45 minutes. Thanks to the use of prefabricated modules called the living building system, they managed to assemble the entire structure in record time. Despite the speed of construction, they assured that the building was sturdy, earthquake-resistant, and had an estimated lifespan of 1,000 years. Furthermore, it achieved a record for the lowest energy consumption during the construction process. The face with tears of joy emoji became the most used in the world and was chosen as the word of the year in 2015 by Oxford Dictionaries. Its global spread transformed it into a cultural symbol of digital communication. It represented emotions faster than any written phrase. It showed how emojis changed the way we express ourselves online. The first color television broadcast in the United States occurred in 1953. Even so, color televisions did not become popular until the 1960s. The high cost delayed their widespread adoption. Eventually, the technology became standard in homes. During its early years, the Statue of Liberty not only served as a welcoming symbol, it also operated as a beacon. From its inauguration in 1886 until 1902, it emitted a light visible for nearly 24 miles, guiding ships arriving in New York Harbor. However, its illumination proved insufficient for nighttime navigation, causing several maritime incidents. For this reason, the U.S. Congress decided to remove its function as a lighthouse and maintain it solely as a monument. In Finland, the culture of respect even extended to bumper cars, which, in theory, should collide, but there they do not. In Finnish parks, the rule was that collisions were prohibited, so riders simply circled as if they were in an endless roundabout. If they accidentally bumped into someone, they offered an immediate apology before continuing with a friendly smile. For many visitors, the activity lost its charm, but for them, it was a display of national courtesy. In Texas, Eugene Bostic dedicated his later years to rescuing dogs in need, and at 80 years old, he built a makeshift train to take them for rides. He used plastic barrels cut in half, mounted them on wheels, and joined them together like cars. He could transport up to 9 dogs at a time, taking them on joyful journeys. An animal lover since childhood, he never imagined that retirement would turn him into a hero for so many homeless dogs. Since 2013, World Toilet Day has been celebrated every November 19th, established by the UN to raise awareness about the global sanitation crisis. Millions of people lack safe toilets, leading to disease, death, and pollution. The date aimed to promote universal access to adequate and sustainable toilets. Although it seemed like a trivial matter, it represented a serious problem affecting entire communities. Artificial rain was created using cloud seeding techniques, which involved injecting silver iodide, potassium iodide, or dry ice to induce precipitation. There was also the concept of cloud bleaching, a technique still under study intended to reflect more sunlight to reduce global temperatures. Although both ideas had atmospheric goals, they were clearly different. One sought to produce rain, and the other to cool the planet. The first film, considered to be a horror film, was released in 1896 and was called Le Manoir du Diable, The Devil's Manor, directed by Georges Méliès. It lasted barely 3 minutes, but it revolutionized cinema with extraordinary visual tricks for its time. It included witches, demons, and magical transformations that created an unparalleled Gothic atmosphere. It was an early example of how film could evoke emotions and create fantastical worlds. A popular legend claimed that the Oscar statuette was inspired by the Mexican actor Emilio El Indio Fernandez. According to accounts, Cedric Gibbons, art director at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, needed a model, and his wife, Dolores Del Rio, suggested Fernandez because of his athletic build. Although the Academy never confirmed this story, the version became part of Hollywood folklore. The mystery remained an old rumor, difficult to verify. At the North Pole, the phenomenon of the midnight sun occurred, where the sun remained visible 24 hours a day for months. From March to September, the Arctic summer illuminated the region without pause, activating its wildlife. In contrast, the polar winter plunged everything into constant darkness from September to March. These extreme changes were explained by the Earth's tilt and its orbit around the Sunday. During the 1930s, some poor families reused flour sacks to make clothing. Upon learning of this, manufacturers began printing colorful designs on the sacks to make the garments look more appealing. Housewives washed the fabric, followed the printed patterns, and created dresses, shirts, and children's clothing. Over time, wearing flour sacks became commonplace and even creative. Coca-Cola, founded in 1886, came to own around 500 brands and more than 3,000 varieties of beverages. Exploring all of its options would take about 9 years if one were tried every day. The company expanded its catalog to include soft drinks, energy drinks, dairy beverages, tea, coffee, and plant-based alternatives. Its diversity was one of the pillars of its global success. Pixar's Coco underwent a 6-year creative process inspired by the Day of the Dead. To achieve facial expressiveness, the animators developed special software capable of handling different levels of detail. The lighting required a new system created by Lightspeed and RenderMan to process millions of lights. Some scenes took up to 1,000 hours to render, although they later managed to reduce this to 450. When we cry, the lacrimal punctum drains excess tears into the nose, producing the sensation of dripping. This small opening in the eyelid prevents the eyes from becoming too full and avoids irritation. The tears travel to the tear ducts and then to the throat. It is a protective system that works automatically. The letter E, present in essential Spanish words, once represented between 13% and 15% of the letters used in common texts. Along with A and O, it formed the most prevalent group of vowels in the language. This predominance was explained by its frequent use in articles, pronouns, and basic verbs. Its linguistic importance made it a dominant element of written language. A Chilean wine called Meteorite was aged with a fragment of a meteorite said to be 4.5 billion years old. Originating from the asteroid belt, this extraterrestrial piece gave it a unique symbolism. The wine had a dark color and a vibrant, smooth flavor, according to its creators. Although it was not the most expensive in the world, it was certainly one of the most unusual. Paul Alexander lived for more than 70 years inside an iron lung due to the polio he contracted as a child. The disease paralyzed him almost completely, leaving him with mobility only in his head and neck. Even so, he studied, earned a law degree, and worked as a lawyer. He died from COVID-19, an example of strength and resilience. The sun was never a comet. It has always been a star of incandescent gas. It took approximately 230 million years to complete one orbit around the Milky Way, moving at over 514,000 miles per hour. Its gravity captured all the planets and bodies in the solar system. Comets, on the other hand, were icy objects that simply orbited it. The rainbow eucalyptus tree was notable for its multicolored bark, which displayed shades of blue, green, orange, red, and violet when it peeled away. This phenomenon repeated itself several times a year, regardless of the season. Its appearance made it one of the most striking trees in the world. Each layer resembled a natural work of art. Cinderella's slipper was never made of glass in Charles Perrault's original version. It was actually made of verre, a French word meaning squirrel fur, but it was confused with verre, meaning glass. The mistranslation changed the story and gave rise to a popular myth. That small error transformed the image of the shoe forever. The design of Aladdin, the Disney character, was inspired by Tom Cruise after Michael J. Fox was ruled out for looking too youthful. Furthermore, the movements of his baggy pants were based on the dance moves of rapper MC Hammer. This combination of influences created a unique and stylish protagonist. That detail often surprises many fans. The Centennial Light, located in Livermore, California, remained lit since 1901, making it the longest-lasting light bulb in the world. Its thick carbon filament and minimal wattage of 4 watts allowed for its extraordinary lifespan. The fact that it was almost never turned off prevented it from wearing out. Its existence raised questions about the durability of modern technology. In 1913, 10-year-old Sarah Rector received land in Oklahoma and unknowingly became a millionaire. When she leased the plot, the company discovered an oil well that produced 2,500 barrels a day. That generated more than $300 a day, equivalent to about $8,000 today. At just 11 years old, she became known as the richest black child in the world. If Amazon were to stop operating for 24 hours, it would lose approximately $360 million. Considering its rate of 15 million per hour, not only would direct sales be affected, but also cloud services and the marketplace. Brands would see their reach reduced, and users would lose access to essential tools. The decline would have a huge global effect. In Denmark, there was a tradition of covering single people who turned 25 with cinnamon on their birthday. If they reached 30 without marrying, the punishment increased, and they were bathed in pepper. Although it seemed cruel, it was a friendly joke among friends and family. Its origin dates back to single traveling merchants of the 19th century. For a human to be bled dry by mosquitoes, 1.2 million would need to bite simultaneously. Each one could extract between about 0.000034 and 0.00034 fluid ounces per bite, a negligible amount. Although impossible, mosquito-borne diseases did represent a real danger. Dengue, malaria, and Zika were serious examples. Volkswagen came to control 12 major brands, such as Bentley, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Audi, Ducati, and Porsche. It even held a 20% stake in Suzuki for a time. Its conglomerate allowed it to cover all types of automotive markets. From compact cars to luxury vehicles, its reach was global. Starbucks allocated $300 million annually to medical, dental, and vision insurance for its employees. It also offered psychological therapies and access to mental wellness platforms. This investment even exceeded what they spent on coffee beans. This policy strengthened its image, and the history of entertainment holds a fascinating curiosity. The same person brought to life 2 completely different iconic figures. Frank Oz, a talented puppeteer and actor with an almost chameleon-like vocal range, was the one who portrayed both the wise Master Yoda in Star Wars and Miss Piggy in The Muppets. He also manipulated Fozzie Bear, Grover, and Cookie Monster, demonstrating that his versatility defined an entire era of unforgettable characters. His artistic contribution left a profound mark on generations of viewers. In Welsh folklore, there was a belief that corgi dogs possessed a magical quality. These animals, known for their short legs and agile gait, were said to serve as mounts for fairies who roamed forests and fields. According to legend, the white markings on their backs were footprints left by these tiny creatures after riding them. Although corgis were actually sheepdogs, the myth strengthened the charming connection between the breed and Celtic folklore. For millions of years, there were no tigers in Africa, despite what many imagined. These felines evolved in Asia about 2 million years ago, and their range extended from Siberia to Southeast Asia, reaching as far as Indonesia. They adapted to forests, mangroves, mountains, and grasslands, forming a remarkably diverse species within their continent. Africa, in contrast, was home to lions, leopards, and cheetahs as its iconic great predators. There is a curious and uncommon disorder called somnophobia, characterized by an intense and irrational fear of sleep. Those who suffer from it experience extreme anxiety as bedtime approaches, worried about possible nightmares, or the feeling of losing control if they fall asleep. In some cases, the fear of not waking up arises, which amplifies the emotional distress. Even so, it is considered a treatable disorder with appropriate therapy and techniques. Ian Fleming, creator of the famous Agent 007, chose the name James Bond in an unexpected way. While developing the novels, he looked for a simple, common, and unpretentious name that would contrast with the extraordinary life of the spy. His inspiration came from the American ornithologist James Bond, author of Birds of the West Indies, whom he admired. The real Bond discovered the coincidence in 1961 when he read it in a newspaper, surprised to see his identity transformed into a global icon. In the United States, some highways conceal a military function that many drivers never imagine. During the Cold War, certain sections of highways were designed to serve as emergency landing strips in the event of a nuclear attack. It is estimated that about 199 miles of these roads could operate as improvised runways for military aircraft. This strategy strengthened the national infrastructure, especially in rural areas of the Midwest. Denmark is recognized as one of the cleanest and most sustainable countries in the world thanks to ambitious policies. The government invests in efficient public transportation, renewable energy, and green technologies based on a strong environmental awareness. A large part of its energy comes from wind and solar sources, integrated into an exemplary waste management model. Furthermore, its cities prioritize cycling, promoting a healthy and eco-friendly lifestyle. The biology of cockroaches is always intriguing, and one of its most surprising facts explains its reputation for resilience. A cockroach can survive for up to 9 days without its head, as it breathes through spiracles located on its body rather than through its mouth. It dies from dehydration, as it cannot consume water. Even without a head, its nervous system continues to react to stimuli for a while, highlighting the peculiarity of the phenomenon. Goats exhibit an unexpected ability related to vocal communication. Researchers at Queen Mary University of London discovered that they can develop distinct accents depending on the social group in which they grow up. When they transition from living only with their siblings to joining larger herds, they modify their tone to resemble that of the group. This finding demonstrates that the creation of accents is not exclusive to human beings. In Finland, there is an official postal address for sending letters to Santa Claus, located in Rovaniemi, Lapland. Every year, thousands of children from all over the world write to Santa's main office at postal code 96930, Napapiiri, where local volunteers manage the correspondence. Although not located exactly at the North Pole, the location has become an iconic spot for keeping the Christmas tradition alive. Replies are sent in Santa's name, transforming each letter into a small dream come true. A historic event occurred on April 18, 1930, when the BBC announced that there was no news. Instead of broadcasting a regular bulletin, the network decided to fill the segment with piano music due to the lack of relevant events. Decades later, director Helen Bowden recalled the episode and remarked that something like that would be unthinkable today. The relentless flow of information guarantees headlines at any moment. During the First World War, an unexpected episode reflected humanity amidst the conflict. On Christmas Day, 1914, British and German soldiers spontaneously halted fighting and met in no man's land. They exchanged modest gifts, sang carols, and played an impromptu football match in the freezing winter. Although the truce was brief and not widespread, it remains a symbol of hope in dark times. The human body continues to function actively even during sleep, and resting involves a greater expenditure of energy than many believe. An adult can burn between 70 and 100 calories per hour while sleeping, equivalent to between 400 and 800 calories per night. In contrast, watching television consumes only between 20 and 40 calories per hour because it is a passive activity. Nighttime metabolism continues to work to repair tissues, process information, and maintain vital functions. The word estuve has a unique linguistic peculiarity in Spanish. It contains 4 consecutive letters in alphabetical order. The sequence STUV appears naturally in the conjugation of the verb estar in the simple past tense. This detail makes the word a favorite for riddles and word games. Its structure illustrates how the organization of the alphabet can unexpectedly coincide with the morphology of language. The nails on the body also reflect how activity influences simple biological functions. The nails on the dominant hand grow slightly faster due to increased circulation and the constant stimulation from daily use. Factors such as diet, genetics, and overall health influence the hardness and speed of growth. This small everyday detail shows how the body responds to repetitive patterns. In humanity's earliest culinary developments, soup emerged as one of the first known recipes. Our ancestors heated water in pits in the ground using hot stones, preparing broths with meats, roots, bones, grains, and herbs. The resulting liquid concentrated nutrients, flavors, and aromas that aided digestion and improved nutrition. This dietary progress influenced overall health and the evolution of human well-being. History begins by evoking the intense melasomos, that dark broth the Spartans prepared with blood, vinegar, salt, and herbs, a mixture they drank before and after battles because they believed it gave them vigor. The metallic taste remains a symbol of the rigorous spirit that characterized their culture, almost as if each sip condensed the discipline of their training. Even today, that brew awakens a mixture of fascination and strangeness that connects the present with the harshest traditions of antiquity. History is not always found on scrolls. Sometimes it is in a recipe. As that ancient culinary memory blends with modern imagination, the curious frontier of impossible colors emerges. The brain works only with the combinations detected by the cones in the retina, so it seems logical to think that we cannot invent new colors. However, manipulated vision experiments demonstrate that perception can momentarily break its limits and display an extremely saturated blue-green hue that does not appear in the natural spectrum. To match it with conventional colors, subjects needed to add white light, making the experience almost surreal. The limit is not in the eyes, but in how the brain interprets reality. This interplay between limits and ingenuity also emerges when recalling the first recorded counterfeiting of currency carried out around 540 BC by the Polygates of Samos, who adulterated gold to settle a debt with Sparta. This event marked the beginning of a long history in which coins were altered clandestinely for profit. In ancient China, the punishment for daring to counterfeit the emperor's currency was so brutal that it included mercilessly tearing out the guilty party's heart. The economy had its own drama, one in which trust was worth more than metal. Another curious fact is found in the Vatican, where no one has permanent residency. The city, with approximately 800 inhabitants, grants functional citizenship to those who work for the Holy See, but this disappears as soon as their work ends. Many of its residents come from countries like Italy or Switzerland and return to their original nationality when their duties conclude. Life in the Vatican functions almost like a constant diplomatic role, a status that exists only while the person is fulfilling a specific mission. It is more a ceremonial than a domestic country. Aviation also holds silent secrets, such as the crew rest, a system in which some crews rest in hidden cabins while others operate the flight. On long routes, it is common for a pilot to arrive in a country without leaving the aircraft, wait during the layover, and begin the return flight without having set foot on foreign soil. This mechanism ensures that each member of the team remains alert and rested, adhering to strict safety regulations. What is surprising is that all of this occurs while the passengers see only a closed cabin and dim lights. The human body is also full of surprises. There is a curious proportion where the length of the foot roughly matches the distance between the wrist and elbow, a pattern explained by anthropometry. While not identical in everyone, it does reflect natural trends in human development, as if the body followed an inherited architectural blueprint. This coincidence serves as a reminder that anatomy is full of silent symmetries. Every day has hidden mathematics. On the world map appears Liechtenstein, a country so compact it can be crossed on foot in less than a day. It's about 16 miles from north to south, and barely about 2.5 from east to west, allowed for a steady pace, although the Alps added slopes that challenged any hiker. Vaduz, the capital, serves as a starting point for those who wish to experience crossing an entire country without cars or trains. Geography sometimes appears in miniature, but full of charm. The kitchen reveals another surprise with the hole in the spaghetti spoon, a design created to measure a standard portion of dry pasta, about 3.5 ounces for one person. Furthermore, it allows cooking water to drain and prevents noodles from clumping together. It is a detail that often goes unnoticed among common utensils, but its function solves problems many did not even know they had. Household engineering is much smarter than it seems. Sharks, on the other hand, defy the image that cinema has instilled for decades. Although they are considered ferocious predators, most exhibit calm behavior and rarely fight with members of their own species. Bull sharks even establish social networks of up to 2,000 individuals where they recognize stable relationships akin to friendships. Far from being hunting machines, they are key players in maintaining the ecological balance of the oceans. The myth of the aggressive shark fades when science looks beyond the surface. Among the most peculiar animals are the platypus and its relative, the echidna, both of which lack a traditional stomach. Their digestive system replaces the gastric sac with a pouch where food passes quickly before heading to the small intestine. This adaptation allows them to process diets rich in invertebrates without needing a powerful acidic chamber. Human life is no stranger to curiosities either. Daily hair loss typically ranges from about 40 strands in men to about 70 in women, a difference influenced by hormones, growth cycles, and genetics. Factors such as nutrition, stress, and age also shape this process, making it a silent indicator of the body's well-being. When hair loss exceeded the norm or appeared suddenly, a dermatological consultation became key to understanding what the body was trying to communicate. Hair, more than just aesthetics, is a reflection of internal synchronicities. The ancient custom of stilt fishing in Sri Lanka presents a unique scene on the country's southern coast, where fishermen balanced on poles about 10 feet high are driven into shallow water. They sat on a narrow bamboo pole called a peta, holding onto the pole with one hand while casting their lines with the other to catch herring and mackerel. This technique, which attracted tourists from all over the world, had begun to disappear as it became unprofitable. In Spain, there were towns that surprised everyone with their unusual names, making the country one of the places with the greatest variety of curious place names. In Jaén, there was the village called Venta de Pantalones, panty sales, and in Murcia, the well-known city of Alcantarilla. There were also towns with names like Pepino, Cucumber, or Peleas de Arriba, upper fights, which generated as much laughter as intrigue. The Ectolife Project, created by science communicator and molecular biologist Hashem Al-Ghaili, proposes a system of artificial wombs capable of developing up to 3,000 babies per year. Each capsule uses synthetic amniotic fluid, to which hormones, nutrients, and medications can be added. Parents have access to an app to monitor the growth, heartbeat, and well-being of their unborn child. They can also use virtual reality headsets and haptic suits to feel the baby's movements in real time. In the United States, the company Radia is developing the prototype of the Windrunner, a massive cargo plane designed to transport wind turbine blades that are impossible to move by road. Measuring about 354 feet in length and with a wingspan of about 262 feet, its goal is to revolutionize the wind energy industry. The first test flight is planned for either 2027 or 2028. It can land on unpaved runways and surpasses the dimensions of the legendary Antonov in 225, making it the largest aircraft ever built. In Mexico, the rise in wallet thefts inside stadiums decreased beer consumption, as many fans preferred to enter without their wallets or cell phones. The Corona brand then launched the innovative Jersey Pay, a technology that turns soccer jerseys into digital wallets using a chip placed under the crest. Users could add credit and pay by simply tapping their chest against the card reader. In its first week, 3,000 chips were sold, and beer sales increased by 35%. In Sardinia, Italy, the small town of Olalai offered houses for €1 with the intention of revitalizing its aging population and attracting young professionals. More than 1,000 people from different countries submitted applications to participate. However, buyers had to commit to renovating the homes within a specific time frame and assume the renovation costs, which could be high. Even so, the project was considered a success due to the increased international interest. Among the world's most fascinating animals, female kangaroos stand out for possessing an extraordinary reproductive system. They had 3 vaginas and 2 interconnected uteruses, allowing them to gestate up to 3 offspring at different stages simultaneously. They could maintain 1 embryo in diapause, another growing joey in the pouch, and a larger joey feeding externally. This mechanism made kangaroos an impressive example of biological efficiency. In Colombia, the Caño Cristales River, known as the River of the Gods, was ablaze with vibrant colors between June and November. The Macarinia clavigera plant turned a deep red when bathed in sunlight, while shades of green emerged in the shaded areas. Yellow came from minerals in the riverbed, and black and white were formed by the spray of the waterfalls. The reflection of the sky completed a natural spectacle considered one of the most beautiful on the planet. In ancient China, several emperors sought the elixir of life, but the most famous case was that of Qin Shi Huang, the country's first emperor. He died in 210 BC at the age of 49 after ingesting mercury pills concocted by alchemists that promised immortality. His obsession with living forever demonstrated how myths about longevity profoundly influence politics and culture. Paradoxically, many of these elixirs cause the death of those who consume them. The American company Carbon Robotics developed the Laser Weeder, an agricultural robot capable of eliminating up to 200,000 weeds per hour. It used artificial intelligence, high-resolution cameras, and powerful lasers to remove unwanted plants without the need for pesticides. This improved soil health and increased agricultural yields. Its design aimed to reduce costs for farmers and promote cleaner, more sustainable crops. Although we always imagine the sun as yellow, its true color was actually white. It emitted light at all visible wavelengths, but Earth's atmosphere filtered out part of the spectrum, making it appear yellow when high in the sky and orange when low in the sky. In contrast, astronauts saw the sun as completely white when observing it outside the atmosphere. This visual difference demonstrated how human perception depends on environmental conditions. In 2015, a small town in Minnesota called Dorset, with just 22 inhabitants, elected a 3-year-old boy named James Tufts as its mayor. The election was part of a local festival where attendees bought tickets to vote for their favorite candidate. Although the position was symbolic, James became a media sensation. His older brother, Robert, had also been mayor in previous years, making the tradition even more colorful. Caligula, Roman emperor from 37 to 41 AD, was remembered for his eccentricities and despotic acts. One of the most striking stories told of him declaring war on the god Neptune. He ordered his soldiers to march to the sea and attack the waves, as well as collect seashells as plunder. Although many historians debated its veracity, the anecdote became symbolic of his erratic behavior. In 2023, NASA launched its free streaming platform called NASA Plus, which allowed users to watch documentaries, rocket launches, live streams, and educational content without advertising. It was available on web browsers, iOS and Android phones, as well as on smart TVs via Apple TV or Fire TV. It included sections dedicated to children, becoming one of the most accessible space outreach initiatives. In Mexico, within the Census Park in Cancun, there was the famous upside-down village. The houses seemed to be oriented in impossible ways. The furniture was on the ceilings, and the lamps were on the floor. Visitors walked downhill, but in reality, they were going uphill. The entire structure took advantage of optical illusions to disrupt the perception of balance. The experience generated dizziness and fascination, becoming one of the park's most popular attractions. Indian entrepreneur Ash Badra, founder of Tali, created shoes made from recycled plastic bags and bottles. Each pair used about 10 bags and 12 bottles, which were cleaned, disinfected, and processed into sheets. The pieces were joined with vegan glues and stitching made from recycled polyethylene. Even the boxes could be transformed into biodegradable planters that germinated basil in about 10 days. In 2023, Las Vegas witnessed yet another extravaganza. A Formula One car drove through the casino at the Cosmopolitan Hotel. The driver was Sergio Checo Perez, who was participating in a Red Bull promotional event ahead of the first Las Vegas Grand Prix. Visitors filmed the scene in amazement, and the video went viral on social media. The appearance was part of a campaign to generate excitement for the new race. Yoda, one of the most iconic characters in Star Wars, was never given a specific species identification. George Lucas decided to keep this detail secret to preserve the mystery surrounding the Jedi Master. His enigmatic origin increased his appeal among fans. He became an icon of wisdom within the saga. It was estimated that a person spends around 6 years of their life sleeping. This time was crucial for memory consolidation and bodily restoration. Sleep affected virtually all biological functions. Its importance was evident throughout life. The Carlsbad Caverns, located in the state of New Mexico, formed one of the most impressive underground systems in the United States. These caverns originated millions of years ago, when an ancient limestone reef slowly dissolved due to the action of acidic groundwater. Over time, the interior became adorned with stalactites and stalagmites of extraordinary beauty. Its main chamber, known as the Great Hall, reached about 253 feet in height and over 400 feet in length, earning it the popular nickname Highway to Hell. The global internet relies primarily on submarine cables that crisscross oceans and continents. More than 99% of global traffic flows through these hose-thin lines. Satellites played a minor role in comparison. Without these cables, current connectivity would be impossible. Nomophobia describes the fear of being without a mobile phone, whether due to loss of signal or a dead battery. This disorder became common among generations accustomed to constant connectivity. Its rise revealed modern dependence on digital devices. It affected both social habits and psychological behaviors. The Great Sphinx of Giza, carved directly from a single block of limestone, stands as the oldest and largest monolithic statue on the planet. Standing approximately about 66 feet tall and about 240 feet long, it represented an unprecedented architectural feat in the Old Kingdom of Egypt. Its creation was attributed to Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BC, and it was believed to combine his face with the body of a lion to symbolize power and protection. Over the centuries, it became a historical enigma that fascinated entire generations. Few people realize that mouthwashes have a higher alcohol content than many beverages. Most commercial mouthwashes contain between 18% and 26% alcohol to eliminate bacteria, while a red wine averaged between 12% and 15%, and a white wine between 10% and 12%. Although effective for disinfecting, they could cause dry mouth and disrupt the natural microbiome. Therefore, alcohol-free alternatives emerged to reduce risks, such as cavities, canker sores, and irritations. Approximately a century ago, pit bulls were known as nanny dogs due to their patient and protective nature. In the United States at the beginning of the 20th century, they were considered ideal companions for children thanks to their stable temperament and unwavering loyalty. Their positive reputation contrasted sharply with the modern perception, influenced by cases of mistreatment and sensationalism. History demonstrates that the animal's behavior depended primarily on the training it received within the family environment. In China, an ancient dance emerged that astonished the world, the Dance of a Thousand Hands. This spectacle was performed by a group of deaf-mute dancers who followed their instructors' every movement with impeccable precision. The choreography represented Guanyin, the Buddhist goddess of compassion, creating the illusion of multiple arms outstretched in perfect harmony. The result was a visually stunning performance that combined spirituality, discipline, and synchronicity. One of the most talked about incidents in recent aviation was the Delta Airlines flight between Atlanta and Barcelona that had to return due to an extreme case of explosive diarrhea. A passenger suffered a severe episode that spread down the aisle, which the pilot described as a biohazard. The aircraft landed back in Atlanta for a thorough cleaning that took several hours. After disinfection, the flight took off again and arrived in Barcelona with a considerable delay. In the animal kingdom, there are amazing abilities, such as the sloth's capacity to hold its breath for extended periods. These animals have been recorded as being able to stay underwater for up to 40 minutes, thanks to their ability to drastically reduce their heart rate and metabolism. In contrast, dolphins needed to surface approximately every 10 minutes. This adaptation allowed sloths to cross bodies of water undetected by predators. The story of erasers began unexpectedly in the 18th century. Although it was common to use breadcrumbs to remove pencil marks, the English engineer Edward Nairn discovered in 1770 that natural rubber erased more effectively. Joseph Priestley documented the material's properties that same year, but it was Nairn who marketed the first erasers. Over time, the vulcanization process developed by Charles Goodyear in 1839 made it possible to create more durable and useful erasers. The adorable sleeping behavior of otters arose from a practical necessity. When resting by floating in the water, they would hold onto each other's front paws, forming groups known as rafts. This action prevented them from being swept away by the current and provided them with additional protection from predators. Furthermore, it strengthened social bonds within the community, making this habit both endearing and strategic for their survival. Charles Darwin, famous for his theory of evolution, also had a peculiar gastronomic adventure during his youth. During his university years, he was part of the Glutton Club, a group dedicated to tasting the meats of unusual animals. Darwin sampled everything from exotic birds to unusual mammals, although he eventually left the club after becoming ill from a particularly unpleasant meal. This episode reflected his curiosity about nature in all its forms, including culinary ones. In China, enormous graveyards of electric cars appeared as a consequence of the collapse of car-sharing companies. Many vehicles were abandoned when state subsidies were withdrawn, leaving thousands of practically new units in open storage facilities. The cars still had their protective plastic wrapping and were registered, but they were never used again. This phenomenon generated massive waste and contradicted the goals of green mobility. In New Zealand, the Animal Works Group developed a program to teach rescue dogs to drive cars. The 8-week training program aimed to demonstrate the animal's intelligence and learning capacity. Some dogs successfully drove on closed circuits, performing maneuvers such as turning, braking, and shifting gears. The project boosted adoption campaigns, showcasing the enormous potential of these companions. Bhutan celebrated the birth of its crown prince in a unique way by planting trees across the country. In 1 hour, 4,977 trees were planted, earning them a Guinness World Record. A total of 108000 trees were planted, 82000 by families, and 26000 by volunteers. This gesture reinforced Bhutan's reputation as one of the nation's most committed to environmental well-being. Japan also surprised the world with the creation of earthquake-resistant houses capable of levitating. The company Air Danshin System developed a system that detects earthquakes using sensors and activates an air compressor that raises the house by about 1.2 inches. This mechanism significantly reduced the impact of the earthquake and protected the structure. At least 200 homes were equipped with this innovative technology that combines safety and advanced science. In the humid regions of Southeast Asia lives a unique reptile known as the Hydrosaurus, famous for its size and aquatic abilities. This lizard, found in places like the Philippines and Indonesia, thrives both on land and in aquatic environments. What distinguishes it most is a striking structure adorning its back, an elongated crest that gives it an imposing appearance, and look how adorable it is when it is relaxing. Philippe Cantakini's colossal croissant reimagines the traditional French pastry in a gigantic format. Designed to be enjoyed in groups, this golden delicacy becomes the star of breakfasts, afternoon tea, or brunch gatherings. More than just bread, it is an edible work of art with perfectly flaky layers and an intense buttery flavor. Wallace's frog, also called the flying frog, lives in Southeast Asia and has a talent that seems straight out of a comic book. Thanks to the webbing between its legs, it can glide from tree to tree as if it had wings. It can travel up to about 49 feet in a single leap, controlling its direction in midair. This trick allows it to escape predators and move without touching the jungle floor. Orchids are true masters of deception. Some species have developed flowers that mimic female insects, both in shape and scent. When males attempt to mate with them, they end up covered in pollen. In this way, they unknowingly transport the pollen to other flowers, ensuring the plant's reproduction. Ben Underwood was an American boy who lost his sight at a very young age, but he amazed the world with a unique ability. He used echolocation, clicking his tongue and listening to the echo to orient himself. He could avoid obstacles, recognize objects, and even ride a bicycle. His case demonstrated the incredible capacity of the human brain to adapt. In California lies Glass Beach, a beach that resembles a hidden treasure. For years, it was a dumping ground for bottles and glass objects, which the sea gradually eroded. The result is a shoreline covered in small, shiny, smooth fragments, like colorful pebbles. Today, it is a popular tourist destination, although taking the glass is prohibited. The Falabella horse breed is so small, it seems straight out of a fairy tale. Originating in Argentina, these horses stand less than about 32 inches tall. Despite their size, they are elegant and docile, making them beloved animals. Seeing one in person is like encountering a pocket-sized horse. The bull shark is one of the most amazing species in the ocean. Unlike most, it can live in both saltwater and freshwater. This allows it to travel up rivers and even into lakes, where it has sometimes been seen swimming peacefully. Its renal system adapts to changes in salinity, something quite unusual. In Japan, the Sagano bamboo forest is a magical place that enchants all who visit. Its paths are surrounded by towering stalks that form a natural tunnel. When the wind blows, the bamboo produces a hypnotic murmur. This sound has been declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site for its unique beauty. Monarch butterflies make an epic journey each year from Canada to Mexico. The incredible thing is that none of them completes the entire route. Several generations take turns until they reach the Mexican forests. Upon arrival, they cover the trees with thousands of orange and black wings, creating an unforgettable landscape. In Florida, there is the famous Coral Castle, a structure shrouded in mystery, It was built by Edward Leedskalnin, who worked in secret for 28 years. He used blocks of coral weighing several tons without the aid of machinery. No one knows how he managed it, and the enigma continues to fascinate visitors and scientists. The Basenji is a dog that breaks the mold. Unlike most breeds, it does not bark, but instead emits a peculiar call that blends howls and melodious sounds. This breed, originally from Central Africa, was used for hunting thanks to its stealth and agility. Today, it is prized as a pet for its independent personality. In China, beneath Qiandao Lake, lies the ancient city of Xicheng, known as the Atlantis of the East. It was submerged after the construction of a dam in 1952. More than about 131 feet underwater, its temples and sculptures remain intact thanks to the lake's calm waters. Diving there is like traveling to a world frozen in time. Albino kangaroos, resembling mythical creatures, have been sighted in Australia. Their white fur and pink eyes are the result of a rare genetic mutation. Although beautiful, their coloring makes them more vulnerable to predators. Seeing one up close is considered a true privilege. In Serbia, a boy named Bogdan became famous for seemingly having magnetic powers. Metal objects like spoons and lids stuck to his skin without falling off. Although the explanation was scientific, his skin was unusually sticky. The phenomenon fascinated the world. He earned the nickname the Magnet Boy. In Catalonia, Spain, the tradition of castels is celebrated, where hundreds of people form human towers that reach up to 10 stories high. This practice, declared a cultural heritage by UNESCO, requires strength, coordination, and absolute trust. The most exciting moment occurs when a child climbs to the top to crown the tower. In the Caribbean lives the hypnotic fireworm, a marine animal covered in white bristles that glow like embers. But its beauty is deceptive. Those bristles contain poison that causes painful burns on contact. Divers from all over the world observe it with caution and admiration. The praying mantis holds its front legs as if in prayer, but in reality, it is a relentless hunter. It remains motionless for hours before launching itself with surprising speed upon its prey. It can even feed on other mantises, blending apparent spirituality with a lethal instinct. In Iceland lies Reynisfjara, a black volcanic sand beach that seems otherworldly. Its basalt cliffs form columns resembling a stone cathedral, while the Atlantic crashes against them with force. It is a place as beautiful as it is dangerous, where nature reveals its wildest side. Wolfia globosa, or water rice, is the smallest flower on the planet, measuring a mere about 0.04 inches in size. Although it looks like a simple green dot floating by, it contains high levels of protein and antioxidants. In several Asian countries, it is consumed in soups and stews, demonstrating that small things can be incredibly powerful. Did you know that clouds also regulate global temperature, reflecting sunlight during the day and retaining heat at night? Without this protective layer, Earth would experience unbearable days and freezing nights, with such abrupt variations that many species would not be able to withstand them. What is fascinating is that their function goes beyond climate, since they also transport moisture across the globe. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence keeps moving forward at an impressive pace, and right now one of the most advanced models on the planet is GPT-5, developed by OpenAI. This type of AI can analyze complex information, hold fluid conversations, and reason with structures similar to human thought. At the same time, other systems like Gemini, Claude, and models from Google and Anthropic are competing to reach new capabilities. If we look back in time, we find that many current traditions have unexpected roots. For example, the wedding kiss had a legal origin in ancient Rome. Back then, kisses were not simply romantic gestures, they were the formal way to seal agreements and contracts. When a couple married, the final kiss symbolized the public acceptance of a pact that united their assets, responsibilities, and destinies. Over time, this tradition passed to medieval Europe and eventually became part of the religious ceremony. On the other hand, Modern science has also achieved extraordinary advances that once seemed impossible. In 2022, NASA carried out the DART mission, the first real attempt to deflect an asteroid. The spacecraft impacted Dimorphos, an asteroid orbiting Didymos, and managed to alter its trajectory through a kinetic shock. Although the change was small, it showed that humanity can modify the orbit of a space object well in advance. As for the human body, stretch marks are a more complex phenomenon than they appear. They are not simply skin marks. They are scars that happen when tissue stretches faster than it can adapt. When someone grows, gains weight, or increases muscle mass quickly, collagen fibers break like taut threads. This produces red or purple lines that later turn white or silver. Interestingly, they do not hurt because they occur in deep layers of the skin. History also holds places that marked eras, such as Lecumberri Prison in Mexico, known as the Black Palace. Opened in 1900, it became one of the most feared sites in the country due to torture, abuse, and inhumane conditions. Its panoptic architecture allowed surveillance of all prisoners from a central point, but in practice, it became a symbol of cruelty. Among its inmates were figures like David Alfaro Siqueiros, as well as many political prisoners. After decades of horror, the prison closed in 1976, and the building was transformed into the General Archive of the nation. Another curious topic is the unusual names of medications. Every drug begins with a chemical name that describes its molecular structure, which is why it sounds so complex. Then, the World Health Organization assigns it an international generic name, such as paracetamol or ibuprofen. Finally, pharmaceutical companies create a brand name to differentiate it in the market. These names follow strict rules to avoid dangerous confusion between patients and doctors. In 1989, one of the most unusual cases in the world of video games occurred when a 9-year-old boy named Clark Tim sued Nintendo, Major League Baseball, and the company LJN. He believed that the game Major League Baseball would include real player names due to the official license, but when he played, he found that none appeared. Although the lawsuit was unsuccessful, the case became famous because it showed that even a child could take on industry giants. In the scientific field, one of the most promising research projects of recent years focuses on the elimination of HIV. Thanks to CRISPR, a tool that works like molecular scissors, scientists have managed to cut the DNA of the virus hidden in human cells during laboratory and animal tests. HIV is extremely difficult to eradicate because it integrates into the host genome, but this technique opens a door that previously seemed impossible. If we travel even further back, we find a relic of the Roman Empire that still stands: the Appian Way. Built in 312 BC, it was one of the most advanced roads of its time and was known as the Queen of Roads. It connected Rome with the city of Brindisi and allowed the military and commercial expansion of the empire. The amazing thing is that today, you can still walk on its original stones as if you were traveling back in time. Another useful fact is that chocolate can be deadly for dogs due to theobromine and caffeine. These substances, although safe for humans, are metabolized very slowly in dogs, building up in their bodies and causing neurological or cardiac damage. Dark chocolate is especially dangerous because it contains higher levels of theobromine. A small piece can be enough to put their health at risk. The Karakoram Highway was built between China and Pakistan over more than 20 years, crossing glaciers, seismic zones, and unprotected cliffs, earning it the reputation of the eighth wonder of the world. At over 15420 feet above sea level, it remains dangerous due to avalanches and falls. Thousands of workers took part in its construction, and it is estimated that more than 1,000 died in landslides, explosions, and snowstorms that made normal progress impossible. In Chiapas, there is a town called Chamula, where Coca-Cola is so much a part of daily life that it is more important than water in many homes. Its inhabitants consume more than 210 gallons per person per year, and the beverage is used in religious rituals led by local shamans. During the ceremonies, Coca-Cola is drunk to cleanse the spirit and expel bad energies, something that replaced wine or holy water in certain traditional rituals. In Las Vegas, the Circus Hotel has gained notoriety as one of the city's most unsettling places, despite its cheerful, family-friendly circus theme. Since its opening in 1968, it has accumulated stories of crimes, suicides, and alleged hauntings that have added to its dark legend. Visitors have claimed to hear voices, see shadows, and feel oppressive atmospheres in some rooms where paranormal activity is said to be constant. Surprisingly, its prices are much lower than other hotels on the Strip, which fuels the idea that something sinister lurks there. Frankie Muniz, star of Malcolm in the Middle, left acting just as his career seemed to be taking off. After years of television success, he decided to leave Hollywood and dedicate himself entirely to professional motorsports, his true passion since childhood. Today, Frankie Muniz competes as a driver, training on real racetracks far from the cameras and the celebrity lifestyle he enjoyed during his childhood and adolescence. In Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, the workday begins around 10 in the morning and usually ends around 4 in the afternoon, a rhythm that fosters tranquility and quality of life. The city prohibits skyscrapers and restores old buildings to preserve its heritage. Stitch, Disney's famous experiment 626, was designed inspired by the eye, a lemur from Madagascar with large ears, round eyes, and a small body that strikingly resembles the animated character. This nocturnal creature has always fascinated people with its unusual and strange appearance. On cruise ships, the word "Bravo" announced over the loudspeaker means there is a fire on board, even though it sounds like simple applause. The code Alpha refers to a medical emergency, while Oscar alerts that someone has fallen overboard. PVI indicates that a passenger has vomited in a public area. These codes exist to prevent panic among travelers and allow the crew to act quickly in delicate situations. Anthony Hopkins won the Oscar for Best Actor in 1992 for his portrayal of Hannibal Lecter in The Silence of the Lambs, despite appearing on screen for only 25 minutes. His gaze, his voice, and his intense presence were enough to create the most memorable villain in modern cinema. In Japan, McDonald's created an exclusive Nintendo DSi console to train its employees through a program called the E-Crew Development Program. The software taught them how to prepare hamburgers, use the cash register, and follow protocols as if it were a real interactive video game. These consoles were never released to the public and are now so rare that they fetch prices exceeding $1,000 among collectors. Bailey, a mini sheepadoodle, went viral thanks to his almost perfect resemblance to Snoopy, the iconic dog from Peanuts. His white fur with black ears and his sweet expression led thousands of users to say he looked like a real-life version of the character created by Charles M. Schulz. Sadio Mane, the Senegalese football star, invested a large part of his fortune in improving his hometown of Bambali, building a hospital, a school, a post office, and a gas station. Thanks to these projects, thousands of people gained access to services that were previously unavailable there. In Japan, there are Bohan Yokuraboru balls, orange spheres filled with bright paint that are thrown at fleeing criminals to mark them. The paint remains on their clothing and skin for several days, making them easier to locate. The most dangerous tree in the world is the manchineel tree, found in parts of the Caribbean and Central America. Its sap causes severe burns, and even raindrops falling on its leaves can cause blisters on the skin. Even its fruit, similar to an apple, can be deadly. There was once a pig that resembled a sheep due to its curly, woolly coat. It was called the Mangalika pig and originated in Hungary. Its blonde, black, or reddish coat protected it from the coldest winters of Central Europe, making it a very hardy breed. In the mid-20th century, it was nearly extinct, displaced by more commercially viable breeds that brought it to the brink of disappearing. A group of Hungarian farmers rescued it, and thanks to their efforts, the breed survived, and its meat eventually became a luxury delicacy prized on exclusive menus. In 2015, Microsoft built the world's quietest room in Redmond, Washington, an anechoic chamber capable of absorbing 100% of ambient sound. With wedge-shaped panels, concrete and steel, it achieved a Guinness World Record with a level of -20.3 decibels, allowing one to hear the movement of bones, blood, and even the digestive system. Most people cannot stand to stay there for more than a few minutes because the brain goes into overdrive due to the complete lack of stimuli. Its construction cost over $500,000, and today it serves to test devices that require extreme acoustic precision. In Spain, there is a castle that directly inspired Walt Disney when creating the Queen's Castle in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, one of the most iconic films in history. It is the Alcázar of Segovia, located in the city of Segovia, an hour from Madrid, and famous for its ship-like shape and pointed towers. This imposing medieval architecture gave Disney the perfect visual reference to convey fantasy, magic, and elegance in his animated tale. It is currently open to the public, and each room is steeped in history, making it one of the most visited castles in the country. An engineer named Danny Manu created a headset called Mayu Click, capable of translating up to 37 languages in real time without an internet connection. This invention revolutionized communication during travel, international meetings, or situations where understanding another language was a challenge. The goal has always been to break down language barriers and allow people from different cultures to connect without relying on external applications. Oymyakon in Siberia is known as the coldest inhabited village in the world because its temperatures have reached as low as -94 degrees Fahrenheit. In this place, cars are never turned off because the engines would freeze, cell phones die in seconds, and even pen ink solidifies instantly. Despite this extreme climate, around 500 people live there, completely adapted to the permanent ice, with insulated houses and a diet rich in fat. In 2020, Oreo built a top-secret vault in Svalbard, Norway, very close to the global seed vault, to protect its recipe in case of a global catastrophe. The structure was designed to withstand earthquakes, explosions, and even apocalyptic scenarios, turning the project into an international viral phenomenon. Inside the vault were vacuum-sealed packages and a digitized copy of the original recipe, like a culinary treasure for the future. Although it began as a creative campaign, the vault actually exists and has become part of pop culture. After her divorce, Joanne Ussery decided to radically change her life by buying an old Boeing 727 for just $2,000 to convert it into her home. She invested around $30,000 more to install a kitchen, bathroom, living room, bedrooms, and even a bathtub inside the overhead compartment. The plane was parked facing a lake, and the cockpit became her reading room with a spectacular view. Her story became an example of personal reinvention, showing that with creativity, even an abandoned airplane can be turned into a welcoming home. In Abu Dhabi, you will find Ferrari World, the first indoor theme park dedicated to the Italian brand and home to the world's fastest roller coaster, Formula Rossa. This ride accelerates from 0 to 140 miles per hour in just 4.9 seconds using the same hydraulic system that launches aircraft from aircraft carriers. Visitors experience up to 4.8 Gs of force as they ride, making it an extreme experience for speed fans. In addition to the park itself, the entire building is shaped like the Ferrari logo, which is stunning from the air. James Harrison, known as the man with the golden arm, donated blood 1,173 times over 60 years and saved millions of lives. His blood contained a unique antibody that led to the anti-D treatment to prevent life-threatening Rh incompatibility in newborns. Before the treatment, thousands of babies died or suffered brain damage each year, so his contribution had an enormous impact on global medicine. His motivation began at age 14, when he received life-saving transfusions after surgery and decided to give back. Every year, something extraordinary happens in the Black Rock Desert in Nevada when thousands of people create a temporary city called Black Rock City for the Burning Man Festival. At this event, there is no money, no advertising, and no famous artists. Everything is based on collaboration, art, and total self-sufficiency. Giant sculptures, mutant vehicles, and surreal works that seem otherworldly are built, creating an ephemeral community without traditional rules. At the end, a huge wooden figure called "The Man is burned," and the city disappears completely, leaving the desert as it was. Ostriches have long been victims of the myth that they bury their heads in the sand when they are scared, but in reality, they never do. These birds lower their long necks to check on their eggs or to forage on the ground. From a distance, their plumage blended with the sand, creating the illusion that their heads were buried. The truth is, an adult ostrich can run at over 44 miles per hour, so it does not need to hide from anything. The diabolical ironclad beetle keeps amazing scientists with its near indestructible toughness. This insect, native to California and Baja California, has an exoskeleton made of interlocking layers like a natural puzzle. Thanks to this structure, it can withstand pressures up to 39000 times its own weight without damage. It can even survive being run over by a car. Today, engineers study its design to create ultra-strong materials for airplanes, prosthetics, and armor. Olympic bobsleds reach speeds that rival modern race cars on extreme downhill runs. The icy tracks have turned so steep they exceed 45 degrees, forming walls that sling the sleds along dizzying lines. Each track is built with precision within a fraction of an inch, using underground cooling systems that keep perfect ice even when outside temperatures are above freezing. Each race mixes science, engineering, and daring that borders on recklessness. Soccer remains the sport that generates the most money worldwide thanks to its global reach. This sport moves more than $600 billion a year in TV rights, merchandising, player transfers, and international sponsorships. Although the NFL produces more than $20 billion annually and the NBA around $10 billion, no American league has the worldwide presence of soccer. In Mexico stands one of the most impressive modern sculptures in the country, the Chimali Warrior in Chimalhuacan. Designed by the artist Sebastian, it rises over 197 feet tall, including its pedestal, and depicts an eagle warrior holding a giant shield. Made of stainless steel, it is notable for its monumental size, visible from many points across the municipality. Inaugurated in 2014, it has become a symbol of strength, identity, and cultural resilience. Technology also surprises with inventions that feel straight out of a futuristic film, such as the smart trash can created by HTX Studio. This device uses cameras and computer vision to detect falling waste and automatically move toward it. Its motorized wheels let it track and collect trash without human help. It also changes its own bag when full, making home cleaning easier. For many, it is the first step toward robots that keep homes and public spaces spotless. The Great Blue Hole in Belize is a natural wonder, with dimensions so vast that it looks like an ocean within an ocean. This circular formation is nearly 984 feet in diameter and reaches a depth of about 407 feet, showing an intense blue that contrasts with the surrounding turquoise water. It was created more than 150000 years ago when limestone caves collapsed during the Ice Age. Today it attracts divers who explore its vertical walls and submerged stalactites while observing unique marine species. In Austria lies Eisriesenwelt, the world's largest ice cave. Its name means World of the Ice Giants. This natural colossus in the Alps near Werfen contains more than 26 miles of frozen tunnels and galleries. Its ice formations renew every winter thanks to cold air circulating inside, keeping temperatures below 32 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Its towering columns, walls, and stalactites seem straight out of a fantasy film. Edgar Vivar, remembered worldwide as the beloved Señor Barriga and the endearing Ñoño on El Chavo del Ocho, had a surprising past before becoming an actor. He studied medicine at the National Autonomous University of Mexico and practiced as an obstetrician, attending births and working in hospitals for several years. Although he enjoyed his profession, he always felt a strong pull toward art and entertainment. When he traded his white coat for the stage, he achieved international fame with Chespirito and became an iconic figure in Latin American comedy. Lil Uzi Vert, one of the most eccentric rappers on the current scene, garnered attention in 2021 when he decided to have a 10-carat pink diamond implanted in his forehead. The jewel cost him several years to pay for and was worth millions of dollars, becoming part of his artistic identity. However, during a concert at Rolling Loud Miami, a fan managed to rip the diamond out in front of the crowd. Although Uzi retrieved it and was not seriously injured, he decided not to wear it in such a risky way again. Borobudur, on the island of Java in Indonesia, is the world's largest Buddhist monument and a unique architectural treasure. Built between the 8th and 9th centuries, it was erected with more than 2 million blocks of volcanic stone assembled without cement. Each of its levels represents a step on the path to spiritual enlightenment, culminating in 72 stupas that house Buddha statues. With over 2,600 carved reliefs, it tells stories of Buddhism, the universe, and human existence. Surrounded by jungles and volcanoes, it is a World Heritage Site and one of the most mystical places on the planet. The Meenakshi Amman Temple, in the city of Madurai, India, stands out as one of the most colorful and spectacular religious sites in the world. Dedicated to the goddess Meenakshi, an incarnation of Parvati, and to Shiva, it features enormous towers called gopurams, covered with over 30,000 sculptures painted in vibrant colors. Many of these figures depict mythological stories of gods, guardians, and sacred beings that are part of Indian tradition. With over 2,000 years of history, it still receives thousands of pilgrims daily. And during the Meenakshi Tirukalyanam festival, the city is filled with lights, processions, and celebrations that transform the temple into an unforgettable spiritual spectacle. Ant colonies have always been so complex that they resemble real underground cities, constructed with extraordinary precision. An average colony houses between 10,000 and 500,000 ants, but species like leafcutter ants or Argentine ants can reach 1 million individuals and remain organized without losing efficiency. In 2002, a group of scientists discovered a mega colony of Argentine ants stretching about 3,728 miles from Italy to Portugal, genetically connected as if it were a single empire. In South Asia, weddings still begin with an explosion of music and tradition known as Barat, a wedding procession where the groom arrives riding a horse or even an elephant. This celebration, typical of India and Pakistan, turns the streets into a colorful parade as friends and family dance, sing, and accompany the groom on his journey to the ceremony. The procession symbolizes the transition to a new stage of life and the union of two families in a festive atmosphere. When the wedding party arrives, the bride's family greets the groom with flowers, hugs, and traditional rituals that seal respect between the two families. At some weddings, the music and dancing can continue for miles, creating a seemingly endless celebration. On the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe lies one of the most extreme and fascinating places on the planet, Devil's Pool, a natural pool located right on the edge of Victoria Falls. This site is only accessible during the dry season, when the water level drops enough to allow a hidden rock to act as a barrier and prevent bathers from being swept into the abyss. From this point, visitors can peer over the edge, just inches from the precipice, and watch millions of gallons of water cascade from a height of over 328 feet. In China rises one of the most impressive bridges built in the last decade, the Guangyang Grand Canyon Bridge, recently inaugurated after 3 years of continuous work. This structure connects the Wuchu Mountains and sits more than 1,900 69 feet above the Qianjiang River Canyon, making it one of the highest bridges in the world. The bridge not only allows the passage of vehicles, but also welcomes visitors who can walk along transparent glass viewing platforms located at the edge of the precipice. The Appaloosa horse remains one of the most recognizable breeds on the planet, thanks to its spotted coat that looks hand-painted. Originating in North America, it was bred by the Nez Perce tribe since the 17th century, who valued its strength, intelligence, and endurance on long journeys and in battles. The most striking thing about the Appaloosa is that no two are alike. Its spots, patterns, and colors vary radically from one individual to another, like fingerprints. It is also distinguished by the white rim around its eyes and small dark spots on the skin near its muzzle. At the Ferrari factory, there is a rule that surprises even the most devoted fans. Employees cannot buy a new Ferrari. This policy aims to maintain exclusivity and give priority to external clients, especially international collectors and repeat customers who have built a relationship with the brand. The only exception is Formula One drivers, who can purchase one, although they must pay the full price without special discounts. Even legends like Michael Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel had to go through the official purchase process. Ferrari carefully selects who can acquire iconic models like the Enzo and LaFerrari, requiring a proven track record as a customer and a commitment to the brand. In Lalibela, Ethiopia, lies one of the world's most astonishing religious complexes, 11 churches carved entirely from volcanic rock in the 12th century. Each temple was sculpted from the surface down, as if the builders had extracted the form from the earth itself without using blocks or cement. The passageways and tunnels connecting the churches create a sacred labyrinth that still receives thousands of pilgrims who come to pray in spaces that seem carved by divine hands. The churches were built by order of King Lalibela, who wished to create a new African Jerusalem for the Christians of the region. In Thailand, there is a rock formation so peculiar that it appears to show 3 giant whales swimming together above the mountain. It is called Hin Sam Wan, the Rock of the 3 Whales, and is approximately 75 million years old. Wind and erosion slowly sculpted the sandstone into the shape of a mother whale with 2 calves, side by side. Viewed from the air, they appeared to emerge from an imaginary ocean, though in reality they are surrounded by rainforest. Local legends say they were sacred whales, petrified to protect the earth. In Rio de Janeiro's botanical garden, a sundial still works, telling time only with the sun's shadow, following the same technique used by ancient civilizations. This instrument blends science and art in a green setting that represents harmony between nature and human knowledge. Although it uses no batteries or modern mechanisms, it continues to mark the passage of time with surprising precision. Its operation changes with the seasons because the sun's position is never the same through the year. There are hairless guinea pigs known as Skinny and Baldwin guinea pigs, 2 varieties that attract attention for their unusual look. Skinny guinea pigs are born almost bald with only small tufts of fur on their snouts and paws, while Baldwin guinea pigs are born with a full coat but lose it soon after, becoming completely hairless. Although their appearance is unusual, they need special care because their skin is very sensitive to cold and sun. Even so, they have become popular among people who want gentle and different pets, showing that cuteness comes in many forms. In Toyama, Japan, one of the most beautiful natural shows on the planet occurs every spring, the blue glow of the glowworm squid, known as Hotaru Ika. Between March and June, millions of these small squid light up the bay with an electric blue produced by bioluminescent organs that activate when they feel threatened or during mating. From the shore, a luminous band can be seen moving with the waves, turning the coast into a magical scene. In the heart of Nyaca, Mexico, there is a cave that seems like a dream, filled with giant crystals that reach up to about 39 feet in length and weigh around 55 short tons, more than a typical bus. It was discovered in 2000 by 2 miner brothers who never imagined that their routine work would lead them to a brilliant and almost unreal world. Australia, on the other hand, feels like a continent dedicated to the sea and the beach, with more than 6,200 miles of coastline where you can find beaches of white, black, golden, or pink sand. If you decided to visit a different beach every day, it would take you more than 27 years to see them all. And each one offers a distinct landscape, from coastal deserts to jungles that reach right down to the sand. Some cliffs inspire respect, while other coves offer calm, crystal-clear waters perfect for swimming. Meanwhile, engineers face equally fascinating challenges when building bridges over the sea. To support these structures, they use techniques such as cofferdams or watertight caissons that isolate the water, letting them excavate and build as if on land. Another method drives steel or concrete piles deep into the seabed to hold the structure's weight and keep stability against tides and currents. Some bridges combine both strategies, and sometimes workers must dive to weld or adjust pieces, facing pressures and risks like astronauts exploring an unknown underwater world. In Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan, the obsession with the color white defines the city. Buildings, cars, and structures must be white or light-colored, following the former president's belief that white represents purity and brings good luck. The city was rebuilt in white marble, setting Guinness World Records for the highest concentration of buildings clad in this material. Technology also brings unusual wonders. The Spacetop G1 is the first laptop without a physical screen, using augmented reality glasses to project a 100-inch virtual screen in front of the user. Developed by an Israeli company, this laptop lets people work in the cloud using tools like Google Docs or Zoom, while keeping privacy even in public spaces. Its keyboard and compact base mix portability with productivity, and the price is about $1,900, roughly 7 million Colombian pesos. Among the most surprising animals is the blue-ringed octopus, tiny but deadly. Measuring about 4 to 8 inches in length, its poison, tetrodotoxin, can cause paralysis and respiratory failure in minutes, and there is no known antidote. Even so, this octopus usually does not attack without provocation. Its colorful body is a natural warning to anyone who sees it. A single specimen can hold enough toxin to kill more than 20 people, making it one of the deadliest animals on the planet. The Rolls-Royce Rose Noir, a one-of-a-kind drop-tail model, represents the peak of automotive luxury. Only 4 exist worldwide, each customized for its owner with handcrafted details from the dashboard to the interior materials. Its construction took years, mixing high-tech with classic elegance, and each car includes an integrated Audemars Piguet watch. The price reaches $3 million, a figure that reflects the exclusivity and artistry in each vehicle. Bill Hast, an American herpetologist, chose to develop his own immunity to snake venom. For decades, he injected himself with small doses of different toxins, survived 172 bites, and reached the impressive age of 100 years. His courage and scientific discipline earned him the nickname the Snake Man, an extraordinary example of the link between risk and knowledge. His story inspires respect and curiosity, showing that the human body can adapt to extreme challenges when science and willpower work together. In the deep sea, the red-lipped batfish moves clumsily along the ocean floor, using its fins like legs to walk. Its flattened body and glossy lips look like they are painted with cosmetics, but the strategy is not only aesthetic, it may help attract a mate or confuse prey. It lives in the Galapagos Islands, and its behavior shows that even nature follows curious rules of adaptation and survival. The ancient Romans had surprising hygiene practices, such as using urine to whiten teeth and disinfect the mouth. It contained ammonia, a compound with cleaning properties that is still used in some household products today. People collected urine in jars and sold it, sometimes mixing it with salt, vinegar, or honey to improve its effect. Valentina Vasilyev, an 18th-century Russian peasant woman, gave birth to 69 children in 27 pregnancies, including 16 sets of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets. In an era without assisted fertilization or modern medical technology, she managed to survive with her offspring, many of whom lived past childhood, a remarkable feat given the high mortality rate of the time. Her story continues to amaze scientists and doctors and stands as one of humanity's most unusual records. In the Amazon rainforest, a fungus called Pestilodiopsis microspora shows incredible abilities. It can feed on polyurethane, one of the toughest plastics, even without oxygen. This discovery suggests that landfills and oceans could be cleaned with living organisms that break down materials once thought indestructible. The researchers who found it imagine a future where pollution is reduced through biological solutions, changing how humanity handles waste. In China, aesthetic innovation has reached a surprising level with dental tattoos. This trend engraves designs, symbols, or phrases on custom dental crowns. The tooth is not tattooed directly. A protective cap covers it, and artists apply hearts, stars, traditional Chinese symbols, or personal phrases. Dental artists use high-precision lasers, so the process is painless, safe, and long-lasting. It began in luxury clinics, spread to other Asian countries, and is projected to be one of the bold trends of 2025, drawing the attention of people who want original self-expression. Meanwhile, in Scotland, the Brewmeister Brewery pushed beer to wild extremes with Armageddon at 65% alcohol by volume, stronger than many whiskeys. Its success led to snake venom at 67.5%. Unlike regular beers, these are concentrated by partial freezing that removes water and leaves an intense, fiery taste. In New Zealand, the kiwi is a small but extraordinary bird that lays eggs up to 25% of its body weight. This tiny, flightless bird digs for insects and lays eggs with large yolks, giving the chick enough nutrition to develop almost fully before hatching. Kiwis guard their nests carefully, bury eggs in burrows, and incubate them for more than 70 days, roughly twice the time of most birds. In Indonesia, sulfur miners work in extreme conditions inside the Ijen volcano, facing toxic gases and temperatures over 392 degrees Fahrenheit. Each day they carry up to about 198 pounds of solid sulfur, breathing fumes with little or no protection, risking their lives for a few dollars a day. Despite the danger, these men descend into the crater to collect sulfur blocks and at night watch blue flames made by burning sulfur gas. Some people have medical conditions so rare they seem unreal. Hematidrosis, also called hematohidrosis, causes people to sweat blood under extreme stress or intense fear. Tiny vessels around the sweat glands rupture. Documented cases show drops of blood on the forehead, face, or neck without visible wounds. It is so unusual that only a handful of cases exist worldwide. Sweden pioneered the vacation prescription. Doctors prescribe time in nature instead of standard pills. The goal is better mental and physical health. While Egypt is famous for its pyramids, Sudan has more than 200 ancient structures built by the Kingdom of Kush, a civilization that flourished more than 2,500 years ago. Kushite kings and queens built these pyramids. They are smaller and steeper than Egyptian ones, but equally striking, serving as tombs and showing traditions with a distinct style. Many still stand in the desert, little known and rarely visited, making them archaeological secrets. The ocean's sunfish, or mola mola, lives in temperate and tropical seas. It can grow over 10 feet long and weigh up to about 5,070 pounds. Its flat, round, tailless body is unmistakable. It often lies on its side near the surface to warm up in the sun, then dives to deeper water. It eats jellyfish, small fish, and algae, and despite a clumsy look, it can dive to about 1,969 feet. The female lays up to 300 million eggs, the most of any known vertebrate, a sign of its remarkable reproduction and adaptation. The harpy eagle, queen of the tropical skies, lives in the rainforests of Central and South America, and reaches a wingspan of over 6.5 feet. Its talons, almost the size of a brown bear's, can seize monkeys and sloths whole. Its flight through trees shows precision and power. The feathered crown gives it a majestic, almost mythic look that matches its role as a top predator. Singapore enforced strict rules on chewing gum in 1992, banning sale and import to keep streets and public transit clean. Fines and penalties were heavy. In 2004, therapeutic gum became allowed with a doctor's prescription. The Polish chicken stands out for an extravagant crest of feathers that covers most of its head, like a runway look. Though the name suggests Poland, it likely came from the Netherlands or Italy. It is bred mainly for beauty, not eggs, though it can lay between 120 and 150 white eggs per year. This ornamental breed is popular in poultry shows and as a pet for its friendly and curious nature. Purebred Polish chickens can bring high prices, especially rare colors or perfect plumage, joining looks with value. The Apple Vision Pro brings immersive learning with three-dimensional models. It can simulate surgeries, engineering setups, and complex scenarios with fine detail. In 2017, Samsung launched the Ostrich ad, where an ostrich experiences flight thanks to a virtual reality simulator. The campaign won multiple Clio Awards for creative and emotional storytelling. Alexander Goldy's elevates stop motion to a high art, crafting animations from sequential photos that merge art and technology. His skill makes objects feel alive. Valeriano Fatica, an Italian sculptor, carves fruit with such precision that he creates busts of characters like Goku or Venom. His work shows amazing control with organic materials. There are dog training for humans programs where people learn to improve their communication and empathy with their dogs. These courses strengthen connection and mutual understanding. The so-called safety candle, of Chinese origin, is surprising for its design. It can light spaces with intense light while reducing fire risk. This invention, tested in Dubai, combines heat-resistant materials with a system that automatically cuts the flame in an accident. Matte Charcoal masters charcoal to portray scenes and faces full of emotion. His style blends abstract and realistic elements with strong technical precision. The Fallas of Valencia turned the Spanish city into an open-air museum with satirical monuments made of cardboard and wood. The festival ends with a spectacular burning and a unique fireworks show. Microsoft unveiled an Xbox controller inspired by Deadpool, called the Cheek Controller. Available only through a giveaway, it became a highly sought item for collectors. In Australia, a jetpack uses two large propellers to lift a person. It is experimental, but it feels like science fiction and points toward personal air travel. Chess boxing mixes physical combat with mental challenge. Competitors alternate boxing rounds with chess games and win by checkmate or knockout, a tough test of body and mind. The Oscar statuettes are not solid gold. Each statuette is handcrafted in many stages: casting, polishing, plating, and assembly. They are made of metal coated with a thin layer of 24-karat gold. In Japan, there is a cat day on February 22nd because the sound ni 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 resembles the meow nya. On that day, Japanese social media fills with cat photos and memes. In ancient Rome, gladiators rarely died in combat because training them was very expensive. Many fights were more like controlled spectacles than battles to the death. At the 1900 Olympic Games, live pigeon shooting was an official event. It was the only time in history that real animals were used in an Olympic competition. In the Broadway musical The Lion King, some costumes weigh up to 20 kilos, 44 pounds. A few require two assistants to put on. Each costume is handmade from leather, wood, and natural fibers to honor African aesthetics. For Titanic, director James Cameron insisted that every dish served in the dining room scenes match the originals from 1912. Recipes came from the ship's actual menus. In perfume advertising, The bottle is often designed first, then the fragrance is created. The visual concept can inspire the scent's formula. The bottle tries to convey emotion, luxury, or personality even before you smell the perfume. In Iceland, there are no surnames in the usual sense. People use the father's or mother's name plus the suffix son or daughter. The phone book is organized by first names. In Greece, the Aegean Sea has more than 2,000 islands, but only about 200 are inhabited. Some are sold as entire private properties. Each island has its own charm, from white sand beaches to rocky mountains. In Japan, there is an island called Okunoshima, known as Rabbit Island, where hundreds of wild rabbits approach visitors. Once a secret military site during World War II, today it is a popular tourist spot. At Cirque du Soleil, artists rehearse between 8 and 10 hours a day. Many come from Olympic or rhythmic gymnastics backgrounds. Each show blends acrobatics, dance, live music, and visual storytelling without using animals. In professional soccer, the fastest goal on record was scored 2.4 seconds after kickoff. The player barely touched the ball more than once. It shows how strategy and precision matter from the first moment. In Pixar's Up, the balloons that lift the house were calculated scientifically. In real life, it would take about 25 million. The artist drew each balloon by hand. In the Stone Age, people used hot stones in their beds to stay warm at night. This practice inspired the modern hot water bottle. At the Cannes Film Festival, every film is screened with subtitles, even if it is in French. Subtitles are mandatory so international audiences can follow every detail. At the 1993 Super Bowl, Michael Jackson paused for 90 seconds simply by standing and looking at the crowd. Viewership surged in real time. That moment created a unique connection with the audience. In food ads, ice cream is often colored mashed potatoes, since real ice cream melts under the lights. Almost no food in commercials is truly edible. In ancient Babylon, priests calculated lunar eclipses with great accuracy without telescopes, using math tables and star records spanning more than 3,000 years. In South Korea, love-themed mini-holidays fall on the 14th of every month, like Chocolate Day or Kissing Day. April 14th is for singles and is called Black Day. During the 1966 FIFA World Cup, the Jules Rimet Trophy was stolen in London. A dog named Pickles found it while sniffing a bush. The recovery became a famous story across Britain. In Turkey, the underground city of Derinkuyu could house up to 20,000 people. Its tunnels reach a depth of about 279 feet. This marvel includes rooms, kitchens, cellars, and chapels designed for extended life underground. In Paris, there are more registered dogs than small children. Many restaurants offer special pet menus. The city supports animal-friendly policies, including dedicated dog parks and dog care services. In the Middle Ages, armor could weigh up to 40 kilograms, about 88 pounds. Knights trained from childhood to stand up if they fell. The armor protected them, but it also demanded strength and agility. At the Super Bowl halftime show, artists are not paid a performance fee. Their music sales and streams usually soar afterward. The huge global audience makes it priceless promotion. In London, an old law bans dying inside the Palace of Westminster. It still exists, though it has never been enforced. The rule reflects ancient views on death in official buildings. In the ancient Olympic Games, athletes competed completely naked as a sign of respect for the human body and the Greek gods. It also highlighted strength, skill, and aesthetics, prized virtues in Greek culture. In cereal commercials, glues and varnishes keep the milk white and thick. The filmed bowls can look fresh for hours, even though they are not edible. In Venice, there is a bridge where running has been forbidden since the 17th century. The original fine was paid in wine. Which bridge is it? The Bridge of Sighs. During World War II, British pilots ate carrots to improve their night vision. It was a propaganda campaign to hide the use of radar. This story popularized the belief that carrots improve eyesight, though the real goal was to confuse the enemy about military technology. In New York City, there are more than 13000 yellow taxis. The color was chosen because it is easier to see from a distance. This choice helps make the taxis easy to recognize among traffic and pedestrians. In the musical Les Miserables, more than 400 costumes are used per performance. They are washed and ironed every night before the next show. Each costume is carefully designed to reflect the era and social class of the characters. In Mexico, the cenote was used by the Maya for sacred rituals. Today, it is one of the most visited places by divers in the world. Its crystal-clear waters and impressive natural cave offer a unique way to connect with history and nature. In Eurovision, singers cannot use live backing vocals. The background vocals must be pre-recorded. This rule ensures uniform sound during the television broadcast. In Finland, the sun does not set for 76 days in summer. That is why it is known as the land of the midnight sun. During this period, outdoor activities and festivals multiply, taking advantage of the constant daylight. In Antarctica, there are vending machines that sell soft drinks to scientists. They are the most isolated in the world and must be restocked once a year. These machines offer unexpected convenience in an extreme and isolated environment. In old Coca-Cola ads, Santa Claus was not red but green. The brand changed his color to red to match its logo and shaped the modern image of Santa Claus. In the Batman comics, the Joker was inspired by a silent film actor. His smile was based on Conrad Veidt in the film The Man Who Laughs from 1928. On Saturday Night Live, each episode is rehearsed in full only once. Many jokes are rewritten minutes before air. This dynamic keeps the show fresh and allows quick reactions to current events. In the film The Wizard of Oz, the yellow brick road was painted with toxic industrial dust. The actors suffered skin irritations from the material, but the color looked brighter on camera. There are no ants in Iceland, but there are more than 200 active volcanoes. The country has a small earthquake almost every day. This intense geological activity has shaped unique landscapes of glaciers, geysers, and lava fields. In Scotland, the Loch Ness Monster has been sought for more than 90 years. The first modern sighting was recorded in 1933, and since then, there have been more than 1,000 reports. Despite the lack of conclusive evidence, Nessie has become a cultural and tourist icon of the region. In China, there is a village called Dafan, where hundreds of artists copy famous paintings. They produce thousands of replicas of Van Gogh and Da Vinci every month. These works are sold worldwide, supplying collectors and interior designers. In ancient Sparta, babies were inspected at birth to decide if they were fit to live. Only those deemed strong were raised as citizens. This practice reflected Spartan society, focused on strength and military discipline from childhood. At NASA, spacesuits are partly handmade. Each suit has more than 5,000 seams, each inspected by skilled seamstresses. This meticulous work ensures the suits can handle the extreme pressure and temperature swings of space. At the Winter Olympics in 1988, the Jamaican bobsleigh team made its debut. They inspired the film Cool Runnings, which became a classic. Their participation broke stereotypes and showed that determination and sportsmanship do not depend on weather or tradition. In soccer, referees began using yellow and red cards in 1970. The idea came from traffic lights. The cards allow clear visual communication of penalties to players and fans. In Disney movies, Mickey Mouse appears hidden in almost every production. Animators call it a hidden Mickey, an insider tradition. At the Coachella Festival, the main stages can use more energy than a small town. Some of the electricity comes from solar panels. The festival has added sustainable measures to reduce its environmental footprint. In Dubai, police officers patrol in sports cars like Lamborghinis and Bugattis. They do this more to attract tourists than for pursuit. These vehicles have become a symbol of the city's luxury and modernity. In The Incredibles, each hair on Violet was simulated separately. Her hairstyle took 6 months of digital work to move naturally. This level of detail made the animation more realistic and expressive. In Iceland, there is a museum dedicated exclusively to animal genitalia. Its collection includes more than 200 specimens, including one human. The museum combines scientific education with a touch of humor, exploring the anatomical diversity of the animal kingdom. In New York City, the subway carries more people daily than the entire population of Norway. More than 5 million passengers use it every day. This system connects the 5 boroughs and operates almost 24 hours a day. In the 1980s, the video game Tetris was considered military equipment in the Soviet Union and could be exported only with government authorization, since it was seen as strategic technology that could earn hard currency abroad. On Spain's Got Talent, some visual effects are added digitally in post-production. The studio audience does not see them live. This makes the TV version more impactful and spectacular for viewers at home. In the Dead Sea, people float easily due to the high salt concentration. Its density is almost 10 times that of the ocean. This lets even inexperienced swimmers float and relax in its waters. In Pirates of the Caribbean, the sound of Davy Jones's tentacles was created with wet sponges and gourds. The effects were recorded entirely with household objects. In ancient China, toilet paper was invented in the 6th century. Only the imperial family had the right to use it. This privilege reflected the status and wealth of the court. In The Lord of the Rings, the word precious was recorded over 100 times by Andy Serkis. The actor used a snore induced by lemon tea to create Gollum's voice. In Finland, there is a World Cell Phone Throwing Championship. The record is over 328 feet. The competition blends strength, technique, and precision, and it has become a fun and traditional event. In Egypt, the pyramid builders were not slaves but paid workers. They received beer as part of their daily wage. They also had lodging, food, and medical care during their work. In Egypt, the pyramids of Giza are closely aligned with the stars of Orion. No one knows exactly how they achieved such precision thousands of years ago. The alignment reflects how much the Egyptians valued astronomy and the link between heaven and earth. In Shrek, the original voice of Donkey was recorded by Eddie Murphy in 3 languages. He improvised many lines that were later kept in the script. His unique and spontaneous style gave the character humor and personality. There are no fixed time zones at the North Pole. Scientists use their home country's time to coordinate activities. This keeps research and communication organized among international teams. In car commercials, the windows are often tinted to hide camera reflections. Often the car does not even move, the wheels spin on rollers. This gives full control of lighting and environment during filming. In ancient Rome, only the emperor could wear purple. The dye came from a sea snail called a murex. The process was extremely laborious and expensive, so purple became a symbol of power and wealth. In Monsters Incorporated, Sully has over 2.3 million individually animated hairs. The rendering system took up to 12 hours per frame. Each strand was simulated to move realistically with wind and contact. In ancient Greece, athletes ate honey before competing. It was believed to boost strength and stamina. Honey was also used as an ointment to heal wounds and maintain energy during training. There are no polar bears in Antarctica. They live only in the Arctic. Many movies mistakenly show them with penguins, which has spread confusion about polar wildlife. In Canada, Banff National Park has naturally turquoise lakes. The color comes from tiny rock particles suspended in the water. They reflect light in a way that intensifies the blue, creating spectacular views. In New Zealand, there are more sheep than people, about 5 to 1. The country exports more wool than meat. sheep farming is a pillar of the agricultural economy. In the history of music, the Beatles never learned to read sheet music. They composed by ear and memory. This helped them develop a creative, spontaneous style based on intuition and experimentation. In Brazil, there is a festival where people throw flour and water at each other. It is called Bloco de Lama, and it symbolizes freedom before carnival. The celebration lets participants cut loose in a spirit of collective fun. In Cirque du Soleil shows, artists change costumes up to 10 times per performance. The costumes are made with stretchy fabrics to handle extreme acrobatics. Each one balances, looks, and function for safety and freedom of movement. In Kung Fu Panda, pose moves were based on real footage of Kung Fu masters. The animators attended classes to understand the art's flow. In Japan, there is a cafe staffed by real owls. Visitors can gently interact with them while having coffee. The idea is to offer a calm, up-close wildlife experience and teach about the birds. In 1969, the Beatles recorded Abbey Road while crossing an ordinary street. Today, that crosswalk is a world-famous tourist stop. Fans copy the iconic walk in front of the studio. In South Korea, there is a cafe where visitors can play with raccoons. It is one of the few places in the world with this kind of attraction. Guests learn about the animal's behavior and care. In the Middle Ages, tomatoes were thought to be poisonous. People avoided them for centuries because of their red color and their link to the nightshade family, many of which are toxic. At the Burning Man Festival, selling products is not allowed. People exchange or give gifts instead. This fosters a community based on collaboration, creativity, and generosity. In Dubai, there are ATMs that dispense gold instead of cash. The gold price updates digitally every 10 minutes. Buyers can quickly and securely purchase bars or coins. In Morocco, the blue city of Chefchaouen is painted in shades of sky blue. The color is said to repel mosquitoes and bring spiritual calm. Its narrow cobbled streets create a charming scene that draws photographers and travelers from around the world. In Tokyo, capsule hotels offer rooms under about 22 square feet. They were first designed for office workers who missed the last train. American football's Super Bowl is the most watched television event in the United States. 30-second ads can cost over $7 million. Advertising has become part of the show, with creative campaigns aimed at millions of viewers. Ghostbusters. The Ghost logo was created by the same designer who made the Rolling Stones logo. It became one of film's most recognizable icons. At the South Pole, there is a point where all time zones meet. Scientists there can celebrate New Year's several times in one day. This creates unique social and cultural moments during the holidays. In Norway, the Atlantic Road is considered one of the most dangerous drives in the world. During storms, waves can crash directly over the roadway. In France, the Eiffel Tower was first rejected by many artists and writers. It was supposed to be dismantled 20 years after construction. Its value as a radio tower and its growing popularity saved it. In Inside Out, the characters are based on real emotions studied by psychologists. The team first planned 27 emotions, then reduced them to 5. The simplification made the story clearer. In Alaska, the sun can remain above the horizon for 83 straight days in summer. This midnight sun allows nearly round-the-clock outdoor activities. In the 19th century, ketchup was sold as a medicine for indigestion. The inventor John Cook Bennett even prescribed it in pill form. Over time, it became a food rather than a remedy. In Canada, there is a town called Dildo in Newfoundland. Locals turned the name into a tourist draw. The town offers boat tours, museums, and cultural events that play on its unusual name. In the movie Gladiator, the tiger's roar was created by mixing a lion's sound with a motorcycle engine. That blend gave the fight a more epic feel. In ancient Greece, theaters had such precise acoustics that you could hear a coin drop from the top rows. This engineering achievement is still hard to match with modern materials. On Mount Everest, there are more than 200 frozen bodies that serve as landmarks for climbers. Many are visible from the main routes, a stark reminder of the mountain's extreme risks and brutal weather at altitude. In Argentina, the Perito Moreno Glacier advances instead of retreating. Every few years, its ice front collapses, creating a dramatic natural spectacle that draws thousands of visitors to watch huge blocks crash into the water. In Iceland, there are more than 130 active volcanoes. The country generates almost all of its electricity from geothermal energy, harnessing heat from the volcanic ground to warm homes and produce power. In Japan, the most expensive fish is bluefin tuna. One sold for over $3 million at auction, a sign of the luxury sushi and sashimi market's high demand. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza was once covered in polished white limestone. It reflected sunlight and shone like a giant mirror, visible from miles away and symbolizing pharaonic power. In Kenya, Lake Nakuru is famous for its pink flamingos. Their color comes from pigments in the algae they eat. Each year, thousands gather on the lake, creating a stunning landscape. In the United Kingdom, there is a law that forbids dyeing in Parliament. No one knows exactly why, yet it remains on the books and survives as a curious legal footnote. At the 1900 Olympic Games, swimming events took place in the Seine River. Athletes competed amid debris and strong currents, but still showed remarkable endurance and skill. In the animal world, giraffes sleep less than 30 minutes a day. They rest in short bursts to avoid predators, a strategy that keeps them alert on the savannah. In Greece, Santorini sits atop a volcanic caldera. Its white houses help reflect the intense summer heat, and terraces with narrow streets protect from wind and frame sweeping sea views. In Italy, Romans pioneered an early fast food called the thermopolium. People stood to eat hot stews, a quick option common in cities like Pompeii for busy citizens. In Australia, some lakes are naturally pink, like Lake Hillier. Specialized microbes produce red pigments in salty water, creating striking scenes that draw photographers and travelers. In ancient Rome, women used lead powder as makeup. It caused illness and hair loss, yet it was prized as a symbol of status and beauty. At the North Pole, compasses do not point to true north. The difference can be hundreds of miles due to Earth's magnetic field, so explorers rely on GPS and modern navigation to stay accurate. In China, tea has been consumed for more than 5,000 years. Legend says a leaf fell into hot water by accident, and tea went on to shape Chinese culture, medicine, and ceremony. In London, the underground began before electric trains. Early services ran steam locomotives in tunnels, which made rides hot and smoky. In Germany, Neuschwanstein Castle inspired Disney's fairy tale castle. Construction was never fully finished, yet its romantic towers made it a global icon. In Egypt, pharaohs were buried with food for the afterlife. Perfectly preserved loaves of bread have been found after thousands of years, reflecting the culture's preparation for eternity. In Encanto, the magical casita was inspired by Colombia's coffee region houses. Designers traveled to photograph real details so colors, balconies, and roofs feel authentic. In art history, the Mona Lisa was stolen from the Louvre in 1911. The theft supercharged its fame and turned it into a cultural phenomenon. In South Korea, there is a theme park dedicated to love, with erotic sculptures as a legal tourist attraction that blends entertainment with sex education. In Peru, Machu Picchu was officially brought to global attention in 1911. Locals already knew it, but its high Andean perch kept it hidden and intact for centuries. In the United States, the Grand Canyon has its own climate zones. Temperatures can differ by about 27 degrees Fahrenheit between rim and river, shaping unique microhabitats for plants and wildlife. In Saudi Arabia, camels compete in beauty pageants with million-dollar prizes. Judges even penalize Botox use, and they rate head shape, eyes, and posture. In Canada, Lake Manicouagan is ring-shaped from a meteor impact more than 200 million years ago. The crater is so large that it is visible from space. In India, the Golden Temple in Amritsar serves free meals to more than 5,000,000 people daily. Volunteers cook and serve in a living example of Sikh equality and community service. In Argentina, soccer feels like a religion. There is even a Maradonian church with followers worldwide who mark rituals and special dates in Diego Maradona's honor. In China, pandas are national property. Any panda on loan abroad remains legally Chinese, with strict care and breeding clauses that support conservation. In the Netherlands, bicycles outnumber residents. Cities even build multi-story underground garages just for bikes, a testament to sustainable transport culture. On Saturn's moon Titan, rain is liquid methane. Heavy drops fall slowly, forming rivers and lakes in a unique hydrological cycle. In Zootopia, each animal district has its own climate. Animators built 12 linked digital ecosystems, so characters interact with varied environments consistently. In elite marathons, runners can lose up to about 1.3 gallons of water during a race. Some drink less to avoid stomach issues, so careful hydration strategy is vital to prevent severe dehydration. In Egypt, the Sphinx of Giza may once have worn a false beard. Fragments survive in the British Museum, hinting that adornments added dignity and divine symbolism. In Spain, the Caminito del Rey was once considered the most dangerous walkway in the world. After its restoration, it became a safe and famous attraction. Its route crosses gorges and cliffs with breathtaking views of the natural landscape. In ancient Babylon, commercial contracts were signed with a cylinder seal. Each seal was as unique as a fingerprint, which authenticated documents and helped prevent fraud. In Tanzania, Kilimanjaro is the only snow-capped volcano near the equator. Its glaciers are shrinking quickly, mainly due to climate change and deforestation on its slopes. In the Amazon rainforest, there are poison dart frogs with toxins potent enough to kill 10 people. In captivity, they lose their poison when their diet changes, since their toxicity comes from the insects and ants they eat in the wild. In Greece, some olive trees are more than 1,000 years old, with a few still bearing fruit since the time of Socrates. They symbolize peace, wisdom, and resilience in Mediterranean culture. In Mongolia, many nomadic families still live in yurts. They can set them up or take them down in under an hour. These circular homes are built to withstand strong winds and extreme cold on the steppe. Kangaroos cannot walk backward, which is why they appear on the national coat of arms with the emu. Together, they symbolize progress and always moving forward. In Scotland, the caber toss is a traditional game where competitors throw a large log and try to make it land upright. It is part of the centuries-old Highland Games. In the Swiss Alps, cows wear personalized bells passed down as family heirlooms. Each bell has a distinct tone, so herders can recognize their animals from far away. In The Simpsons, the characters are yellow to stand out on older televisions. The creator wanted viewers to recognize the show while channel surfing, and the warm hue conveys energy and joy. In London, a statue of Peter Pan mysteriously appeared overnight in 1912. The author J.M. Barrie secretly placed it in Kensington Gardens, where the character was born in his stories. In space, astronauts grow up to about 2 inches taller. Microgravity lets the spine stretch, but they return to normal height after coming back to Earth. In Russia, Lake Baikal holds about 20% of the planet's unfrozen freshwater. It is also the deepest lake on Earth, with a unique ecosystem full of endemic species. In the Pacific Ocean, Point Nemo is the spot farthest from any land. Its isolation means it is rarely visited by humans and is often closer to orbiting spacecraft than to people. In France, Mont Saint-Michel becomes an island twice a day. High tides cover the access road completely, a phenomenon that has fascinated visitors for centuries. In Norway, school buses are free and even take children to ski areas in winter. The system gives students safe access to school and activities. In China, some hotels use robots to serve breakfast. Guests can order with facial recognition, and the robots deliver luggage and handle basic cleaning. In Brazil, Christ the Redeemer was built with stone brought from Sweden. Its face is over 10 feet tall, its arm span is about 92 feet, and it stands around 2,329 feet above sea level. In the 19th century, some doctors recommended smoking to ease asthma. It was later shown to make symptoms worse, and safer evidence-based treatments replaced it. In Egypt, the Library of Alexandria was destroyed several times. No one knows how many books were lost, but it likely housed works of science, philosophy, mathematics, and literature from across the ancient world. Airbag jeans use sensors and built-in airbags around the hips and thighs. When a fall is detected, the bags inflate to cushion impact and lower injury risk. The spitting cobra can eject venom accurately from a distance to defend itself. The spray often targets the eyes and can cause severe irritation and temporary vision loss. Marina Bay Sands in Singapore has 3 57-story towers topped by the Sky Park, shaped like a ship. The platform holds an infinity pool among the highest in the world with sweeping city views. Lucas Ermler, a German slackliner born in 1988 in Dachau, earned world records with daring crossings, including a slackline traverse over Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Flying fish use long pectoral fins to burst from the water and glide briefly above the surface, helping them evade predators. The Guangzhou Circle is about 453 feet tall with 33 stories. Its circular design blends glass and steel for a striking skyline silhouette. Ken Stornes is a Norwegian adventurer known online for extreme high jumps and dramatic views of his country. A Paternoster elevator runs open cabins in a continuous loop. Riders step on and off while it moves, allowing constant vertical circulation. Elisane Silva is a Brazilian model standing 6 feet 9 inches tall. Her rapid growth began at age 11 due to a pituitary tumor, and by 15, she chose to turn that difference into strength. In Odense, Denmark, a charming tradition sends a flock of Toulouse geese down the main avenues. A drummer sets the pace and guides the birds to the delight of locals and visitors. Randy Tataleda of Manado, Indonesia, creates detailed celebrity portraits from hair clippings on his barbershop floor after each haircut. Valais black-nosed sheep from Switzerland are beloved for fluffy white wool, contrasted by black patches on the face, ears, knees, legs, and muzzle. In Switzerland, the Nullstern Hotel reimagines lodging with rooms that have no walls or roof, letting guests sleep outdoors under the stars for a deep connection with nature. The Port Jackson shark lives on the seafloor off South Australia. Its gray body is crisscrossed by dark bands, and it moves calmly close to the bottom as it searches for food. Jorge Chavez, a pioneer of Peruvian aviation, became the first pilot to fly over the Alps in 1910. He died during landing, but his courage made him a national icon whose legacy still inspires Peruvian pilots. The Intempo, located in Benidorm, Spain, is among the tallest residential buildings in Europe, reaching about 663 feet and boasting 47 floors. Its distinctive architecture features 2 parallel towers joined at the top by a golden diamond-shaped structure. The Four Corners in the United States is a unique point where the borders of 4 states meet: Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. An iconic monument precisely marks the spot. Tourists can stand in all 4 states at the same time, a one-of-a-kind experience in the country. Mirhan Karimi Nasseri became the subject of a unique story when he was stuck at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris for almost 18 years. From 1988 to 2006, legal issues about his nationality kept him in the waiting areas. His extraordinary situation inspired the film The Terminal. German bartender Philipp Traber astonished the world with his skill, by crafting 17 cocktails in a single act. With a steady hand, he filled 17 tall glasses with energy drinks while placing 17 shots of Jägermeister on top. His timing let the shots drop into each glass at the same moment, creating a flawless spectacle. On the paradise-like island of Siquijor in the Philippines lie the majestic Cambuganhay Falls, known for intense crystal-clear turquoise water. The Cascades drop over 5 low terraces, each roughly 6.6 to 13.1 feet high, framed by lush vegetation and natural rock. In Anchorage, Alaska, a curious moose caused a stir by calmly wandering into a hospital lobby. Drawn by warmth and possibly the scent of decorative plants, it strolled through the automatic doors like any other visitor. Tulum cheese is a Turkish specialty prized for its distinctive flavor and unique production. It is aged inside goatskin sacks, which preserve it and give an unmistakable taste that is slightly spicy and intense, with notes that evolve over time. Anna Galkina, a young woman from Russia, gained international notoriety as the Ice Princess for her ability to submerge in icy water and eat ice without showing discomfort. Her body seems naturally adapted to extreme cold. Hamad Fathi is a prominent Egyptian basketball player known for his skills and his imposing height of about 7 feet 6 inches, placing him among the tallest men on the planet. Julia Butterfly is a notable American environmental activist known for an extraordinary act of peaceful resistance that lasted 738 days. For more than 2 years, she lived atop a California redwood about 180 feet tall and roughly 1,000 years old to prevent it from being cut down. The Suitun cenote near Valladolid on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula is a cavern cenote famous for a semi-enclosed chamber with a roof opening that lets sunlight spotlight the crystal-clear water, creating a striking play of light and shadow. Its transparent waters and serene feel make it a favorite for visitors. In Colombia, there are upside-down houses that surprise visitors, with the illusion of being completely inverted. Everything, from furniture to appliances, is arranged to appear upside down. Vika Bren is a talented Israeli artist known for body painting that turns her hand into optical illusions. Using her skin as a canvas, she creates images that play with perception and transform a simple limb into a surreal work of art. The greenish egret is a small, elegant heron found across the Americas in mangroves, rivers, swamps, and wetlands. Compact in size, it reaches about 17 inches in length, making it one of the smallest herons on the continent. The Grand Lisboa Hotel is one of Macau's most iconic towers, famous for a lotus-like silhouette. Its golden curving structure rises over the skyline, a visual landmark by day and night. Beer Terrier is a craft beverage from Mexico made for dogs. With natural ingredients like malt, spirulina, flaxseed, wheat, and minimal hops, it offers a refreshing experience without risking pets' health. Stefano Fiorina, an Italian artist from Turin born in 1990, gained international attention for portraits created on aluminum trays. This unusual support gives his faces a distinctive style that challenges traditional portrait boundaries. The sucker squid inhabits the frigid waters of the Antarctic Ocean and can reach about 46 feet in length, placing it among the largest squid on Earth. Nike shook up athletic footwear with the Nike Go Fly Ease, the first sneakers designed to go on and off hands-free. A hinge and tension system adjusts with each step and pops open for easy entry and exit, mixing advanced tech with functional design. The Commodore is a Hungarian breed known for herding and guarding. Its most striking feature is a white or ivory coat of long, thick cords that resemble dreadlocks or a mop. Mr. Doodle is a visual artist who turns almost any surface into a canvas filled with doodles. In 2013, he began sharing his work on Instagram, quickly building a huge following with his distinctive, energetic style. The giant Japanese crab is a remarkable crustacean with an armored triangular body and exceptionally long legs that can reach several yards. It lives in the cold, dark depths of the Pacific near Japan. The kangaroo rat is a small rodent known for jumps up to about 6.6 feet. It measures roughly 12 inches from head to tail, and despite weighing just over 3.5 ounces, features a dark tuft at the tip of its tail that makes it easy to recognize. In Alfred Hitchcock's 1960 film Psycho, the famous shower scene used a total of 78 different camera angles, and the set included a metal bowl of cold water to make actress Janet Leigh react more realistically. The sound of the knife cutting skin was not real. A knife and a melon were combined to create the macabre effect. The Coca-Cola brand was originally green on its first bottles, to stand out from other drinks, and according to some sources to suggest freshness, the green color helped at first. Red, the iconic color today, was adopted mainly to grab attention and for advertising. Groundhog Day in the United States is celebrated on February 2nd by watching whether a groundhog sees its shadow to predict how long winter will last. This tradition has roots in medieval European customs and has become a popular cultural phenomenon. During the Middle Ages, horse messengers known as swift couriers could cover up to about 124 miles a day by changing horses every few miles. This enabled fast delivery of news and military messages when travel could take weeks, and many of these systems inspired the first modern postal services. In Looney Tunes, Daffy Duck initially had a very different design, with a shorter beak and without the sarcastic personality that made him famous. His character evolved as writers explored his madness and rivalry with Bugs Bunny. April 13th, International Kissing Day, celebrates the longest kiss ever recorded, which lasted 58 hours, 35 minutes, and 58 seconds. This day began in Thailand as an event to promote love and friendship. In Star Wars Episode 4, the iconic lightsaber sound came from microphone interference blended with the hum of an old projector. The sound has stayed almost unchanged across the saga, becoming one of cinema's most recognizable effects. Apple's famous bitten apple logo was partly inspired by the story of Isaac Newton and gravity, and the bite was added to avoid confusion with a cherry. The logo has become a global symbol of technology and creativity without any words. The first commercial alarm clock was invented in 1787 by Levi Hutchins, but it only rang at 4 a.m. because he wanted to get up early. Adjustable alarm clocks arrived decades later and changed daily life for millions. New York City was originally called New Amsterdam by Dutch colonists in the 17th century. The name changed when the English took control in 1664, but many streets, like Broadway, still follow original Dutch names and layouts. Mickey Mouse was created by Walt Disney in 1928 after he lost the rights to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Mickey's first voice was Disney himself, giving the character a unique personal touch from the start. World Sleep Day falls on the third Friday of March and raises awareness about the importance of sleep for health. In 2019, more than 400 million people took part in activities for better sleep and healthy habits. In Titanic, period costumes were crafted with extreme detail. Buttons and embroidery were handmade to mirror 1912 fashion, and many extras wore authentic clothing sourced from auctions and museums. The famous Got Milk campaign, launched in 1993, its success showed people frustrated by running out of milk at crucial moments, like after eating a cookie, and it helped increase milk sales in the United States by 7% in its first year. During the building of the Egyptian pyramids, evidence suggests workers were paid laborers, organized into specialized teams rather than slaves. Some were so respected that they were buried near the pyramids with honors. Tokyo, Japan's capital, is a fusion of smaller cities and was once called Edo. In the 18th century, Edo became the world's most populous city with over 1 million residents, long before New York or London reached that mark. In Tom and Jerry, although they always appear to fight, the creators first considered making the duo allies rather than enemies. The rivalry emerged almost by accident and became the show's defining trait. February 11th is the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. This day celebrates women who have excelled in science, and the date is often linked to honoring pioneers like Marie Curie in chemistry and physics. For the 2010 film Inception, director Christopher Nolan built a real rotating hallway to film the zero-gravity fight. The actors trained for weeks to move safely inside the rotating set. The iconic Red Bull drink was inspired by a Thai energy tonic called Krating Dang. The modern version was adapted to Western tastes and has become one of the most successful products in global marketing. The electric light bulb was not invented solely by Thomas Edison. Joseph Swan in England developed a working prototype earlier. Interestingly, Edison perfected the bulb to make it commercially viable and long-lasting, turning it into a global icon. In The Simpsons, the character of Lisa Simpson was originally going to be a boy in early sketches. Interestingly, her intelligence and social awareness became key elements of the series, and today she is one of the most iconic characters in animation. In The Lord of the Rings, for the Hobbit scenes, the filmmakers used a technique called forced perspective, placing objects and actors at different distances to make the hobbits appear smaller than humans. Interestingly, this technique allowed epic scenes without needing digital effects for every shot. Apple's Think Different slogan emerged in 1997 as part of a campaign to revitalize the brand after years of crisis. Interestingly, it pays homage to great thinkers and artists and does not directly mention any product, which is unusual in advertising. During World War II, carrier pigeons were used to send crucial information behind enemy lines. Interestingly, some of these pigeons received medals for bravery, such as the Dickin Medal, the animal equivalent of the Victoria Cross. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, has a world-famous carnival, but interestingly, the first modern carnival was held in 1723 and combined African, Portuguese, and indigenous traditions, which explains its diverse music and dance. In SpongeBob SquarePants, the city of Bikini Bottom is inspired by a real underwater military test site called Bikini Atoll, where nuclear tests were conducted. Interestingly, the creators turned it into a comical and colorful place, obscuring its dark history. In Avatar, James Cameron developed new facial motion capture cameras to record actors' expressions in real time. Interestingly, this advance changed how animated films and visual effects are made. The FedEx logo has a hidden arrow between the E and the X, symbolizing speed and precision in delivery. Interestingly, this small detail is often cited as a great example of clever logo design. The world's fastest train, the Shanghai Maglev, uses magnetic levitation to reach speeds of about 268 miles per hour. Interestingly, this type of train does not touch the rails, almost eliminating friction and making transportation far more efficient. In Pokemon, Pikachu was originally going to be a different mouse with different colors, but designers changed it to be more adorable and globally recognizable. Interestingly, this helped Pikachu become the franchise's most famous icon. In Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, 2001, to create the talking sorting hat, filmmakers used a real hat combined with CGI. Interestingly, the hat's voice was recorded by a single performer who conveyed all of its emotions. The Moscow Metro is known not only for efficiency, but also for station designs like underground palaces with marble, chandeliers, and mosaics. Interestingly, during the Cold War, some stations also served as nuclear shelters. In Adventure Time, Jake the dog can stretch and shapeshift infinitely. Interestingly, this power let animators explore surreal ideas that would be impossible in other shows. Chicago is famous for its skyscrapers, and interestingly, it became one of the first cities to implement strict earthquake and fire safety building codes after the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. In Dragon Ball Z, Goku originally had a monkey tail used for swinging and transforming into a great ape. Interestingly, this feature was reduced to focus more on his combat skills and energy powers. In Forrest Gump, 1994, filmmakers used special effects to place Tom Hanks into historical scenes with figures like John F. Kennedy and John Lennon. Interestingly, many scenes blended real and recreated images using advanced digital techniques. The first television commercial was for Bulova watches in 1941, broadcast in New York. Interestingly, it lasted only 10 seconds and cost $9, yet it marked the start of global TV advertising. During the Middle Ages, castles served as fortresses and featured complex water and sewage systems to maintain hygiene. Interestingly, many castles still retain remnants of these systems. Dubai in the United Arab Emirates built the Burj Al Arab, often called the world's first seven-star hotel. Interestingly, it stands on an artificial island, and its sail-like design has become a global symbol of extreme luxury. The Roman Colosseum could hold up to 5,000 spectators and featured a system of awnings called the velarium to protect them from the sun. Interestingly, these awnings were operated by professional sailors using ropes and pulleys like on ships. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aang was designed with real martial arts in mind, such as Tai Chi and Kung Fu, so his movements feel authentic and fluid. Interestingly, each element uses a distinct fighting style reflected in the animation. The famous Kit Kat slogan, "Have a break, have a Kit Kat," was created in 1958. Interestingly, it helped turn the bar into a symbol of a quick break around the world. Paper money began in China during the Tang Dynasty in the 7th century, long before Europe used it. Interestingly, merchants preferred notes to heavy metal coins that were hard to carry. Singapore is one of the greenest cities in the world, with vertical gardens and parks atop skyscrapers. Interestingly, its urban policy blends modernity and nature, so even office towers include green spaces. In Rick and Morty, the creators pack episodes with ideas from real science, from wormholes to parallel universes. Interestingly, many concepts come from actual papers, adapted with humor. In Avatar: The Way of Water, James Cameron filmed many scenes with underwater motion capture at a scale never seen before. Interestingly, the actors trained in breath control and stamina for those sequences. In Stockholm, Sweden, the Skansen Open Air Museum was the first to show how people lived across eras and regions. What is unique is how it mixes culture, history, and nature in one interactive place. In The Simpsons, Moe Szyslak was first imagined as less irritable and more purely comedic. But writers made him grumpy and sarcastic, adding dark humor layers. For 2015's Mad Max Fury Road, most chases used real vehicles with practical stunts instead of CGI. Interestingly, more than 150 unique vehicles were built for the film. Galileo's 17th century telescope enabled the first observations of Jupiter's moons, changing our view of the cosmos. Interestingly, this challenged the old geocentric model and marked a milestone in science. In Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the names Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael honor Renaissance artists. Interestingly, the series fuses classical culture with modern humor and action. The Vikings used runes and symbols not only for writing but also for magic. Interestingly, some runes were linked to protection in battle and prosperity. During the Byzantine Empire, free communal dining halls fed poor citizens in Constantinople. Interestingly, the emperor funded them to support both nutrition and social cohesion. The London Underground is the oldest metro system, opened in 1863. Interestingly, some original stations remain and can be visited with preserved Victorian tunnels and architecture. The Romans invented concrete more than 2,000 years ago, enabling the Pantheon and aqueducts. Remarkably, many survive thanks to the durability of their mixes. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, Toph invents metal bending, a new skill in the elemental world. Interestingly, animators studied martial arts to make it look believable. In Guardians of the Galaxy, the soundtrack was chosen before filming many scenes, so actors performed in sync with the music. Interestingly, this uncommon method added rhythm and authenticity. The Share a Coke campaign replaced the logo with people's names. Interestingly, it pushed millions to hunt for their own name or a friend's, creating direct interaction with the product. Dubai's Palm Jumeirah is an artificial island shaped like a palm tree. Interestingly, it was built with millions of tons of sand and rock and is now a symbol of luxury and modern engineering. In Adventure Time, Finn first had a much simpler design and no helmet. Interestingly, the helmet was added to give him a distinct identity and keep visuals consistent as animation grew more complex. Samurai in Japan carried two swords, the katana and the wakizashi. Interestingly, this pair represented honor and was required for their social status for centuries. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, animals often combine traits of real species, like the flying lemur that inspired Momo. Interestingly, this created a coherent and appealing fictional ecosystem. Egyptian pharaohs used eye makeup for beauty and for health, protecting against infections and the sun. Interestingly, men used it too, blending science with fashion. The Silk Road linked Asia and Europe from the 2nd century BC, moving silk, spices, and knowledge. Interestingly, it also spread ideas, religions, and culture between civilizations. In SpongeBob SquarePants, Bikini Bottom riffs on Bikini Atoll's nuclear test site, reimagined with color and humor to mix history with fantasy. In Star Wars: The Force Awakens, BB-8 was built as a practical remote-controlled droid rather than CGI. Interestingly, its rolling design let it interact more naturally with actors. New Orleans is famous for Mardi Gras, blending French, African, and Spanish traditions. Interestingly, floats, masks, and music have stayed much the same since the 18th century. If art can be functional, South Korean sculptor Seon Gi-bok proves it with floating structures made of coal and nylon. His works question the bond between humanity and nature, showing modern construction with a primitive material. That same artistic sensibility extends to the New York City subway, where Mr. NYC Subway, a self-taught photographer, captures unique scenes of underground life. From dancers to ordinary passengers, each image reveals the vibrant diversity of the city that never sleeps. Meanwhile, smart glass feels straight out of science fiction. It changes color or transparency with a simple external stimulus. Light, heat, or electricity activates it, letting windows or facades adapt to the weather and save energy. From glass to space, the heliosphere is the bubble that protects our solar system. Made of solar wind, it blocks cosmic radiation and has an elongated shape, with the heliopause marking the boundary where the sun no longer dominates. Closer to Earth, water kefir grains are tiny colonies of bacteria and yeast that ferment sugars to create a probiotic drink. Refreshing and fizzy, it supports the immune system and can be grown at home with sugar, water, and fruit. And while some ferment, others vibrate. The audio lollipop is a lollipop that sends music straight to your ears through bone conduction. Put it in your mouth and, without headphones, enjoy sounds that travel through your bones. Sweet delight indeed. To avoid confusion in the wild, caretakers of baby pandas in China dress up as pandas. This keeps the animals from getting used to humans and encourages wild instincts for future release into the forest. And if anything has a history, it is the pom-pom on winter hats, which first protected sailors and soldiers from bumps. Over time, it moved from function to winter fashion icon in many cultures. In another kind of patrol, in Denmark, some police officers go undercover in video games to detect cybercrimes. They operate among players to protect minors from harassment or radicalization. Crime does not rest, not even online. In gymnastics, there is an essential figure who often goes unnoticed, the spotter. This assistant stays beside the athlete during training and performances, alert to every jump, turn, and aerial move. The main mission is to prevent accidents, giving physical support if something goes wrong. Like a controlled fire turning into something beautiful, the Wood Art Vietnam channel transforms simple wooden blocks into functional art. Using traditional tools and impressive skill, its creators carve, burn, polish, and assemble with near millimeter precision, proving that craftsmanship can still surprise in the digital age. Among so much natural creativity, The stoat stands out for seasonal camouflage. In winter, its fur turns snow white, and in summer, it shifts to earthy brown to blend with leaves and roots. This elegant, agile, silent hunter adapts masterfully to stalk unseen. On land, stunt riding becomes a show of precision and courage. On motorcycles or bicycles, it features wheelies, drifts, jumps, and dizzying maneuvers. Riders train for years to control every motion, defying gravity with balance and total mastery of the machine. Not far from there, a fat bike with Formula One-inspired tires pushes past all terrain limits. Thanks to robust design and strong traction, it rides snow, mud, sand, or asphalt with ease. It blends sporty engineering with an adventurous spirit. In the countryside, cows can now help clean energy. With special backpacks that capture methane they produce, the gas can be stored and turned into a useful energy source for cooking or heating. An environmental problem becomes an energy opportunity. At Disney's Animal Kingdom, the Avatar Flight of Passage attraction redefines the simulator. Visitors ride a virtual banshee, and with advanced 3D synchronized movement and ambient sense, soar over Pandora as if they were really there. The experience is so immersive, many forget they have not moved an inch. If you want something more exotic, Asia is home to the giant hedgehog cricket, an insect covered in spines that looks like it walked out of science fiction. It blends into branches and dry leaves, hiding from predators and curious eyes. Among many fascinating insects, red fruits have superpowers too. Lycopene, an antioxidant in tomatoes, watermelons, and red peppers, shields our cells, fights oxidative damage, and helps prevent disease with every bite. To move enormous loads in remote areas, road trains rule the highway. These multi-trailer trucks travel hundreds of miles, hauling tens of short tons without stopping, battling heat, wind, and steep grades with powerful engines and expert drivers. Above the clouds, Skydeck offers a futuristic flight experience. A transparent capsule on some airplanes lets passengers see the sky without limits, with panoramic views that change the way we travel. Meanwhile, in Russia, artist Alexei Sergeyenko created a provocative work, a throne made of real banknotes. This striking piece raises a sharp question about money's role in society and how it shapes hierarchies and decisions. The creator Total Anton surprises by making skateboards from glass, stone, and recycled materials. Each board blends creativity, design, and rebellion, showing that innovation rolls on wheels too. From India comes Carom, a traditional game that mixes billiards precision with shuffleboard simplicity. On a wooden board, players flick tokens with only their fingers, using technique, strategy, and quick reflexes. It is a family classic with international tournaments. A group of athletes plays soccer while skydiving, the ball floating midair and adrenaline spiking before parachutes open. It is a physical challenge that combines height, precision, and pure vertigo. Continuing with impressive skills, dogs watch and imitate their owners. They copy gestures, routines, and even emotional behaviors. Another example of how deeply they understand and adapt to human life. That same connection between humans and their environment is seen in sandboarding, like snowboarding, but on dunes. It is practiced in deserts like Peru or Dubai, and each descent is a battle between speed and scorching sand. Just as original is the art of an Italian artist who strikes aluminum trays against human faces to create relief portraits. The impact not only shapes the image, but also surprises the viewer with each strike. Also surprising is seeing the blue McDonald's logo in Sedona, Arizona. The city demands visual harmony with the landscape, so the traditional yellow gives way to the style of the desert environment. From urban design, we move to the domino effect, a phenomenon where a small action triggers a chain reaction. From politics to personal decisions, everything is connected in unexpected ways. And speaking of chains, Amsterdam's canals freeze in winter, becoming natural ice rinks. Residents and tourists skate between bridges, as if the city were transformed into a magical postcard. Just as visually striking, are the sneakers that Puma launched in collaboration with Cheetos. Vibrant colors, crunchy textures, and details from the original packaging make the footwear a feast for the eyes. In China, basketball courts incorporate LED screens in the floor that display replays and statistics. Every play becomes a spectacle that blends sport with cutting-edge technology. Endurance also shines in nature. Polar bears swim more than about 62 miles without stopping. Their powerful legs and thick blubber make them unbeatable on the ice and frozen sea. Just as extraordinary is the golden buzzer on Got Talent, which sends a contestant straight to the final. Singers, magicians, and acrobats manage to thrill the audience in seconds. Nostalgia creeps in with an Easter classic in Mexico and other countries, a bunny-shaped candy. Its creamy texture and flavor make it an edible symbol of childhood. Even more incredible is the case of a woman who reduced her waist to about 13 inches, using corsets for decades. Her figure is a subject of debate between extreme aesthetics and questionable health. Continuing with unusual solutions, Otoset is a device that cleans ears with warm water and gentle suction. Medical technology in action for those seeking relief without cotton swabs. And speaking of relief, quesadillas are a comforting treat in the form of a tortilla filled with cheese and mushrooms or squash blossoms. They can be eaten at any time of day and represent the essence of Mexican cuisine. In the event of extreme fires, the HNE Vario 13 fire extinguisher powerfully sprays foam thanks to its carbon structure. Lightweight yet effective, it is ideal when every second counts. On another level of luxury, the Rock Candy Ring conceals a diamond inside a block of edible sugar. Only 300 were made, and you must lick it until the jewel appears. Literally, a sweet surprise. From the ephemeral, we move to the monumental, with the Golden Bridge of Vietnam, supported by two gigantic stone hands. It spans hills and seems straight out of a mythological fantasy. In the world of sumo, the Tagada is a handprint signed by the wrestler. It is printed with black ink on special paper, a blend of art, respect, and Japanese tradition. And speaking of feats, Aaron Fotheringham performed a double backflip in a wheelchair. He designed his own chair, trained like an extreme athlete, and turned every fall into a victory. Where there are bears, there are solutions. In rural Japan, they use robot wolves with sensors, glowing eyes, and mechanical growls. They scare away animals and protect crops like an animatronic patrol. Not to be outdone, Vince Refit and Fred Fugan soared through the skies of Tiananmen Square in China in propelled suits. They flew between cliffs like futuristic birds. And for moving on land, Matt Denton created a 6-legged robot with a hydraulic system. It measures almost 9.8 feet tall and is ready to tackle impossible terrains that humans can barely look at. Not all experiments are consensual. Albert Einstein's brain was removed without permission after his death. It was divided into parts and sent to laboratories, sparking ethical debates that continue to this day. In Portugal, the Aruca Bridge hangs over a deep canyon, connecting cliffs with metal grates beneath your feet. Each step feels like a suspended flight over rivers and mountains, where vertigo mingles with unforgettable landscapes. From the heights to edible art, injected artistic gelatin transforms flowers, butterflies, and feathers into three-dimensional desserts. Special syringes introduce color and flavor into the transparent gelatin, creating works as beautiful as they are delicious. Nature also creates wonders. Hidden in the Mutnovsky volcano in Russia is an ice cave with walls that glow in shades of blue, violet, and gold. A mix of lava and glacial water shapes a crystal tunnel that changes form over time. From ice, we move to striking architecture. In Yanggu, China, a pyramid-shaped building resembles Lego blocks. Step structures allow for green terraces, natural light, and a form that is not only impressive, but also functional and stable. When it comes to bold design, the Kingsong S22 dazzles with its sporty and aerodynamic silhouette. This electric unicycle blends speed, comfort, and futuristic style, ideal for getting around town in style. But for dangerous moments, a pocket-sized taser delivers a shock that disconnects muscles and brain for a few seconds. Although it does not cause permanent damage, it immobilizes enough to allow escape with lights and an alarm. In Japan, Toyota City combines high automotive technology with traditional temples, gardens, and museums, a place where futuristic factories and ancient culture coexist, showing that progress is not at odds with roots. From the future, but in 1985, the Sinclair C5 appeared as a low-slung, limited electric tricycle created by Clive Sinclair. Although it was a commercial failure, its vision anticipated the rise of compact electric vehicles. And speaking of the future, an installation called the Infinity Mirror throws you into an alternate dimension the moment you step inside. A hypercube filled with reflections and lights distorts space and your perception, provoking visual and philosophical vertigo. Just as reflections deceive, dreadlocks reflect culture and spirituality in the Rastafari tradition. More than just a hairstyle, they symbolize strength, a connection to the land, and pride in ancestral identity. From pride, we move to precision. The American football is oval for stable flight and firm catches. Every seam enhances grip, and every pass becomes a battle of technique and reflexes. From the ground to the sky, in Austria, an aviation enthusiast built a working-scale replica of the Airbus, a 380, weighing about 331 pounds with a wingspan of almost 16.4 feet. This remote-controlled aircraft flies like the real thing. Now imagine the floor playing with you too. DDIM transforms any surface into an augmented reality play area. Exercise and fun merge on this platform that turns movement into an interactive experience for all ages. In small spaces, convertible furniture is the perfect solution. A bed that becomes a sofa, a table that transforms into a shelf. Design and function come together to make the most of every inch without sacrificing style or comfort. Nature is not far behind. Some sea snails that look like gems are deadly. They use a poisonous harpoon to hunt, injecting toxins that paralyze prey in seconds. Just as there are surprises under the sea, Amsterdam's canals hide thousands of bicycles on the bottom. Accidents, pranks, or simple carelessness turn them into rusty sculptures, pulled up each year like submerged urban treasures. Cats do not rely only on sight and smell. They build mental maps of their surroundings, using sounds, scents, and landmarks to remember where home and people are. When lost, familiar sounds and routes help them return, strengthening the bond with humans. From Chicago comes Oscar Jackian, an artist who turns ceramics into fantastical characters. His work blends ancestral techniques with modern themes to create monsters and figures that feel born from legends. Meanwhile, Volkswagen designed an intelligent system that detects driver fatigue before an accident. It analyzes tiny steering inputs and lane precision to issue audible and visual alerts. In some models, it adjusts lighting and sound to boost alertness, acting like a virtual co-pilot. In the ocean, barnacles are small crustaceans that attach to whales or turtles with a strong natural glue. This travel method gives them constant access to food without spending energy, and the host is not harmed. Gaspar Libudinsky, an American artist, transforms everyday objects into striking visual art. From a banana peel to a paperclip, she turns ordinary items into sculptures and photos full of humor and creativity. For safety, foam fire suppression systems put out flammable liquid fires by covering fuel with a barrier that blocks oxygen. This smothers combustion effectively. Cheerleading competitions mix gymnastics, dance, and acrobatics into high-energy, precise performances. Human pyramids and tosses demand practice and trust, and a mistake can be dangerous. Being a cheerleader requires endurance, strength, and coordination beyond simply cheering a team. For those who prefer the water, snorkeling lets you explore marine life with a mask, snorkel, and fins. Ideal for beginners, it offers a calm view of corals, fish, and sea plants in beaches, lagoons, and gentle rivers. In Minnesota in the United States, about 121 feet underwater, A lifelike statue of Jason Voorhees lurks to spook divers. With his hockey mask, this horror figure has become a macabre joke for the brave. Among dinosaurs, the Triceratops stands out with 3 horns and a bony frill for defense. This giant reached about 29.5 feet long and weighed over 12 tons, lived in herds, and used horns for clashes or warnings. In fighting wildfires, helicopters drop controlled burns to create natural fire breaks. Small fires consume fuel before the main blaze arrives, strategically stopping its advance. In space, tears do not run down your face. They form floating droplets in microgravity, which can blur vision and feel uncomfortable. Birds on power lines are not shocked because both feet touch the same wire. Without a voltage difference, current does not flow through them, but touching 2 wires would cause a shock. Near the pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico, La Gruta is a restaurant inside a natural cave dating to 1906. It serves traditional Mexican food in a unique setting where flavor and history meet a spectacular atmosphere. In Saudi Arabia, Maraya is a concert hall clad in about 104000 square feet of mirrors that reflect the surrounding desert. The building looks almost invisible, like a mirage, fusing modern architecture with the arid landscape. The Icon of the Seas is the world's largest cruise ship, measuring over about 1,181 feet and carrying around 7,000 passengers. It offers water parks, restaurants, theaters, and even an ice rink, turning travel into life in a floating city full of surprises. In Oaxaca, Mexico, the Guelaguetza celebrates the heritage of 8 regions with dances, music, and traditional dress. This indigenous festival symbolizes cooperation and pride, drawing visitors to a living tradition in a natural setting. The Ruyi Bridge in China stands out for its futuristic steel and glass design, with transparent sections about 459 feet high. This structure blends advanced engineering with aesthetics, offering breathtaking views and symbolizing architectural modernity. The Australian spiny lizard uses sharp spines for defense and skin that channels water straight to its mouth, so it does not need to approach water sources. It even has a false head to distract predators, a clever desert adaptation. Ro-ro ships are floating parking lots that move up to 8,000 vehicles by rolling them up ramps without cranes. They are vital to the auto industry and connect continents through efficient sea routes. Sharks have existed for more than 400 million years and survived mass extinctions. They help balance marine life. Although feared, many species are not dangerous to humans and are essential to ocean health. Each wash of synthetic clothing releases plastic microfibers into the water, polluting rivers and oceans. Fiber trapping devices can capture up to 90% of these particles, protecting the environment with simple habits. The Luna moth, with lime green wings and long tails, has no mouth as an adult. Its only purpose is to reproduce before it dies. A brief and fascinating life cycle. Lawn aerators punch small holes so air, water, and nutrients reach the roots, strengthening grass. This is key for busy lawns, golf courses, and parks. In Dallas, Texas, Pioneer Plaza displays more than 40 life-size sculptures of cowboys and cattle, capturing Old West spirit. It is one of the most photographed spots where history meets art. Hydraulic hammer forging uses intense pressure to shape hard metals precisely, creating durable industrial parts. The process joins tradition and technology to make vital machinery components. Habanero peppers, native to the Caribbean and Yucatan, are among the hottest and add a fruity kick to traditional dishes. A small amount can light up the palate with tropical fire. The nopal cactus stores water and withstands drought, making it essential in Mexican food and medicine. It symbolizes desert strength and ancestral wisdom that turns arid land into nourishment and health. Sac, an African gray parrot, can identify more than 30 objects in minutes and shows childlike intelligence. It does more than mimic sounds. It thinks and recognizes patterns quickly. A 5-year-old boy reached about 194 miles per hour in a Lamborghini adapted for him at a controlled event. The goal was to spark children's interest in automotive engineering, and it certainly stirred debate. Dolce & Gabbana released an exclusive perfume for dogs with subtle scents that do not overwhelm sensitive noses. This canine luxury already has celebrity fans who pamper pets in style. Thomas Medicus creates anamorphic glass sculptures that reveal hidden images from specific angles. His precisely crafted, hand-painted pieces invite reflection on perspective in life and art. Atlas, the Boston Dynamics robot, rivals humans in strength and agility, running and lifting with fluid motion. With sensors that help it learn and improve, it is edging closer to sharing complex tasks with us. Pillow fights have become a professional sport with rules, referees, and fans. Competitors mix strategy and endurance, proving fun can also be serious competition. At 99 years old, Betty Bruzel stunned the world by breaking 3 swimming world records in one day. This Canadian, in a near-centenarian class, set new marks in 3 events with unstoppable energy. Her secret: stay active, eat well, and never lose your smile. In the deep sea, cuttlefish are masters of camouflage. This Indian and Pacific Ocean mollusk shifts color, texture, and pattern in fractions of a second to blend in. It also attracts mates using millions of cells called chromatophores. Innovation reaches your feet with Nike shoes using artificial intelligence. They auto-adjust the laces and analyze your gait for maximum comfort. Peggy, a pug mix rescued from a shelter, won Hollywood as Dogpool in the Deadpool and Wolverine movies. Her adorable face, lolling tongue, and attitude charmed the crew and audiences. In a red suit, she went viral with pure personality. In Finland, Sweden, Russia, and the Netherlands, riding stuffed horses is a serious sport. Competitors use poles with plush heads to simulate racing, jumping, and dressage under strict rules and rigorous training. Swiss-Brazilian diver Lazaro Schaller set the highest platform dive at about 167 feet, nearly a 20-story building. He hit the water around 75 miles per hour, the result of months of training and flawless technique. Robert Bobrowski, a former Romanian basketball player, stands out at about 7 feet 7 inches. His imposing height fits sci-fi villains on screen, yet his voice is gentle and his manners polite. Anthony Hoyt turns the city into his canvas using a bicycle and GPS. His carefully planned routes draw giant faces, animals, or abstract figures on the map. Each route can take hours, pedaling along specific streets to get clean lines. South Korea is seeing a cultural shift where dog strollers outsell baby strollers. The low birth rate leads many couples to adopt pets, boosting the pet products industry. These strollers, with sunshades and shock absorbers, bring comfort and style to city pets. The Bagger 293, the world's largest excavator, looks like a rolling city at about 315 feet tall and about 15400 short tons. Built in Germany, it works in open-pit mines with 18 giant rotating buckets that dig tons of earth each day. Disney is advancing robot interactions with machines that make eye contact. This prototype moves, follows gazes, and blinks naturally, using artificial intelligence to read emotions. Designed for theme parks and future experiences, it promises lifelike encounters with almost human machines. China set a Guinness World Record by launching 81 synchronized drones that form 3-dimensional shapes, from dragons to planets and floating messages. Guided by artificial intelligence, each drone holds a precise color, position, and timing, creating a quiet, low-pollution tech show. An artist masters pyrography, burning portraits and landscapes into wood with heated tools and torches. Each line is etched to build unique shadows and textures, turning wood into vivid art. There is a lighthearted religion that venerates rubber ducks as symbols of calm and joy. Blending humor and reflection, its followers hold bubble bath rituals and keep rubber ducks as talismans, offering a positive, non-dogmatic outlook on life. New Zealander Benjamin Lloyd lifts the spirits of hospitalized children with airbrushed temporary tattoos. From dragons to superheroes, his caring designs help kids feel special. A woodworking enthusiast built a functional car with a hand-carved wooden body, steering wheel, and seats. The engine and chassis are metal for safety, but the rest is solid wood. It starts, turns, and drives local streets, a mobile work of art. The Greyhound tops Usain Bolt's peak speed, reaching over 43 miles per hour. Built to run with powerful muscles, a flexible spine, and long legs, its stride makes it seem to fly. In races, there is an aerial phase when no paw touches the ground, so tracks use special braking systems at the finish. In blind soccer, penalty kicks require unique auditory coordination. An assistant taps sticks to mark the goal, and the player, guided only by sound and a bell inside the ball, shoots with precision. Xbox released a limited edition Deadpool-themed controller in red and black, with a cheeky illustration of the anti-hero's buttocks on the back. It ships in a themed box with quips and references, a true collector piece. A man in China broke a Guinness World Record by spinning his cell phone 320 times on one finger without dropping it. He trained for months to strengthen his wrist and control movement. The viral video is both absurd and amazing. An Argentine father built a working kid car inspired by the Flintstones. He used recycled wood, plastic wheels, and hand-painted details to imitate stone seats. It has no pedals, but it is easy to push and perfect for play. Engineers designed a nearly unstealable bicycle whose frame folds into a lock that traps the wheels and handlebars. Without the owner's key, it cannot be ridden or moved. It also hides a GPS and a sound alarm, ideal for theft-prone cities. The KR-200, a German microcar from the 1950s, sports a futuristic transparent dome that opens like an aircraft canopy. It seats two in tandem and can reach about 56 miles per hour despite its tiny engine. Known as the bubble car, it is prized by classic car and retro design fans. The first product in history to be scanned with a barcode in a supermarket was a pack of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit chewing gum in Ohio in 1974. The scanned pack is now preserved as a historical artifact at the National Museum of American History. The shortest war in recorded history is the Anglo-Zanzibarian War, which took place on August 27 inches, 1896. The conflict officially lasted between 38 and 45 minutes. It ended when the Sultan of Zanzibar, refusing to comply with a British ultimatum to abdicate, was attacked by the Royal Navy. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek artifact recovered from a shipwreck in 1901, is a complex system of gears dating back to the 2nd century BC. It is considered the world's first analog computer. It was used to predict eclipses, the movements of the sun and moon, and the cycles of the Panhellenic Games, demonstrating an astonishing level of engineering for the time. The strongest muscle in the human body, in terms of force exerted per unit of weight, is the tongue. This incredibly flexible and resilient muscle has the ability to maintain constant and prolonged pressure. If absolute strength is considered, the chewing muscles are the strongest, but the tongue wins in resistance and relative strength. The green flash is a rare atmospheric optical phenomenon that occurs just before the sun sets or just after it rises. It is an illusion caused by the refraction of sunlight in the atmosphere, which scatters the blue color and allows a fleeting flash of green light to be seen above the horizon. It lasts only a couple of seconds and is very difficult to witness. The town of Coober Pedy in South Australia is famous as the opal capital of the world, but its true peculiarity is that more than half of its inhabitants live underground. Due to extreme temperatures exceeding 104 degrees Fahrenheit in summer, people have built dugouts, or underground houses, to stay cool, creating a unique living system that also includes churches and museums carved into the rock. The Cooper's Hill Cheese Run, near Gloucester, England, is an annual event where participants chase a double Gloucester cheese weighing between 6 and 9 pounds as it rolls down the hill. The slope is so steep that competitors rarely manage to stay upright. The race is extremely dangerous and often results in serious injuries, but it attracts competitors from all over the world. The most expensive coffee in the world is Kopi Luwak, which originates from Indonesia. Its production process is highly unusual and unique. The coffee beans are ingested and excreted by a civet, a small mammal. The digestion process ferments the grains, and after being collected from the dung, they are cleaned and roasted, supposedly giving them a milder and less bitter flavor. The longest piece of music ever written is Organ Squared, ASLSP, as slow as possible, by composer John Cage. Currently, a performance is taking place in a church in Halberstadt, Germany. The piece began in 2001 and is scheduled to end in 2640, lasting a total of 639 years. The chord changes are spaced out by decades. The urban legend of the Curse of Tutankhamun spread due to the belief that several early deaths following the discovery of the tomb were caused by a pharaonic curse. Although most of the deaths were from natural causes, some scientists suggest that potentially dangerous bacteria or mold could have remained dormant in the sealed air of the tomb for millennia. A lightning bolt is 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. The average temperature of a lightning bolt can reach about 54,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In comparison, the visible surface of the sun has a temperature of approximately 9,900 degrees Fahrenheit. This extreme temperature is the reason why the air around the lightning bolt expands explosively, creating the sound of thunder. The 1900 Olympic Games in Paris included such unusual sports as obstacle swimming, where athletes had to swim under boats, live pigeon shooting, which was quickly discontinued, and a tug-of-war competition, which was actually the precursor to modern tug-of-war. These sports demonstrate the evolution of competition over time. The Great Rift Valley in Africa is a massive geological fracture that stretches for more than 3,700 miles. Over time, this rift is expected to separate the Horn of Africa from the rest of the African continent, creating a new ocean and causing Somalia and the eastern half of Ethiopia to become a large island in the future. The Earth is struck by an average of 100 billion meteoroids and micrometeorites every day. Most are the size of a grain of sand and burn up harmlessly in the atmosphere, creating what we know as shooting stars. Only a few are large enough to survive friction and reach the ground as meteorites. In 2001, pizza was delivered to outer space for the crew of the International Space Station, ISS. The order was placed by Pizza Hut. The pizza was sent without pepperoni and with other ingredients modified to prevent rapid deterioration due to radiation. The shipment, which cost over $1 million, marked the first fast food delivery to space. The cats were not planned for the opening scene of The Godfather. The cat that appears on Marlon Brando's lap as Don Corleone was a stray wandering around the studio. The actor picked it up just before filming began, and its purring almost drowned out some of the dialogue, giving a more organic and spontaneous feel to the already iconic scene. In ancient Rome, if a doctor failed to cure a patient and the patient died, the doctor was also executed. This brutal law, enshrined in the Code of Hammurabi, aimed to guarantee the quality of treatment, although it was incredibly harsh. Later, the Romans softened this practice, but professional reputation remained a matter of life and death. Papyrus P52, housed in the Rylands Library in Manchester, contains a fragment of the Gospel of John and is the oldest known piece of a New Testament text. It dates from around 125 AD, just a few decades after the death of the Apostle John. In the 14th century, a strange plague known as the dancing sickness or dancing epidemic was recorded. In Strasbourg, several people began dancing uncontrollably for days on end, without rest, until they collapsed from exhaustion or heart attacks. The human brain generates enough electrical energy to power a low-voltage light bulb. When awake, the brain produces between 10 and 23 watts of power, which is impressive considering it represents only 2% of body weight, but uses 20% of the body's total energy. Pig Island, or Big Major K, in the Bahamas, is an unusual place inhabited exclusively by wild pigs that swim in the ocean. No one knows for sure how they got there, but they have adapted to the environment and approach tourist boats to be fed, creating a very popular natural spectacle. Polo was originally played with decapitated human heads, according to Persian legends that document its origin. Over time, the ball evolved to be made of wood or leather. It is believed that its purpose was military cavalry training, where the game symbolized a battle and the heads of defeated enemies. Vanilla is the second most expensive spice in the world, surpassed only by saffron due to its complex and laborious pollination and curing process. The vanilla orchid flower blooms for only 1 day and must be pollinated by hand. This process requires considerable time and care, which drives up its price on the global market. The first web browser with a graphical user interface, GUI, was Mosaic, released in 1993. Before it, browsing the internet required complex text commands. Mosaic, with its ability to display images and text on the same page, revolutionized the user experience and paved the way for modern browsers like Netscape and Google Chrome. The word orc in Peter Jackson's original script for The Lord of the Rings appears spelled orc. However, the director wanted to avoid it being pronounced orc, so he changed the spelling to Uruk-hai for the larger varieties. This is a common error in adaptations, as in the books it is simply orc. The first widely known and used encryption algorithm was the Caesar cipher, invented by Julius Caesar. It consisted of replacing each letter of a message with another letter, a fixed number of positions further up or down the alphabet. Although trivial to break today, it was effective for thousands of years for military communications. Before Julius Caesar introduced the Julian calendar in 45 BC, Roman years had only 355 days. This caused a significant discrepancy with the seasons. To correct this problem, the year 46 BC was added, which lasted 445 days and is known to historians as the Year of Confusion. If you could build a ladder long enough to reach the moon, about 238,855 miles away, it would take you more than 120 days to climb it, moving nonstop at a constant speed of about 3.2 feet per second. The project, if technically possible, would require a level of endurance that does not exist in the human body. The first modern electric battery, known as the voltaic pile, was invented by Alessandro Volta in 1800. It was made by stacking copper and zinc discs, separated by a cloth soaked in brine. This invention enabled the first constant supply of electric current for research. The world's largest cave, Son Doong, is located in Vietnam. It is so vast that it has its own ecosystem, climate, and clouds within it. Some of its passages are large enough to house a 40-story skyscraper, and there are parts of the cave that have never seen the light of day. There are more than 125 million lakes in Canada, meaning the country is home to more than 60% of the world's lakes. A single lake, Lake Superior, contains enough water to cover all of North America with about 1 foot of water, making it the largest freshwater lake by surface area. During the filming of The Shining, Stanley Kubrick made Shelley Duvall, playing Wendy Torrance, do so many takes of the baseball bat scene that the actress suffered a nervous breakdown and her hair began to fall out. The iconic scene of her hysterical outburst required 127 takes, a record at the time. The distinctive jingle played by Good Humor ice cream trucks in the United States is actually a fragment of Giuseppe Verdi's 19th century opera La Donna e Mobile. The song is instantly recognizable and has become synonymous with summer and ice cream. In 1979, the Disco Demolition Night event took place at Chicago White Sox Stadium. Thousands of anti-disco fans stormed the field and set fire to a massive bonfire of disco vinyl records, resulting in a riot. This event is considered a turning point in the decline of the genre's popularity. In the 19th century, absinthe was banned in many European countries and the United States due to the popular belief that it caused hallucinations, dementia, and violent behavior, partly because of a compound called thujone. Modern studies show that, while strong, the drink does not cause hallucinations beyond extreme intoxication. Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian of all time, has an enormous finger span of about 6 feet 8 inches at arm's length, which is longer than his height of about 6 feet 4 inches. This unique anatomical disproportion gives him a significant advantage in swimming, acting as natural fins. Rembrandt's famous painting The Night Watch has been found not to have originally been as dark as we know it today. When it was cleaned and restored in the 20th century, it was revealed that the painting had been cut on all 4 sides, and the dark varnish had made it appear to be a night scene, when in reality it was a daytime scene. Queen's song Bohemian Rhapsody had to be recorded on 24-track tapes repeatedly until reaching 180 overdubs, an extraordinary number for the technology of the time. This excess of recordings meant that the magnetic tape became almost transparent due to the number of times it had passed over the recording head. In the Netherlands, there is a tradition of gefeliciteerd met je vrouw, congratulations to your wife, when someone has a birthday. Instead of focusing only on the birthday person, their partner is also congratulated, as they are considered to have endured another year of life together. It is a sign of appreciation for marital support. Bamboo is the fastest growing plant in the world. Some species can grow up to about 3 feet in a single day, a speed that has earned it a world record. This rapid growth is due to a unique cell growth structure that allows it to stretch at an astonishing rate. Diamond is not the hardest naturally occurring substance on Earth. That title belongs to boron nitride, wurtzite, and lansdellite. Both are rarer than diamond. Lansdellite is a form of carbon believed to form when graphite containing meteorites strike Earth. Almost all modern laser printers, regardless of brand, print tiny, nearly invisible yellow dots on each page. These dots, known as trace marks, contain coded information about the date and time of printing and the printer's serial number, allowing documents to be traced. The cemetery in Sapunsa, Romania, is known as the Joyful Cemetery. Instead of somber tombstones, each grave features a colorful and often humorous epitaph, recounting in verse the lifestyle, virtues, or sometimes vices of the person buried there. It is a unique custom of celebrating life after death. The world's largest volcano, by mass and volume, is Mauna Loa in Hawaii. It stretches from the ocean floor to about 13700 feet above sea level, covering a vast area. Its name means long mountain in Hawaiian, and it remains one of the most active volcanoes on the planet. In sumo wrestling, wrestlers are prohibited from driving cars due to their enormous size. To get around, they can only use chauffeurs, public transportation, or walk. This strict rule is both for safety, due to the difficulty of handling the controls, and to prevent accidents that could damage their careers. In Iceland, beer was banned for 74 years, from 1915 to 1989. Today, March 1st is celebrated as Bjordagur, or Beer Day, marking the repeal of the ban, and is a widely celebrated national holiday with tastings and festivals. To achieve the visual effect of the exorcised girl's breath in the 1973 film The Exorcist, the bedroom set was refrigerated to temperatures well below freezing. This allowed the actor's breath to be visible, adding a chilling and realistic touch to the demonic atmosphere. The first radio advertisement aired in 1922 on New York City's WEF station. It was a 10-minute commercial for an apartment company costing $100. Before this, radio was considered an entertainment medium and paid advertising was not permitted. The secret police in the Roman Empire, known as the frumentarii, originally began as grain collectors, hence their name. Over time, they became top-secret spies and messengers, traveling throughout the empire and gathering intelligence for the emperor, an unusual transformation from accountants to intelligence agents. In 1788, London experienced the Great London Molasses Flood, where a 50-foot-high vat of molasses ruptured, releasing a wave of more than 2.7 million gallons of sticky molasses. The torrent moved at about 35 miles per hour, killing 21 people and destroying buildings. The Voynich manuscript, a 240-page illustrated book dating from the 15th century, is written in a script and language that no one has been able to decipher. Its illustrations depict unknown plants and astronomical diagrams. Despite the efforts of top-tier cryptographers, it remains one of the greatest enigmas in the history of cryptography. The smallest stars are called red dwarfs. They live much longer than stars like our Sunday. A red dwarf can shine for trillions of years, far beyond the current lifespan of the universe, meaning that 90% of the stars that exist today will still be around when our sun has burned out. The tardigrade, or water bear, is an 8-legged microorganism that can survive extreme conditions, from the vacuum of space and radiation to temperatures of about -328 degrees Fahrenheit or over 302 degrees Fahrenheit. It is the most resilient creature known on Earth and can survive without food or water for more than 30 years. In Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, there is a fire temple, the Ateşgah, which for centuries was a place of worship for Zoroastrians and Hindus. The flames burned continuously due to natural gas escaping from the ground until the gas was exploited for commercial use and they had to artificially reignite the flame. The oldest satellite in orbit around the Earth is Vanguard 1, launched by the United States in 1958. Although it is no longer operational, it is expected to remain in orbit for more than 200 years due to its altitude and the stability of its trajectory. It is the longest-lived artificial satellite. Bandy is a very popular winter sport in Northern Europe and Russia. It is often described as ice hockey with soccer rules, as it is played on an ice rink the size of a soccer field with 11 players per team and a ball instead of a puck. In Japan, there is a soft drink called ramune, distinguished by its unusual marble-stoppered bottle. To open it, a glass ball is pushed into the bottle, where it seals against a rubber neck. This design, invented in 1884, makes drinking part of the experience. The distinctive sound of lightsabers in Star Wars was created by combining the hum of an old film projector and the electrical interference from a television picture. Tube sound designer Ben Burt spent months fine-tuning the sound to give it that energetic and dynamic quality. The shortest song to reach #1 on the UK singles charts was God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols in 1977. The BBC refused to play it due to its offensive content, but it still topped the charts thanks to the controversy and underground popularity. The first internet advertisement was a banner ad on the Hotwired website in 1994. The ad featured the tagline, "Have you ever clicked here? You will," and had a surprisingly high click-through rate of 44%, a record that has never been broken in the history of digital advertising. The Pig War of 1859 was a non-lethal skirmish between the United States and Great Britain over ownership of the San Juan Islands, on the border between Canada and the United States. The conflict began when an American settler killed a pig that had wandered onto his farm, which was owned by a British settler, and the dispute escalated to involve warships. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China and builder of the Terracotta Army, is sealed under a mound. Historical records suggest that the mausoleum contains rivers of liquid mercury to simulate China's rivers, and that it has been sealed for over 2,000 years, making it an archaeological mystery. The human brain has no pain receptors. Therefore, the brain itself does not feel pain, even when it is being stimulated. Brain surgeons often operate on patients who are fully conscious and can talk to them to map brain function while manipulating the organ. There is a place in Morocco where goats climb and live in argan trees. These trees are highly prized, and goats climb them to eat the fruit. It is an iconic image and unusual behavior that local herders sometimes exploit to attract tourists. The Caño Cristales River in Colombia is famous for its vibrant colors between July and November, which have earned it the nickname the River of Five Colors or the Liquid Rainbow. The effect is caused by a unique aquatic plant, Macarinia clavigera, which turns a deep red when it blooms. The urban legend of the House of Faces in Belmez de la Moraleda, Spain, centers on supposed pareidolia, or faces that mysteriously appear and disappear on the floor of a house. Although it has been scientifically studied, it remains an unexplained phenomenon met with skepticism, or perhaps a very well-orchestrated hoax. The athlete Usain Bolt, the fastest man in the world, was originally discovered for his skill in cricket and throwing. A cricket coach encouraged him to try athletics instead, which led to his career as a sprinter. His coaches had to convince him to give up his favorite sport. The world's hottest chili pepper, the Carolina Reaper, is so hot that it has its own handling regulations. Gloves and eye protection must be worn when handling it. On the Scoville scale, it exceeds about 2.2 million units, making it potentially dangerous if consumed in large quantities. In the newer culture of Nepal, there is the Ihi, a ritual marriage that girls perform with a fruit from the Bael palm before puberty. This symbolizes their eternal marriage to the deity, ensuring that even if their future human husband dies, the girl will never be a widow. The main character of Groundhog Day, Phil Connors, supposedly spent 33 years and 350 days trapped repeating the same day. Although estimates vary, director Harold Ramis confirmed that the time loop takes the character long enough to learn all the skills he acquires, totaling nearly 34 years. Mountain Dew was originally created in the 1940s as a whiskey mixer. Its name comes from the Appalachian slang term for moonshine whiskey, or Mountain Dew. The drink was later reformulated as the citrus soda we know today. The operating system used by NASA's Curiosity rover on Mars is based on the VxWorks operating system. However, its flight code was programmed using a special version of the C programming language due to its reliability and the need to optimize performance under extreme conditions. The moon is moving away from Earth at a rate of about 1.5 inches per year. This phenomenon, caused by ocean tidal friction, means that billions of years ago the moon was much closer and the nights would have been much brighter. The ancient Greeks not only practiced athletics, but also had milk discus throwing competitions where the objective was to forcefully hurl a bronze disc covered in milk. The competitor who threw the discus the farthest and made the loudest impact won. The mythical continent of Atlantis is believed to have been based on the real story of Thera, present-day Santorini, Greece. A cataclysmic volcanic eruption in the 17th century BC caused much of the island to sink, creating a massive tsunami that may have inspired the legend of an advanced submerged civilization. Iceland is the only country in the world without mosquitoes. Scientists believe this is due to its unstable climate, with unpredictable freeze-thaw cycles. The mosquito life cycle cannot be completed, as the larvae die without a stable incubation period. The Eye of the Sahara, or Richat structure, in Mauritania, is a giant circular structure in the desert. Originally thought to be a meteorite impact crater, it is now believed to be a symmetrical, deeply eroded geological dome whose concentric layers expose millions of years of geological history. In the Tinto River in Spain, the water is a deep reddish color. This is due to the presence of dissolved iron and extremophile bacteria that thrive in the highly acidic environment. This unique ecosystem is being studied by NASA as an analog to conditions on Mars. Besides carrying handcuffs, Finland hosts the Swamp Football World Championship. The game is played on a muddy, swampy field, which slows the game down and makes it extremely physical and exhausting. It was originally devised as a training exercise for soldiers. The oldest surviving sourdough bread is over 4,500 years old. Bakers have taken small samples of the yeast sediment from ancient Egyptian ovens and managed to reactivate these yeasts, allowing people to bake bread with the same culture from millennia ago. In Russia, it is a common belief that one should not whistle inside a house, as it is thought to bring bad luck and result in the loss of wealth. This superstition dates back to the time of sailors, who believed that whistling would cause storms at sea. The Lord of the Rings character Gollum was the first main character entirely generated by CGI to interact on screen with live-action actors. This marked a milestone in motion capture technology and the performance of actors in digital environments. The design of the Coca-Cola bottle is so iconic that it was patented in 1915, not only for its shape, but because the company wanted its bottle to be recognizable even in the dark or broken on the ground. The design was inspired by the shape of a cocoa bean. Auguste Rodin's famous bronze sculpture, the Thinker, was originally conceived as a representation of the poet Dante, gazing upon the circles of hell for his work, The Gates of Hell. Originally, the figure was nude to symbolize a universal thinker beyond time or place. Contrary to popular belief, Vikings did not wear horned helmets in battle. This image was popularized by the 19th century opera, The Ring of the Nibelung, whose costume designer included them to make the characters look more dramatic and wild. The ancient Egyptians often used moldy bread as a primitive form of antibiotic to treat infections. They were unaware that mold produces penicillin, but they observed that applying moldy bread to wounds helped stop the infection. Similar to the folk medicine of other ancient cultures, the first mobile phone that was truly mobile and marketed to the public was the Motorola Dynatac 8000X. Launched in 1983, it weighed almost 2.2 pounds, offered 30 minutes of talk time, and cost nearly $4,000. Its battery took 10 hours to charge. The Bay of Fundy, between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia in Canada, has the highest tides in the world. The difference between high and low tide can exceed about 52 feet, enough to submerge a 5-story building and create a coastal landscape that changes dramatically every 6 hours. Singapore has no capital city, as it is a city-state. Its densely populated urban center and government encompass the entire nation. It is one of the few sovereign countries in the world that is both a state and a city at the same time. In Japan, it is considered impolite to leave a tip in a restaurant, as it is seen as an insult to the quality of service. It is interpreted as the waiter not being well paid and the customer feeling sorry for them. The tip is included in the price, and exceptional service is the norm. The Super Bowl is the second largest food event in the United States, second only to Thanksgiving. It is estimated that over 1.4 billion chicken wings and 11.2 million pounds of chips and pretzels are consumed during the annual game. In China, there is an alcoholic beverage called baby mouse wine, made by fermenting newborn mice, still blind and hairless, in rice wine. It is considered a traditional medicine tonic that supposedly cures asthma and liver diseases. Michelangelo's David sculpture has an anatomical anomaly. The pupil of the right eye is visible, but the pupil of the left is not. This has been interpreted as a subtle way of showing that the figure is contemplating something beyond physical sight, a technical and symbolic detail. E.T.'s disguise was originally designed to be much taller. Director Steven Spielberg wanted a strange, elongated creature. However, the role ended up being played by a 10-year-old boy, Peter Coyote, a dwarf, and an animatronic, to achieve the alien's range of movements. Fanta was created by the Coca-Cola Company in Germany during World War II. Due to a trade embargo, it was impossible to import Coca-Cola concentrate. Local chemists had to invent a new beverage, using ingredients available in Germany, such as buttermilk and apple pulp. King Charles I of England was executed in 1649. Before his execution, he insisted on wearing 2 thick shirts so the cold would not make him shiver. He did not want the crowd to think he was trembling with fear. His last word was peace before he was beheaded. In 1979, an asteroid nearly struck Earth, passing only about 4,000,000 miles away, which was the closest approach of an object of that size known at the time. What is most remarkable is that astronomers only noticed asteroid 1979 VA after it had already passed its closest point to Earth. The Door to Hell, or Darvaza crater, is a natural gas crater in Turkmenistan that has been burning continuously since 1971. It was intentionally set alight to prevent the spread of methane gas. The crater, which attracts tourists, continues to burn decades later, with no solution in place to extinguish it. The city of Timbuktu, in Mali, is historically famous as a center of trade and an Islamic center of learning with important universities and libraries. It contains one of the largest collections of ancient manuscripts in Africa, dating back several centuries. In Thailand, it is illegal to leave the house without underwear. The law, though rarely enforced, exists and dates back to the time of King Pheban Songkram, who implemented it as part of his efforts to modernize and westernize the country in the 20th century. Marshmallows were originally made from the sap of the root of the marshmallow plant, Althea officinalis. The sap was used as a medicinal remedy to soothe sore throats. The modern product has replaced the sap with gelatin and corn syrup. In ancient Greece, during the first Olympic Games, athletes often competed completely naked. The word gymnasium comes from the Greek word gymnos, meaning naked. This practice was a way to honor the gods and to display physical perfection. The clock of the long now is a clock designed to run for 10,000 years. It is being built inside a mountain in Texas, United States. The goal is to create an icon for long-term thinking, inspiring humanity to plan for future generations. The reason metal smells like metal is actually because the metal reacts with the oils and sweat on our skin. The smell is actually a molecule called octene, which is produced by the oxidation of iron on our skin. Metal itself has no odor. Airplanes are predominantly white. The main reason is thermal efficiency, as white reflects sunlight, preventing the fuselage from overheating and reducing the use of air conditioning. Additionally, white makes it easier to spot cracks or oil leaks. Death Valley in California is famous for its sailing stones. These rocks move on their own across the dry lakebed of Racetrack Playa. The movement was shown to occur when thin ice breaks up as it melts and is pushed by the wind over the mud. The world's largest insect by mass or weight is the giant weta of New Zealand. One female specimen weighed up to about 2.5 ounces, more than a sparrow or a mouse, surpassing most other large insects in weight. The longest war in history, despite having no actual casualties or fighting, was the 335 Years' War, from 1651 to 1986. It was a formal conflict between the Netherlands and the Isles of Scilly, near the United Kingdom, which was declared but only concluded with a peace treaty in 1986. Before the 19th century, the color blue was extremely difficult and expensive to produce. The ultramarine blue pigment lapis lazuli was worth its weight in gold. For this reason, in religious art, blue was often reserved for the robes of important figures such as the Virgin Mary, symbolizing wealth and divinity. In 1928 in London, circus ducks used in shows were banned, but not because of animal cruelty. They were banned because the police considered shows featuring ducks playing cards or performing acrobatics to be gambling or a distraction to people in the streets. The loudest animal in the world is the sperm whale. It can produce underwater clicks that reach 230 decibels. In the air, this would be equivalent to about 170 decibels, much louder than a jet engine and powerful enough to cause permanent hearing damage. The first toy advertised on television was Mr. Potato Head in 1952. This revolutionized advertising, as it was the first time an advertisement was directed at children rather than their parents. The world's highest commercial bungee jump is from the Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge in China, at a height of about 853 feet. This bridge is also famous for its glass bottom and for having inspired the movie Avatar. The scrambled eggs served in hotels often have milk or cream added. However, according to French chefs, perfect scrambled eggs should only contain eggs, butter, and a pinch of salt, and should be cooked over very low heat to prevent them from drying out. The four interlocking rings of the Audi logo represent the four automotive companies that merged in 1932 to form Auto Union AG: Audi, Porsche, DKW, and Wanderer. Each ring symbolizes one of the original brands, united to form an automotive giant. The Hessdalen lights in Norway are an unexplained phenomenon that has been observed in the Hessdalen Valley since the 1980s. They manifest as bright spheres of light, sometimes white, yellow, or red, that float or move at high speed, and their origin has not been determined. The Zone of Silence is a portion of the Chihuahuan Desert in Mexico, known for its electromagnetic anomalies. Radio signals are said to be unable to transmit, and compasses are said to go haywire when approaching it. It is also a place where meteorite falls have been reported and is home to unusual endemic flora and fauna. Its official name is Bolsón de Mapimí. Although Angel Falls in Venezuela is the world's tallest uninterrupted waterfall, the widest and with the greatest volume of water is Victoria Falls, located on the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe. Locally, it is known as Mosi Oa Tunya, meaning the smoke that thunders, due to the impressive spray of water that rises hundreds of feet and the deafening noise it produces. Piloncillo is a traditional sweetener made from unrefined sugarcane. Its dark color and intense flavor with caramel notes make it unique in cooking. It is generally sold in cones or blocks and can also be grated for easy use. In Mexico and Latin America, it is used in desserts, traditional dishes, and drinks like café de olla or Mexican coffee. Snow Graffiti is a YouTube channel that teaches how to create Christmas decorations with spray on artificial snow. With simple steps, they transform an ordinary window into a canvas filled with garlands, candles, and festive characters. The style is like graffiti, but bright and white, perfect for the season. It is ideal for those who love DIY projects and adding a touch of magic to their home. The spray-on dresses look like they are straight out of a futuristic movie. They use liquid fibers that are sprayed directly onto the body, and as they dry, they form a seamless, form-fitting garment. These fabrics can be customized in texture and shape, and they are also recyclable. It is a perfect fusion of science, fashion, and art in real time. Dates are little treasures of energy that grow on palm trees in arid climates. Their natural sweetness makes them an ideal snack, and they also provide fiber, potassium, magnesium, and vitamins. Depending on the variety, they can be soft and juicy or drier and firmer. They are so nutritious that they have been a staple food in the desert for centuries. Isaac Cord transforms simple metal drain covers into true works of art. With his project, he turns the projected shadows into faces that appear on the ground when his sculptures are illuminated. The fusion of light, space, and everyday objects generates a striking visual effect. His work transforms the urban environment into a stage for creativity and reflection. The hedgehog is a small mammal, covered in spines that curls into a ball for defense. It inhabits forests, meadows, and even urban gardens, and is primarily nocturnal. Its diet includes insects, earthworms, fruits, and small invertebrates. Although its vision is limited, it compensates with an extraordinary sense of smell and hearing. Daniel James Drake elevates pancakes to the level of art. With a pan and batter, he creates portraits, figures, and colorful designs that resemble paintings. His creations blend technique, patience, and creativity, surprising millions on social media. He has transformed an everyday food into a unique artistic expression. Electric mosquito rackets are insects' worst nightmare. Shaped like tennis rackets, these mosquito killers have an electrified mesh that eliminates pests with a single touch. They are battery-operated, safe, and easy to use. A quick and practical way to get rid of mosquitoes without resorting to chemicals. The Megalopolis caterpillar, also called the plush caterpillar, appears harmless due to its fluffy appearance. Its body is covered in fine hairs that look soft but are actually urticating. Simple contact can cause irritation or allergic reactions. It is the larva of a moth that lives in regions of Central and South America. Woodworking art is a channel that combines woodworking and a passion for cars. Using hand-carved wood, they create detailed scale replicas of cars. Each video shows the process step by step, revealing the precision and talent behind each model. Their creations resemble museum pieces made with pure patience and skill. Xenia Horoshilova, better known as Shoku, creates mesmerizing shows with soap bubbles. Her shows at weddings and events blend light, color, and delicacy, transforming bubbles into art. From Russia, she shares her talent on Instagram, where thousands enjoy her magic. With each performance, she transforms the ephemeral into an unforgettable moment. On the Brazilian island of Marajó, police patrol on horseback, riding water buffalo. These animals are perfect for the flooded, jungle terrain where neither cars nor horses can navigate. Thanks to their strength and endurance, they allow officers to reach remote areas, a unique strategy for combating crime in an extreme environment. Edible water capsules are an eco-friendly alternative to plastic. They are made of a biodegradable algae-based membrane and can be drunk in one gulp. Ideal for large events, they reduce waste and promote sustainability. Small, practical, and planet-friendly. The police capture crane is an innovative tool for stopping fleeing cars. A net deploys from the bumper of the patrol car and hooks the rear wheels of the suspect vehicle. Once locked, the car comes to a stop without dangerous collisions, a life-saving tool in high-speed chases. Weightlifting is an Olympic sport that combines strength, technique, and explosiveness. Athletes lift a barbell loaded with weights in two main movements, the snatch and the clean and jerk. Each lift requires precision and absolute control. It is a discipline that pushes the limits of human power. Smoke in beekeeping is an essential tool for calming bees. It is generated with natural materials such as wood or dry leaves, producing a dense, harmless smoke. Upon perceiving it, the bees believe there is a fire and become engorged with honey, becoming less aggressive. Thanks to this, beekeepers can work more safely. Dragon bamboo is a Chinese variety highly prized in gardening. Its slender, elegant stems can reach up to about 16 feet in height and produce vibrant green foliage. It is ideal for hedges or privacy screens without becoming invasive. A plant that combines beauty and practicality in gardens. The world's largest iPhone measures over 6.5 feet and is fully functional. It was created by YouTubers Arun Maini and Matthew Perks, who used an 88-inch screen. This giant allows users to send messages, take photos, and browse the internet like a regular cell phone. The invention broke the Guinness World Record as the largest smartphone replica. Embroidered tattoos have become an artistic trend that seeks to simulate the texture of real embroidery on the skin. These designs achieve a striking visual effect thanks to very fine lines, detailed shading, and vibrant colors. Their three-dimensional appearance mimics techniques such as cross-stitch or fabric applique. These tattoos require great skill and precision, making each piece unique and spectacular. Taiwanese winter melon is a highly prized fruit in both gastronomy and traditional medicine. Its dark green rind is covered in a waxy coating that distinguishes it, while its white, juicy interior absorbs the flavors of the accompanying ingredients. It is consumed in soups, desserts, and even teas, thanks to its freshness and slightly sweet touch. Furthermore, it is low in calories and very hydrating, making it a healthy choice. The monkey caterpillar is one of nature's most striking larvae due to its unusual appearance. Its body is covered in dense, branching hairs that make it resemble a furry creature or even a small arachnid. These filaments not only camouflage it, but also contain stinging toxins that cause irritation upon contact. For this reason, it is considered poisonous, though fascinating to insect enthusiasts. 5D cinema is an immersive experience that combines three-dimensional projection with physical sensations in the theater. The seats move in sync with the action on screen, simulating vibrations, falls, or jolts. In addition, effects such as wind, rain, fog, flashing lights, and even scents transform each scene into something real. In this way, the film becomes an experience that goes far beyond simply watching. Llamas, native to the Andean region, have been a part of South American life for centuries. They are docile and social animals, raised primarily as a means of transport and a source of wool. They reach almost 6.5 feet in length, including their necks, and weigh up to about 440 pounds, with thick fur that can be white, brown, black, or spotted. Today, they remain an important part of rural life and a symbol of Andean culture. Stephen de Groot is a designer who surprises with his creativity in everyday products. Through detailed sketches, he shares the process of how he imagines objects such as hair dryers or sunglasses. His technique stands out for its use of bright colors and a style that gives an artistic twist to common objects. His publications have made him a reference point for those who enjoy industrial design. Roman Emperor Caligula supposedly appointed his favorite horse, Incitatus, as consul and showered him with a marble stable, an ivory manger, and a necklace of precious stones. In reality, Incitatus had his own house, 18 servants, and was fed oats with gold flakes. The Sahara Desert is not the largest desert in the world. The largest is Antarctica, which is a polar desert. It is defined as a desert due to its extremely low annual precipitation. The best-selling album of all time is Michael Jackson's Thriller. Released in 1982, it was the first album to produce 7 top 10 singles on the Billboard charts. Its success was not only due to the music, but also because it transformed the public perception of the artist and, especially, the format of music videos, which came to be considered an art form with complex narratives. In the Dutch city of Baarle-Nassau and the Belgian city of Baarle-Hertog, the border between the two countries runs through houses, gardens, and shops, often marked by white lines painted on the ground. The language with the most words is Korean, which has over 1 million words listed in its dictionaries. However, English has the largest vocabulary in everyday use. The country with the highest average annual rainfall is India, specifically the village of Mawsynram in the Meghalaya region. It receives an average of more than 470 inches of rain per year. The most expensive coffee in the world is Kopi Luwak, which originates from Indonesia. Its production process is highly unusual and unique. The coffee beans are ingested and excreted by a civet, a small mammal. The digestive process ferments the beans, and after being collected from the droppings, they are cleaned and roasted, giving them a supposedly smoother and less bitter flavor. January 19th is World Popcorn Day. The date commemorates the cultural and gastronomic importance of this snack globally. The speed of sound is much faster through water than through air. In air, it is about 1,125 feet per second, while in water, it is approximately 4,900 feet per second. The Louvre Museum in Paris, home to the Mona Lisa, has such a vast exhibition space that if a visitor wanted to spend just 30 seconds admiring each of the 3,500 works of art on display, they would need approximately 100 days to see the entire museum without breaks. George Washington never lived in the White House. He died in 1799, a year before its construction was completed. The first president to move into the executive mansion was John Adams in 1800. The Beatles never read music, meaning they could not read sheet music in the traditional sense. They learned to play and compose by ear, relying on their innate talent and understanding of harmony. This is surprising considering the complexity and lasting influence of their vast discography on modern popular music. The Turritopsis dohrnii, known as the immortal jellyfish, is the only known creature capable of completely reversing its life cycle, returning to its juvenile stage after reaching sexual maturity. The first computer mouse was invented in 1964 by Douglas Engelbart and was made of wood. It was called a mouse because the connecting cable, which came out the back, resembled a rodent's tail. It was not until years later that the invention was commercialized and adapted to plastic and modern design. The Academy Award for Best Picture has never been won by a direct sequel. Only The Godfather Part 2 has won in that category, but it is considered both a prequel and a sequel. Sumo is the only sport where the highest rank attainable is Yokozuna, Grand Champion. A wrestler must achieve a level of consistency and dignity that transcends simply winning tournaments. The tradition of placing candles on birthday cakes originated in ancient Greece. Lit candles on round cakes were used to honor the moon goddess Artemis, as the cake represented the moon. Ketchup originated in China as a fermented fish sauce, not a tomato sauce. British sailors brought it to Europe, where the recipe was modified until tomatoes were added in the 19th century. The snow that falls on Dorothy and her friends as they leave the poppy field in The Wizard of Oz was not harmless artificial snow. It was actually asbestos fiber, a material now known to be highly carcinogenic. At that time, asbestos was commonly used in film for its fire-resistant properties and realistic appearance. September 3rd is World Skyscraper Day. The date commemorates the birth of architect Louis Sullivan, considered the father of the skyscraper, and celebrates the wonders of vertical engineering. The Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun did not die from a curse or from entirely clear causes, but research suggests he may have died from complications of severe malaria, combined with an infection in a broken leg. The young king suffered from genetic deformities due to royal inbreeding and walked with a cane, which was discovered through the analysis of his mummy and belongings. A day on Venus lasts longer than a year on Venus. The planet takes 243 Earth days to rotate on its axis, but only 225 Earth days to orbit the Sunday. Rainbows are actually complete circles, but from the Earth's surface we only see the top half. To see the complete circle, you would need to be on an airplane or a very high mountain and look down. The Dead Sea, which borders Jordan and Israel, is not actually a sea, but a salt lake. Furthermore, its altitude is about 1,400 feet below sea level, making it the lowest point on Earth. Its high salinity allows humans to float effortlessly due to the greater density of the water. The Nika Caves in Chihuahua, Mexico, are home to the Cave of Crystals, which contains the largest gypsum selenite crystals in the world. Some measure up to about 39 feet long and weigh 55 tons. The cave is extremely hot and humid, about 136 degrees Fahrenheit and 90% humidity, making it virtually inaccessible without special suits. King Louis XIV of France, known as the Sun King, bathed only 3 times in his entire life, according to some court records, due to the prevailing medical belief at the time that hot water was harmful to health. In Sweden, there is a tradition called fika, a social break taken from work. It typically involves drinking coffee and eating cakes or scones, and is considered essential for productivity and well-being. Botaoshi is a Japanese sport that resembles a chaotic version of Capture the Flag. It is played with 2 teams of 150 players each, 75 attackers and 75 defenders, who fight to knock down a wooden pole between 10 and 16 feet high. It is known for its intensity and the large number of people participating simultaneously. In China, black rice vinegar is often drunk as a digestive tonic or even used in traditional medicine. It is less acidic than white vinegar, and its flavor is complex and malty. It is drunk neat in small cups or with a little honey to balance its taste. Tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. If their stripes are shaved, they will still be visible on their skin, and each tiger's stripe pattern is as unique as a human fingerprint. The most expensive cheese in the world is moose cheese produced on a farm in Sweden. It sells for thousands of dollars for about 2 pounds of cheese and is made exclusively from the milk of 3 female moose. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas play a lifelong prank on each other. Every time they release a film, instead of accepting money from the other, they sign an agreement for a small percentage of the rival film's profits. The best-selling song of all time in terms of physical, digital, and streaming sales is White Christmas by Bing Crosby, with over 50 million copies sold worldwide. The world record for the fastest goal in football history was scored in under 2 seconds. It was netted by Gavin Stokes in a Scottish Youth League match in 2017, taking advantage of a gust of wind from the kickoff. The production cost of James Cameron's 1997 film Titanic was approximately $200 million, which was more expensive than the actual cost of building the original ocean liner from 1910 to 1912, adjusted for inflation. This makes the film a more expensive project than the real shipwreck it depicted. The Ferrari car brand's logo, the Cavallino Rampante, prancing horse, was originally the personal emblem of a famous Italian fighter pilot, Francesco Baracca, who died in World War I. Baracca's mother asked Enzo Ferrari to wear it, as it would bring him good luck in his racing cars. The world's first wrought iron bridge was the Iron Bridge in Coalbrookdale, England, completed in 1779. Its construction marked the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and the Iron Age. The first video game to have an Easter egg, a hidden message or feature, was Atari's Adventure in 1979. Programmer Warren Robinette secretly included it so he could have his name on the game, as the company did not allow programmers to receive credit. The oldest known living organism by name is Methuselah, a bristlecone pine from the Great Basin in California. It is estimated to be over 4,800 years old, making it older than the pyramids of Egypt. The first popular mass-market electronic game was Simon in 1978, a memory game that required repeating a sequence of lights and sounds, marking the beginning of interactive electronic games. Red blood cells, which carry oxygen throughout the body, have an average lifespan of only 120 days before being replaced by new cells. In South Korea, there is a tradition known as the fan complex. Some people believe that if you sleep in a closed room with an electric fan running, you will die of suffocation or hypothermia. Although there is no scientific evidence, many people avoid using fans without a window open. The border between the United States and Canada is the longest land border in the world, at about 5,500 miles. One interesting feature of this border is that along its length, there is a strip about 20 feet wide free of trees and structures, known as the growth-free zone. Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland, is the northernmost sovereign capital city in the world. In winter, it experiences very few hours of sunlight, while in summer it can have almost endless sunny days. In Finland, if you obtain a doctorate, you receive a top hat and a sword, traditional symbols representing freedom of inquiry and the defense of scientific truth. The Michelin Man, or Bibendum, the Michelin mascot, is made of stacked tires. Its design stems from co-founder Edouard Michelin's remark upon seeing a pile of tires that with arms and legs, it would resemble a man. It is said that it initially depicted a drunken man drinking from a cup filled with broken glass. March 30th is International Zero Waste Day. It was established by the UN to raise awareness about waste prevention and promote the transition to a circular economy. The leaves of the Victoria Amazonica plant, a giant water lily from the Amazon basin, can support the weight of a small child. Their raised edges help distribute the weight evenly. Saffron, the world's most expensive spice, comes from the stigmas of the Crocus sativus flower. Approximately 150,000 flowers are required to produce just over 2 pounds of saffron. Harvesting it is a laborious manual process, as each flower produces only 3 strands, justifying its extremely high price. Ice diving is an extreme sport where divers plunge into frozen lakes through a hole secured by a rope. In Finland, divers even compete to swim the greatest distance under the ice without tanks, demonstrating extraordinary breath control and cold resistance. King George I of Great Britain did not speak English well. He was born and raised in Germany and often communicated with his ministers in French, as it was the common language of the European aristocracy. The ancient Greeks did not have just one god of time, but 2. Chronos, chronological, linear time, and Kairos, opportune time, the right moment. The most fragrant fruit in the world is the durian, popular in Southeast Asia. Its odor is so strong and unpleasant, often compared to dirty socks or sewage, that it is banned in many hotels, airports, and public transportation in countries like Singapore and Thailand. The fastest bird in the world is the peregrine falcon, which can reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour during its hunting dive. The longest tennis match in history lasted 11 hours and 5 minutes, played over 3 days at Wimbledon in 2010. The final score was 7-0, 68 inches the fifth set. Some bird species, such as ducks, can sleep with one eye open to watch for predators. This ability is called unihemispheric sleep. The famous Renaissance architect and artist Leonardo da Vinci was ambidextrous, meaning he could write and draw with both hands. He also often wrote his notes in mirror code, from right to left, making it easier for him to write with his left hand while making it harder for others to read. The American sitcom Frasier holds the record for the most Emmy Awards won by a scripted television series. It won 37 awards, including 5 consecutive wins for Outstanding Comedy Series. The human liver can fully regenerate from as little as 25% of its original mass. This regenerative ability is unique among the body's solid organs and is crucial for procedures such as living donor liver transplants. It can return to its full size in a few weeks. Sunlight takes approximately 8 minutes and 20 seconds to reach Earth. If the sun were to turn off right now, we would not notice until after that time. Diamonds are made of carbon, the same element found in the graphite of a pencil, but the immense pressure and heat beneath the Earth create the diamond's ultra-dense crystalline structure. On the island of La Gomera, in the Canary Islands, Spain, there is a whistled language called Silbo Gomero. Locals use it to communicate across the island's deep ravines and valleys. With simple, high-pitched sounds, they can convey a complete message over 2 miles away without shouting. The Sargasso Sea, located in the North Atlantic, is the only sea in the world without land shores. It is bordered by ocean currents that create a gyre and accumulate large quantities of floating seaweed called sargassum, from which it gets its name. There is a type of lightning called ball lightning or fireball lightning. It is a very rare atmospheric electrical phenomenon that appears as a floating, luminous sphere that can last much longer than regular lightning. Ants have the ability to carry objects weighing up to 50 times their own body weight. This is due to the high strength-to-weight ratio of their small bodies. The windiest place on Earth is Commonwealth Bay in Antarctica. Winds often exceed 150 miles per hour, keeping the snow close to the ground and hindering the establishment of life. Caber toss is a Scottish Highlands event where competitors throw a long, heavy log to caber it. The goal is not to throw it far, but to get the log to spin in the air and land in a 12 o'clock position directly away from the thrower, demonstrating strength and balance. Tonic water fluoresces blue under black ultraviolet light. This is due to the presence of quinine in the drink, the ingredient that gives it its bitter taste. Quinine absorbs UV radiation and re-emits it as visible light, creating that characteristic glow. During the French Revolution, the calendar was changed. A republican calendar with 10 days per week and 12 months, all with 30 days, was implemented before being abandoned by Napoleon. The ancient Greeks often voted using broken pottery fragments called ostraka. The word ostracism, meaning to exile someone, comes from this voting practice. Golf has been played on the moon. Astronaut Alan Shepard hit 2 golf balls on the lunar surface during the Apollo 14 mission in 1971. He used a 6-iron head adapted to a digging tool. He estimated that the second ball traveled miles and miles due to the low gravity. The Starship Enterprise was named after the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, which played a significant role during World War II. The world's longest-running animated television program still on the air is Saze-san, a Japanese series that has been airing since 1969 and has over 7,800 episodes in short format. Apple's original logo was not a bitten apple, but a drawing of Isaac Newton sitting under a tree with an apple about to fall on his head. The logo was designed in 1976. Steve Jobs felt it was too outdated and quickly changed it to the iconic bitten apple design. Actor Vin Diesel, known for his deep voice, has voiced Groot in the Marvel movies in 15 different languages. Even though the character only says, "I am Groot," he had to master the specific intonation and meaning behind the phrase in each language to maintain the emotional impact. The Tatacoa Desert in Colombia is not a desert in the strict sense, but a tropical dry forest. However, its landscape of eroded earth and ochre and reddish colors, along with its extreme temperatures, give it a desert-like appearance. It is a key location for astronomical observation due to its low-light pollution. Mount Thor on Baffin Island, Canada, has the world's longest vertical drop at about 4,100 feet. It is an extreme destination for climbers and base jumpers, boasting the tallest rock face on the planet with an angle of nearly 105 degrees in some sections. Canada has the longest coastline in the world. Walking its entire length, including its thousands of islands, would cover a distance of over 1,250,000 miles. King Charles II of Spain was known as the Bewitched. This is believed to be the result of centuries of inbreeding within the House of Habsburg, which caused him serious health and cognitive problems. The original sushi chefs in Japan used to wrap fish in fermented rice to preserve it in nare-sushi. The rice was discarded. Only later was the rice eaten along with the fish. The Energizer Bunny was created in 1988 as a parody of the mascot of rival battery company Duracell, which also used a bunny in some advertisements. The idea was that the Energizer Bunny would never stop, creating the popularity of the phrase, "keep going and going and going." The most successful and famous gladiators of ancient Rome were often treated like pop celebrities. Their remains have been found with diets rich in vegetables and calcium, suggesting meticulous training and care. Although most people blink about 15 to 20 times per minute, when we read or look at a computer screen, we blink much less, which can lead to eye strain and dry eyes. Elephants are the only creatures, besides humans and some primates, that appear to participate in burial rituals. They revisit the bones of their dead, touch the remains, and remain silent. Lightning can travel through the air at speeds of up to about 137,000 miles per hour. Although light travels much faster, it is the tremendous speed of lightning that makes it seem almost instantaneous, and that allows the sound of thunder to be heard so soon after the flash of light. The Pastry War of 1838 was a conflict between Mexico and France. The name comes from a claim for damages filed by a French pastry chef in Mexico City for a pastry shop damaged in the riots. France demanded exorbitant compensation, which escalated into a military invasion of Mexico. The Baghdad batteries, found in Iraq, are a collection of artifacts dating from the Parthian Empire between about 250 BC and 224 AD. They are clay vessels containing a copper cylinder. Some scientists propose that they may have been primitive galvanic batteries, perhaps used to electroplate objects. Helium is the only element that cannot be frozen. It remains liquid even near absolute zero, unless extremely high pressure is applied. The original tennis ball was not yellow, but white or black so that it would be visible on grass courts. It was changed to fluorescent yellow in 1972 on the recommendation of David Attenborough, the naturalist, as it was easier to follow on television. M&Ms were created in 1941 to allow soldiers to eat chocolate without it melting in their hands. The original slogan, "They melt in your mouth, not in your hand," referred directly to the hard candy coating that protected the chocolate from the heat. The most poisonous fish known is the stonefish. Its camouflaged rock-like appearance is a trap, and its dorsal spines can inject a venom that is potentially fatal to humans. The heaviest watermelon ever grown weighed about 350 pounds and was grown by Chris Kent of Tennessee in 2013. Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian, can consume up to 12,000 calories a day during training, which is equivalent to the caloric intake of 6 average adult men. The song Happy Birthday to You was copyrighted until 2016. Before that, if it was used in a film or publicly for profit, a license fee had to be paid. In the film Poltergeist, the rain of raw meat in the kitchen is actually animal entrails that rotted during filming. The smell was so unbearable that the shots had to be sped up. Director Tobe Hooper wanted a visceral and repulsive effect, and he achieved it at a high olfactory cost. During World War II, the British Army used inflatable tanks as decoys to mislead German reconnaissance aircraft about troop locations. The character of Sherlock Holmes never uttered the phrase, "Elementary, my dear Watson," in any of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's original works. The phenomenon of fish rain has been documented in various parts of the world, where live or dead fish fall from the sky. The most widely accepted explanation is that powerful tornadoes or waterspouts suck fish up from rivers or other bodies of water and then deposit them inland as the storm weakens. The Gran Cenote of Tulum, Mexico, is part of a vast underground system of interconnected caves and rivers. These cenotes were considered by the Maya to be the entrance to the underworld, or Xibalba. Today, they are famous diving destinations known for their crystal-clear waters and submerged stalactites. The Andes Mountains, which stretch across South America, are the world's longest continental mountain range, extending over 4,300 miles. It crosses 7 countries and is home to Aconcagua, the highest peak in the Americas. Chess boxing is a hybrid sport where competitors alternate rounds of chess and boxing. It requires both physical strength and mental skill. The match can be won by knockout or checkmate, making it a unique test of intelligence and endurance. The first registered pizzeria in the United States was Lombardi's, opened in 1905 in Little Italy, New York. It was originally a grocery store that began selling paper-wrapped pizzas to go, as charcoal ovens were prohibited in homes. The pirate Mary Read served in the British Navy during the War of the Spanish Succession, disguised as a man. She later became a pirate alongside the famous Anne Bonny. The two women dressed in men's clothing during battles and were known for being fierce fighters. Roman coins were often engraved with the profiles of their emperors. When an emperor died or was deposed, a process called damnatio memoriae, condemnation of memory, was ordered. As part of this, the faces of fallen emperors were erased or scraped off coins in circulation. The word salary comes from the Latin word salarium, which refers to salt. In ancient times, Roman soldiers often received a ration of salt or money to buy it, as it was a very valuable commodity. In American football, the Super Bowl trophy is called the Vince Lombardi Trophy and is made by Tiffany & Co. It is made entirely of sterling silver and takes 4 months to craft. The most common mineral on Earth is called bridgmanite. It is composed of magnesium and iron silicate and is the main component of the lower mantle, which is found at great depths. It was named after Nobel laureate Percy Bridgman. Glaciers are so large and heavy that they can warp space-time around them, albeit infinitesimally. While their gravitational effect is minuscule, it is measurable and adds to the warping caused by the Earth. Their melting is changing gravity locally. March 28th is Earth Hour, a global event that encourages people to turn off their lights for 1 hour to reflect on the need to take action against climate change. Mount Chimborazo, an inactive volcano in Ecuador, is the point on Earth farthest from the Earth's center. Although Mount Everest is higher above sea level, the Earth's bulge around the equator gives Chimborazo the record for greatest distance. In the Tanah Toraja region of Indonesia, families often keep the bodies of their deceased relatives at home for months or even years before a funeral. They are treated as sick, given food, and included in family life until an expensive funeral can be arranged. The song listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the longest officially released song is The Rise and Fall of Bossa Nova by Pip Cirque. It lasts 13 hours, 23 minutes, and 32 seconds. It was released in 2017 and surpasses other extended pieces of ambient and experimental music in length. The Statue of Liberty is not green. It is made of copper, and its current color is the result of copper oxidation, known as patina. This green coating protects the metal beneath from further corrosion. The original color was a bright reddish brown. Aluminum foil has two sides, one shiny and one dull, due to the manufacturing process where two layers are pressed and rolled together. Contrary to popular belief, there is no significant difference in its ability to retain heat or cold, as the difference in reflectivity is minimal. In China, there is a bread beer made with a recipe that dates back to ancient Egypt. Bread scraps are used in the fermentation process, making the beer a way to preserve and consume carbohydrates and giving it a more robust and full-bodied flavor. The first film released on DVD digital video disc was Blade Runner in Japan in 1996, followed by The Fugitive. This new format offered superior image quality to VHS and was the turning point for high-definition television. The most translated book in the world after the Bible is The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. It has been translated into more than 300 languages and dialects. Its popularity stems from its simple language and profound philosophical message about life and childhood. Antarctica contains approximately 90% of all the world's ice. If all the ice in Antarctica were to melt, global sea levels would rise by about 200 feet, enough to submerge most of the world's coastal cities. The world's fastest typewriter was invented by stenographer Michel Sesta. It could type more than 200 words per minute. It was based on a phonetic system that simplified typing entire words with just a few finger movements. If the human body remains awake for more than 19 hours, the resulting cognitive impairment is equivalent to that of a person with a blood alcohol level of 0.05%, affecting coordination and reaction time. Lou is an adventurous dog who rappels alongside his owners. His humans, May Creer and Carlson, bought him special equipment so he can accompany them on all their expeditions. And if you are into details, the spiders you see were made of blown glass with such precision that they look real. They were created by the Class Symphony Studio, experts in manipulating glass with tiny torches. This family of artisans does not just create spiders. They also make sculptures of scorpions, fish, birds, and octopuses. Despite having sold more than 17,000 pieces, their spiders are the most popular. In the world of extreme sports, the asphalt sled stands out for its speed. This type of skateboard is ridden sideways and can exceed about 60 miles per hour thanks to its aerodynamic design. Another risky activity is volcano boarding. It consists of climbing a volcano and launching oneself down its slope on a board. In places like Cerro Negro in Nicaragua, it is a dangerous but highly sought-after attraction. Those who practice it must face toxic gases, sharp ash, and even the possibility of falling into molten lava. Alexandra Lear's photographs showcase otherworldly, mutant vehicles. This German artist fused her love of cars, the desert, and art into a single photographic collection. She met engineers and designers who had created cars so unique they seemed to have come from a science fiction film. Moving on to the countryside, Hannah Simpson trained a cow to act like a horse. Lacking the resources to own a real horse, she turned Layla, a 6-month-old calf, into her faithful companion. Today, more than 12 years later, the cow still responds like a trained horse, an achievement that proves dedication can break down barriers. The Extreme Motorcycle Show in a Metal Sphere uses centrifugal force to perform stunts on vertical and horizontal walls. This adrenaline-pumping and skillful show leaves everyone speechless, perfect for speed and thrill lovers. The sand painting that changes landscapes when flipped is a masterpiece of creativity. The sand falls, forming different landscapes with controlled flow speed. Each turn reveals a new scene, creating a unique visual experience. perfect for lovers of interactive art. In contrast, this creature known as a rabbit cat is not a hybrid of two species. It is actually a rabbit with a congenital malformation that alters its gait. Although its appearance is confusing, its owners care for it with great affection, debunking the myth circulating online about its origin. Antonio Romero Montero has the world's largest video game collection. It exceeds 20,000 titles, and he owns more than 100 different consoles. His childhood dream was to own as many video games as possible, and clearly, he has more than fulfilled it. Speaking of artistic innovation, there is a screen that projects images using bubbles. It was created by Ritard Jara for a festival in Japan. The mechanism uses pulleys and fans to lift a net impregnated with soap. When activated, it releases bubbles that form a kind of visual wall. In the middle of the Utah desert, artificial ponds dyed a deep blue look like they belong on another planet. The company Intrepid Potash manages them from its headquarters in Denver. Its mission is to extract potassium-rich salts used in agricultural fertilizers. The color comes from a special dye that accelerates evaporation in the sun. On the other side of the continent, in Germany, a kindergarten shaped like a cat was built. The Wolfartsweier Kindergarten, located in Karlsruhe, has eyes for windows and a tail-shaped slide. The building was designed by Tommy Ungerer and Isla Suzanne Yundel in 2011. In Japan, gyms are also a surprise. In Tokyo, the maid gym offered exercise routines assisted by girls dressed as maids. For $67, clients received personalized training, sports drinks, and protein shakes. The Flippo Flip metal toy rolls and spins on the table, ideal for training patience and coordination. This classic toy is perfect for all ages, offering hours of entertainment, a toy that never goes out of style. Howard Lee, an artist of hyper-realistic optical illusions, creates drawings and paintings that look real. He plays with visual perception and explains his artistic process in videos. His works are fascinating and challenge perceived reality, a true master of illusion. Speaking of unusual luxuries, in Switzerland, mountain air is bottled and sold for $16 for about a quart. A single breath of pure air is all it offers. But in highly polluted Asian cities, it becomes a luxury many are willing to pay for. In the same technological vein, Japan developed Morpheus, the first robot capable of playing ping pong with humans. Created by the company Omron, this android not only throws balls but also responds with artificial intelligence based on the opponent's skill level. Now, something many people eat without knowing it, apple seeds contain cyanide. Although they are toxic, the dose in each seed is minimal. For them to be truly dangerous, you would have to crush and chew at least 50. Inception spinning tops in metal are exact, high-precision replicas of the spinning top from the movie Inception. Capable of spinning for up to 10 minutes on normal surfaces, there are 16 different models. They are collectible items and serve as a visual distraction and conversation piece, perfect for fans and collectors. And that is all for now. Do not forget to like and subscribe for more fun facts with Zarpado. Want to learn an hour of fun facts? Subscribe to Zarpado English. We are starting now. Lake Natron in Tanzania is known for its blood-red waters and its ability to calcify animals that die in it. The water is highly alkaline, with a pH above 10 and rich in salts, making it deadly for most animals. In the city of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada, it is illegal for a tree to climb to the top of a telephone pole or for a person to do so. The original statute was so ambiguous that it was interpreted literally. So if you see a tree ambitiously climbing a pole, call the authorities. The legal joke is that you cannot use the telephone pole as a means of support for climbing. Antarctic ice, thousands of years old, has become a highly sought-after gourmet ingredient for luxury beverage producers in Japan. It is used to chill whiskey and other spirits, not only for its pristine purity, but also because, as it melts, it produces a distinctive crackling sound as the ancient air bubbles burst, adding a unique sensory experience. Tuna toss is a sport held in Port Lincoln, Australia, where athletes compete to throw a 22-pound dead tuna as far as possible. The annual event requires a combination of brute strength and twisting technique to prevent the fish from slipping out of their hands, making it a spectacle that definitely evokes the sea. The rock band Queen holds the distinction of having an album spend more time on the UK charts than any other artist. Their compilation, Queen's Greatest Hits, released in 1981, has spent an astonishing 1,000 weeks, or nearly 20 years, on the UK albums chart, demonstrating the timelessness of their music. The painter Salvador Dalí had an unusual pet, a domesticated ocelot named Babu. Dalí was known for taking Babu for walks in public, even to upscale restaurants in New York. In one anecdote, when Babu scratched furniture, Dalí told the restaurant owner that Babu was an ordinary house cat painted with an opal pattern, an excuse as surreal as his art. On February 14, although known as Valentine's Day, Bulgaria celebrates Trifon Zarazan Day, or Vineyard Pruners Day. This day honors Saint Tryphon, the patron saint of wine growers, and is celebrated with rituals that include the symbolic pruning of vines, ensuring a bountiful harvest. It is a lovely excuse to celebrate with wine. The oldest professional football team still in existence is Sheffield FC from England, founded in 1857. The club is recognized by FIFA and the English Football Association as the oldest football club in the world and played a crucial role in codifying the modern rules of the sport. Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador is the point on Earth farthest from the Earth's center. Although Mount Everest is the highest point above sea level, Chimborazo wins due to the Earth not being a perfectly spherical shape. It is an oblate spheroid that bulges at the equator. In 1893, New Zealand became the first country in the world to grant women the right to vote, leading the international suffrage movement unexpectedly early. This achievement came after years of intense campaigning by suffragettes, notably Kate Shepherd. If the Earth were the size of an apple, the atmosphere surrounding it would be thinner than the skin of that fruit. This puts the delicacy and fragility of our atmosphere into perspective. Despite its thinness, this atmospheric layer is essential, as it contains the oxygen we breathe, protects us from harmful solar radiation, and maintains a habitable temperature, demonstrating its incredible efficiency. The Falkland Islands are home to 5 different species of penguins: king, gentoo, macaroni, rockhopper, and Magellanic, far outnumbering the human population. The penguins, the island's true demographic superstars, attract thousands of tourists annually. The first Roomba robotic vacuum cleaners, launched in the early 2000s, had a peculiar problem. Some owners reported that the robots, upon encountering pet waste, would spread it throughout the house before shutting down. This led the community to affectionately dub them painting robots, specializing in abstract art with organic materials, creating an epic and very expensive mess to clean up. Food packaging in tin cans was invented in the early 19th century by Peter Durand, a British inventor, as an innovative way to preserve food for the Royal Navy. However, the can opener was not invented until 48 years later in 1858 in the USA. During that period, the instructions on the can simply told consumers to use a chisel and hammer to open it. The character of Gollum in the Lord of the Rings trilogy pioneered the use of real-time motion capture for a high-profile character. Actor Andy Serkis had to wear a special suit and perform the scenes alongside the other actors, meaning the interaction and performance were genuine, even when Gollum was just a man in a tight-fitting suit. Minimalist composer John Cage is famous for his work 4 minutes and 33 seconds, in which the musicians play no instruments. The perceived silence is not the central point. The music is, in fact, the ambient sounds produced during that time, the audience's breathing, street noise, and so on. challenging the traditional definition of music. Rembrandt's famous painting, The Night Watch, is technically misnamed. The original title is The Company of the Civic Guard by Frans Banning Koch and Willem van Ruitenberg. The name became popular because the painting, covered with dirty varnish for years, appeared to depict a nighttime scene, but after restoration, it was revealed that the scene takes place in daylight. The name of the Android operating system was chosen as a tribute to the nickname of the company's co-founder, Andy Rubin. Rubin was known among his Apple colleagues as Android because of his passion for robotics and androids, demonstrating that technology names often have a personal origin. The Mixtec ball game is an ancient Mesoamerican sport still played in some regions of Mexico. It uses a natural rubber ball that weighs around 9 pounds that players strike with a rigid, heavy glove that can weigh up to 15 pounds, requiring enormous strength and stamina. During the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages, doctors often wore bird beak-shaped masks filled with aromatic herbs and strong spices, such as lavender or mint. The beak served to filter the bad smells, although the full suit actually offered some protection by covering the body. The so-called Great Boston Fire of 1872 was one of the greatest urban disasters in United States history. It destroyed 776 buildings and burned 65 acres of land in the city center. Most surprisingly, the fire is believed to have been caused by a horse knocking over a gas lamp in a barn. King George I of Great Britain, who began his reign in 1714, was the last British monarch born outside the United Kingdom. He was born in Hanover, Germany, and, interestingly, spoke little English. He communicated with his ministers in a mixture of Latin and French. His unfamiliarity with the British language and culture influenced his decision to delegate much of his power to his ministers, strengthening the role of the Prime Minister. The Chingue de Bemaraha stone forest in Madagascar is a nature reserve with a landscape of limestone karst needles, known as chingue, that rise hundreds of feet high. These sharp, eroded formations make exploration incredibly dangerous and have given rise to a unique ecosystem of animals that have evolved to live only in this inaccessible terrain. In the state of Oregon, United States, there is a law that states that you cannot whistle underwater. Although the law seems ridiculous, the simplest explanation is that it is physically impossible for a human to whistle underwater. The name of the Oreo cookie remains a mystery. Theories vary. Some say it comes from the Greek word for mountain, Oreo, due to its original shape, while others suggest it is a combination of the R's from cream and the O's from chocolate. The tradition of eating 12 grapes at midnight on New Year's Eve, one for each chime of the clock, became popular in Spain at the beginning of the 20th century. The most widely accepted story is that wine growers in Alicante devised this practice in 1909 to sell a surplus of grapes from the harvest, turning a market problem into a beloved national custom. Guitarist Eddie Van Halen popularized the two-handed tapping technique, where both hands play the guitar fretboard as heard in the song Eruption. He used to play this technique in concerts with his back to the audience because he feared other guitarists would copy him. Although he was not the inventor, he was the one who brought it into the rock mainstream. The human chess game is a traditional event in Marostica, Italy, held every 2 years in the town square. The inhabitants, dressed in medieval costumes, act as chess pieces, moving according to the orders of 2 chess players who direct the game from a balcony. The fuzz on a felt tennis ball is not just for aesthetics. This layer of wool and nylon material serves a fundamental aerodynamic purpose. The fuzz slows the ball down, making it playable, and also allows effects like topspin to have more influence on its trajectory, making tennis a game of high skill and not simply brute force. The Vikings used something called sunstone, possibly a type of calcite or Iceland spar, for navigation. Even on cloudy days, or when the sun was below the horizon, sunstone could depolarize the light, allowing sailors to determine the sun's position. The Phaistos disc, a unique archaeological artifact from the Minoan civilization of Crete, is a baked clay disc dating to around 1700 BC. It is covered in a spiral pattern with impressions of unknown symbols. It is the only known example of this type of ancient movable type, but the text has never been deciphered and its purpose remains a mystery. The City of Arts and Sciences in Valencia, Spain, is home to the tallest building in Europe. It is a futuristic architectural complex designed by Santiago Calatrava and Felix Candela. However, the architects had to deal with unexpected problems after construction, such as falling tiles, leaks, and even a design so bright and white that it reflected sunlight intensely, making it less practical than it seemed. The famous Sacher Torte from Vienna, Austria, was invented by a 16-year-old pastry apprentice named Franz Sacher in 1832. Prince Clemens von Metternich had commissioned his court chef to create a special dessert for his guests, but the chef fell ill. Young Sacher stepped in, and his creation became Vienna's most famous chocolate cake. The musical genre of reggaeton has deep roots dating back to the 1970s and 80s in Panama and Puerto Rico. Dembow, the unmistakable foundational rhythm of reggaeton, originated from the 1990 dancehall song Dembow by Shabba Ranks. This rhythm was sampled and transformed by Panamanian and Puerto Rican producers to create the rhythmic base of a new genre that would come to dominate Latin music. The French artist Claude Monet, the father of Impressionism, suffered from advanced cataracts in his later years, which significantly affected his perception of color. His last works, especially those painted after 1912, show a shift toward more red and brown tones as the lens of his eye, affected by cataracts, filtered out blue tones. Octopus underwater hockey is a sport played at the bottom of a swimming pool, invented by the British Royal Navy in the 1950s to keep its divers fit. Players use snorkels, fins, and a short stick to push or pass a heavy puck along the bottom of the pool into the opposing team's goal. The ancient Egyptians were so devoted to their cats that killing one, even accidentally, was a capital offense, punishable by death. When a family cat died, members of the household often shaved their eyebrows as a sign of mourning, a period that could last until their eyebrows grew back. The so-called Lost Army of Cambyses is a historical legend that recounts the disappearance of a 50,000-strong Persian army sent by King Cambyses II in 524 BC. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, the force was sent to the Siwa oasis in Egypt to destroy the oracle of Amun, but a massive sandstorm engulfed them in the desert. During the Second World War, the United States military developed the bat bomb, a secret project to drop thousands of bats with small napalm incendiary bombs attached to them onto Japanese cities. Fortunately, it was never used in combat, making it one of the strangest and most unsuccessful war plans. Volcanoes can produce volcanic lightning or dirty thunderstorms during an eruption. This spectacular electrical phenomenon is generated by the friction of rock fragments, ash, and ice in the plume of smoke and ash. The separation of charges creates powerful static electricity that discharges in the form of lightning. There is a town in the state of Michigan, United States, called Hell, and the residents have embraced their name humorously. You can be mayor for a day for a small fee, and the town capitalizes on the name for tourist events. The origin of the name is uncertain, but the leading theory is that early settlers, upon exiting a hay wagon, said, "This is like hell." Hadrian's Wall in northern England was not built to keep the Scots out, but to mark and defend the northernmost frontier of the Roman Empire against the non-Romanized tribes of Caledonia, modern-day Scotland. The wall stretched for about 73 miles from coast to coast and took at least 6 years to construct. Buzkashi is the national sport of Afghanistan and is played on horseback. Players compete to carry the carcass of a decapitated and headless goat or calf to a scoring circle. It is known for being an extremely rough and often violent sport, which can involve hundreds of riders competing in a frenzy for possession of the meatball. There is a point in the South Atlantic Ocean known as the South Atlantic Anomaly, It is an area where the Van Allen radiation belt is unusually close to the Earth's surface. This results in more intense space radiation at low altitudes, and satellites, including the Hubble Space Telescope and the International Space Station, have to turn off their instruments or take special precautions when passing through this region to avoid damage. The Klerksdorp marbles are mysterious, spherical, and oval objects that have been extracted from 3-billion-year-old pyrophyllite deposits in South Africa. They have fine grooves around the center and are made of hard materials such as hematite and wollastonite. Although geologists consider them natural formations, some suggest they are prehistoric artifacts created by an extinct intelligence. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871, which destroyed much of the city and killed about 300 people, is legendarily attributed to Mrs. O'Lara's cow, which supposedly kicked a lantern in a barn. However, later research has cast serious doubt on this story, which was likely a convenient scapegoat. Male giraffes often perform an act known as fleeman to taste a female's urine and determine if she is ready to mate. The humor lies in the fact that, to do this, the male must extend his neck, smell the urine, and then dramatically curl his upper lip in an expression that makes it seem as if he has just smelled the most disgusting thing on the planet, even though it is a crucial step in courtship. Nutmeg is a common spice, but in large doses, generally more than about 1 teaspoon of ground nutmeg, it can act as a psychotropic drug, causing hallucinations, nausea, and a state of mental confusion that can last for several days. This effect is due to the presence of myristicin, a naturally occurring compound. In Japan, there is a phenomenon called hikikomori, which describes people, often young, who completely isolate themselves socially, remaining in their homes for months or even years. This extreme behavior of social seclusion is attributed to a combination of social pressure, fear of failure, and the fast pace of modern life. The storm scene in the film The Godfather, released in 1972, was achieved using practical effects rather than computer-generated imagery. Director Francis Ford Coppola wanted a visceral feeling of heavy rain, so the production team dumped thousands of gallons of water from large tanks onto the set. The song Happy Birthday to You was one of the most valuable and disputed copyrighted songs in history. It was originally written by 2 American sisters, Patty and Mildred Hill, in 1893, with the lyrics "Good Morning to All." The copyright was owned by Warner Chappell Music, which collected royalties for its public use until 2015. The famous Aunt Jemima flower figure underwent a major rebranding in 2021 due to its origins in racial stereotypes. The brand, which had existed since 1889, was criticized for relying on the stereotype of the subservient, slave-like mammy. Quaker Oats changed its name and logo to Pearl Milling Company to reflect modern social sensibilities. There is a type of cosmic object called a rogue planet or orphan planet that is not gravitationally bound to any star and wanders freely through the galaxy. These planets are believed to have been ejected from their original solar systems during gravitational interactions. The Pastry War was a military conflict in 1838 between Mexico and France. The conflict began when a French pastry chef in Mexico City, Ramontel, demanded compensation from his government for damages caused to his pastry shop during Mexican civil unrest. The popularity of the bright orange carrot dates back to the 17th century in the Netherlands. It is believed that Dutch farmers cultivated and popularized mutant varieties of carrots that were originally purple, yellow, or white to honor the House of Orange, the ruling dynasty. In much of Middle Eastern and Indian culture, it is considered very impolite to offer or receive anything with your left hand. The left hand is traditionally associated with personal hygiene, cleaning up after using the toilet, and is considered impure. In United States history, there was an unorthodox postal system known as kids' mail. In the early 20th century, because there were no strict weight restrictions, families even mailed their own children to visit their grandparents. While it may sound like a joke, this was legal. The children were sent with stamps attached to their clothing or small packages. During the First World War, the British Army used thousands of canaries in the trenches to detect the presence of poisonous gases such as carbon monoxide and chlorine. These birds were highly sensitive to the gases and would fall from their perches before the soldiers noticed the danger, acting as a biological alarm system. Sugar is not considered an additive in traditional German rye bread. Historically in Germany, the most common rye and whole wheat breads were made with natural yeast and no added sugars. So sugar is perceived as a way to speed up the process. The Ronald McDonald character was banned in parts of the United States and the United Kingdom in the 2010s. The main reason was that the use of clowns was deemed ethically inappropriate for marketing fast food to children, citing growing concerns about childhood obesity and the fear that clowns evoke in many people, a phobia known as coulrophobia. In Japan, there is a social tradition called giri. It refers to the social obligation not only to return a favor, but also to maintain respect for society and superiors. Giri can be so complex that it dictates how one should react to an embarrassing situation in public, or the type of gift one should buy for a coworker based on their status. The ancient Egyptian pyramid builders were not slaves, as is often portrayed in popular culture and film. They were skilled, paid, and respected workers, demonstrating the social complexity of construction. Archaeological evidence suggests that they received medical care and were buried near the pyramids themselves, indicating a social status that contrasted sharply with the idea of forced labor. The sensation of goosebumps has a scientific name, piloerection, and is a vestigial reflex inherited from our hairy ancestors. Originally, this reflex caused body hair to stand on end, trapping a layer of insulating air to warm the body, or making the animal appear larger to frighten predators. There is an underwater waterfall, sometimes called an illusory waterfall, off the coast of Mauritius, which can be seen from space or in satellite images. This phenomenon is actually an optical effect created by deposits of sand and silt that run down the edge of the continental shelf into the ocean depths, making it appear as if the water is tumbling down. The city of Rome, Georgia, United States, has a statue of a wolf and its cubs, a replica of the famous Capitoline wolf statue in Rome, Italy. However, due to a translation error on the plaque, the statue was incorrectly named for years after Romulus and his brother Raymond instead of Remus, a historical blunder that amused the Italian community. In many ramen restaurants in Japan, it is a sign of appreciation and enjoyment of the dish to make a loud slurping sound while eating the noodles. The vigorous slurping is believed to cool the hot noodles and allow the diner to savor the aromas of the broth while eating. Although this custom may be jarring to Western visitors, it is a sign of courtesy. The first commercial hard disk drive was the IBM 305 RAMAC in 1956. It was enormous in size, similar to two large refrigerators. Its storage capacity was only 5 megabytes, or 5 megabytes. Despite its tiny capacity by today's standards, it was a monumental advance in digital storage, weighing over a ton. The Nazca lines in Peru, enormous geoglyphs etched into the desert floor, remain a mystery in terms of their exact purpose. The figures, which include monkeys, spiders, and hummingbirds, are so large that they can only be fully appreciated from an aerial perspective. Theories range from giant astronomical calendars to ritual pathways. Alcohol does not warm your body. In fact, it can do the opposite. The flushing you feel is caused by the dilation of blood vessels near the surface of your skin. This gives you a momentary sensation of warmth, but in reality, it is diverting heat from your core, which can be dangerous in cold weather. Muggle Quidditch, based on the sport in the Harry Potter series, has evolved into a real, competitive sport played in university leagues and international tournaments. Players must run with a broomstick between their legs at all times, despite not flying, and dodge bludgers, which are dodgeballs, while trying to score with the quaffle, which is a volleyball. The game even has a human snitch. During the reign of Henry VIII in England, a window tax was implemented based on the number of windows in a house. The more windows, the higher the tax. This law led many homeowners to brick up their existing windows to avoid paying taxes, resulting in decreased natural light and ventilation. On the border between Chile and Argentina lies Ojos del Salado, which is not only the world's highest active volcano at about 22600 feet, but also home to the world's highest crater lake at about 21000 feet above sea level. The presence of this crater lake in such an extreme environment where evaporation exceeds precipitation is a hydrological marvel. There is a bridge in Japan called Ishima Ohashi that is so steep it is often nicknamed the roller coaster of bridges. The bridge was designed with this extreme incline to allow large ships to pass underneath. In the Olympic Games, clay pigeon shooting used to involve live pigeons. This practice was banned after the 1900 Paris Olympics. The cruelty to the animals provoked public outrage, leading the sport to adopt clay targets tossed into the air, known as clay pigeons, which are used today. The city of Pechora, Russia, is the site of an unusual thermal anomaly or hotspot. In the middle of the frigid Siberian tundra, an area was discovered where the ground remains thawed during the winter, despite sub-zero temperatures, due to an anomalous underground geothermal heat source. This phenomenon creates a microclimate where plants unusual for the region grow, attracting animals and scientists alike. The candy known as cotton candy was invented by a dentist. Dr. William Morrison, along with a confectioner, invented a machine for making fairy thread in 1897. The goal was not necessarily dental health, but rather innovation in sugar processing. The famous Copley Medal of the Royal Society of London was awarded to Benjamin Franklin and James Cook. The medal, established in 1731, is the oldest scientific award in the world still given, recognizing outstanding achievements in research in any branch of science. In the mountainous region of Ayayumarca, located in Peru, stands an enigmatic formation carved directly into the rock, known as the Aramu Muru Gate. This impressive structure, resembling the entrance to a hidden world, leads nowhere visible, which has given rise to numerous stories and myths passed down by nearby communities. Yao Ming, a prominent basketball player from China, is known for his imposing height of 7 feet 8 inches. During the first decade of the 21st century, he's shown as a key figure in the NBA. His talent and size caught the attention of the Houston Rockets, who selected him first overall in the 2002 draft. In Pakistan's remote Hunza Valley lies the Hussaini Suspension Bridge, feared for its unstable structure. Suspended over the turbulent Unza River, it is made of separate planks and ropes that creak with every step. The wind constantly buffets it, increasing the difficulty of crossing. Even so, locals cross it daily as part of their routine. The tarsier is a tiny primate distinguished by its disproportionately large eyes, adapted for night vision. It inhabits the dense forests of Southeast Asia, where it leaps with precision among the branches to hunt insects and small animals. Its peculiar appearance and secretive habits have made it an emblem of the region's rich biodiversity. In the province of Tungurahua, Ecuador, lies the imposing waterfall known as Pilón del Diablo, Devil's Cauldron. With a drop of nearly 260 feet, its power and beauty captivate all who visit. The name comes from both its rocky shape, which evokes a boiling cauldron, and ancient tales of mystical entities that protect the area. Its jungle setting and the paths carved into the stone make it an unforgettable experience. At Jogesa Temple in Seoul stands an ancient ginkgo biloba, nicknamed the Jingo of Life. This tree has withstood the passage of 8 centuries, surviving wars and natural disasters. Its imposing presence has transformed it into an emblem of strength and permanence. Every autumn, its foliage turns a vibrant gold that captivates visitors. A prehistoric killer dolphin? Sort of. The platypterygius was an ichthyosaur, a marine reptile with a fish-like shape that lived in the Cretaceous oceans. But unlike modern dolphins, this one did not smile at you. It devoured you in one bite. It had a long snout full of razor-sharp conical teeth, enormous eyes adapted for seeing in dark waters, and a speed that made it the perfect predator. In 2012, in the state of Minnesota, a colossal hamburger was cooked that broke all records. This monstrous creation weighed over 2,000 pounds and was more than 10 feet wide. Although it was made for publicity purposes, it did not end up as a simple display. The organizers decided to distribute pieces among those present to avoid waste. Giraffes present a curious exception within the animal kingdom. They do not yawn. This behavior, common in many mammals, is absent in them for reasons still debated. It is suspected that their unique physiology, especially their long neck and efficient circulation, reduces the need for extra oxygen to the brain. Therefore, yawning might not be necessary for them. Butterflies require ambient heat to be able to unfurl their wings. As cold-blooded creatures, their mobility depends entirely on the temperature of their surroundings. When the temperature drops below a certain threshold, their muscles become inactive and they remain still. Only when they receive enough warmth can they take flight. In the coastal town of Murudeshwar, India, stands an impressive sculpture dedicated to Lord Shiva, one of the most revered figures in Hinduism. This majestic statue reaches a height of nearly 120 feet and is located right next to the Murudeshwar temple, overlooking the Arabian Sea. Can you imagine a wombat the size of a pickup truck? Well, there was one. The Diprotodon was the largest marsupial that ever existed. It lived in Australia about 40,000 years ago and was basically a cross between a teddy bear and a rhinoceros, but with the face of a sloth. It measured up to 13 feet long and weighed almost 6,600 pounds. It had giant teeth adapted for chewing tough grasses and roots. Native to Australia, the peacock spider is a tiny jumping arachnid known for its vibrant abdomen and sophisticated courtship rituals. To win over a female, the male proudly displays his striking colors while performing a detailed dance, synchronizing precise leg movements. This visual spectacle is key to attracting a mate and is a fascinating example of animal behavior in nature. In Montmartre, Paris, there is a unique work of art dedicated to celebrating love, the I Love You wall. This wall is adorned with the expression I love you in more than 250 different languages, symbolizing the diversity and global reach of this sentiment. Conceived by artists Frederic Baron and Claire Quito, this creation has become a special place where couples and visitors from all over the world gather to honor love in all its forms. In Jamaica, ackee is an iconic fruit that, when combined with salted fish, forms the island's most representative dish. This fruit, prized for its delicate and nutritious flavor, should only be consumed when ripe, as in its green state it contains toxic compounds that can be dangerous. Once ripe, its creamy and smooth texture makes it a fundamental ingredient in the local cuisine. In 2012, Italy achieved a culinary milestone by preparing the largest pizza ever recorded, covering an impressive area of about 13600 square feet. This gastronomic masterpiece was named Ottavia, in homage to the Roman empress who symbolized peace and stability in her time. There are beaches where the sand has a pinkish hue, a visually striking phenomenon. This particular coloration is due to the presence of microscopic marine organisms called foraminifera. When these organisms die, their reddish shells disintegrate and mix with the white sand, creating that pinkish tint. The result is a unique coastal landscape that combines natural beauty and biological processes. In Copenhagen, Denmark, stands an unconventional power plant known as Copenhill. What makes it truly unique is that a ski slope operates on its roof, accessible year-round. This plant is not nuclear, but rather a state-of-the-art facility that transforms waste into usable energy for thousands of homes. In the German town of Wuppertal, there is a structure that does not go unnoticed, the famous Lego Bridge. This striking pedestrian bridge was artistically transformed to appear as if it were built with giant Lego bricks, although it is actually made of concrete. Its colorful design turns an ordinary piece of infrastructure into a work of urban art that fascinates locals and tourists alike. In 2021, Aaron James, a 46-year-old man, survived a 700-volt electric shock that caused severe facial injuries. Following this traumatic experience, Aaron shared that the medical care he received allowed him to regain his sense of smell and the ability to eat properly. These advances have meant a radical transformation in his daily life and overall well-being. His story is an inspiring example of overcoming adversity. The prestigious Tibaldi Company created the Fulgor Nocturnus, an extremely valuable fountain pen that ranks among the most exclusive and expensive worldwide. This writing instrument represents extreme luxury and fine craftsmanship, serving as a status symbol for its owners. Its high price places it in a privileged position within the market for elite writing instruments. In South Korean culture, miyeokguk, a soup made with seaweed, is a traditional food essential during birthday celebrations. This custom has its roots in the practice of women consuming this dish after giving birth to recover physically. Thus, eating this soup on birthdays symbolizes a tribute to mothers and the continuity of life. This is the animal that looks like it was designed by a mad mechanic, the Helicoprion, a prehistoric shark that lived more than 250 million years ago, famous for having a spiral of teeth like a coiled chainsaw inside its mouth. For decades, scientists did not know where that toothy spiral went. Was it a fin, a horn, a decorative feature? Elephants give the impression of walking on their toes due to a peculiarity in their anatomy. They do not have heels like other animals. Instead, they stand on the front of their feet. The back of their feet is composed mainly of a thick layer of fatty tissue. This structure acts as a kind of cushion that absorbs their weight. It is a perfect adaptation for supporting their enormous bodies quietly and steadily. Byron Schlenker holds the world record for the largest tongue circumference ever recorded. His tongue measures a staggering 6.3 inches, a truly astonishing figure. With this measurement, he surpassed the previous record of 5.8 inches set by Sasha Feiner. This curious record has garnered attention for its rarity and peculiarity. Although the United States is one of the most prominent Olympic powers, there are 4 disciplines in which it has yet to win a medal. These sports are handball, badminton, trampoline, and table tennis. Despite its dominance in multiple disciplines, these remain its outstanding challenges. On the outskirts of Copenhagen, Denmark, lie the unique circular houses of Brøndby, known for their original urban design and focus on community living. These houses are arranged in concentric rings around shared gardens, fostering interaction among neighbors and a collaborative lifestyle. In Japan, there are automatic dispensers capable of preparing and delivering a hot pizza in just 5 minutes. This innovative system offers the product in specially designed packaging, which includes a bag for easy transport. The package also includes a tool for cutting the pizza instantly. Victoria d'Auberville, the French dancer who conquered Antarctica, went viral after performing a dance on the bow of a ship, while photographer Matthew Forget captured the moment. Her elegance and skill contrasted perfectly with the icy landscape, creating an image that many believe to be the work of artificial intelligence. Digga is no ordinary cat. She jumps on a skateboard, does tricks like a dog, and even holds Guinness World Records for her agility. This Australian feline moves with more style than many humans and has conquered the internet with her talent. A true furry star who does parkour with feline elegance. Jim Carrey was a top choice on the list of possible actors to play Jack Sparrow in the famous Pirates of the Caribbean series. However, he had to decline the offer because it coincided with the filming period for the movie Bruce Almighty in 2003. This scheduling conflict prevented him from taking the role. Thus, the actor was unable to be part of this iconic production. In Japan, they developed toilets with completely transparent walls, a concept that at first glance may seem surprising or even strange. The innovation lies in the fact that these toilets allow people to check if they are available before using them, thus facilitating their use. They are made with a high-tech glass that, when activated, becomes opaque to guarantee the privacy of the person inside. The drinkable book represents a revolutionary alternative for populations that lack clean and safe water. This curious book acts as an effective filter, capable of transforming dirty water into potable water suitable for human consumption. Each of its pages is impregnated with silver and copper nanoparticles, substances that destroy bacteria and other harmful microorganisms. Shinra is an innovative Japanese artist famous for his paper illustrations that come to life. Using unique techniques, he transforms 2D images into dynamic creations that seem to have a life of their own. His art is distinguished by incredible precision and creativity, fusing technical skill with a striking visual style. During a public talk, Miley Cyrus revealed that she would like to erase the existence of Wrecking Ball forever because she fears that people will inevitably associate her with the image of the Wrecking Ball. The artist confessed that her biggest fear would be that the song would be played at her funeral, as she feels the music video will become a constant shadow over her life. In 2022, James Hong achieved an unprecedented milestone by becoming the oldest person to be honored with a star on the famous Hollywood Walk of Fame at 93 years old. Royal Caribbean's Ultimate World Cruise holds the record for being the longest-running ocean expedition in the world. This incredible adventure takes place aboard the Serenade of the Seas and spans a total of 274 consecutive nights. During this long voyage, passengers visit more than 150 different locations across 65 nations on all 7 continents. Victor Hugo Peralta and his wife Gabriela Rios have held the Guinness World Record since 2012 as the married couple with the most body modifications, reaching a total of 77 procedures at that time. Over time, this number has continued to increase, reflecting their commitment to this form of body art. Their modifications include eyeball tattoos, piercings, subcutaneous implants, and a split tongue. In the Bronx, New York, there are steps that gained international fame after appearing in an iconic sequence from the film Joker, starring Joaquin Phoenix. In that scene, the main character descends dancing with a defiant attitude, making the location a landmark for film fans. In 2016, while participating in a demanding ultramarathon across the arid Gobi Desert in Mongolia, athlete Dion Leonard experienced an unexpected moment. A tiny stray dog began running alongside him and faithfully accompanied him for over 100 miles without straying. This spontaneous bond captured the public's attention and became a heartwarming story. Amano Hashide, in Japan, offers a spectacular coastal landscape with a narrow strip of land covered in pine trees that connects the Sea of Japan to Aso Bay. This curious natural formation, known as the Sky Walkway, stands out for its unique and serene beauty. It is recognized as one of the 3 most breathtaking scenic spots in the country. Szilajska Erzsébet, a talented Hungarian artist, creates stunning sculptures using stones. Her skill in combining pebbles of different sizes and colors allows her to form dynamic and vibrant scenes without altering the natural structure of the stones. Through meticulous arrangement and cleaning of the rocks, Erzsébet manages to create works of art that respect the natural essence of the materials. The butterfly, known as the 88, native to Central and South America, is distinguished by the unique 88-shaped markings on its hindwings. These markings not only give it its name, but also serve as effective camouflage. When the butterfly rests on tree trunks or the forest floor, these visual cues help it blend in. Near Falkirk, Scotland, stand the Kelpies, 2 gigantic horse-head sculptures reaching about 98 feet in height. These monumental works are based on Scottish legends of Kelpies, water creatures capable of transforming into horses. Their imposing size and detailed design make them a breathtaking visual spectacle. They represent the connection between culture, mythology, and modern engineering. In Goulburn, Australia, stands a massive statue of a ram known as the Big Merino, though locals call it Rambo. This imposing figure stands about 49 feet tall and celebrates the importance of the wool industry in the country. Visitors can climb to the level of the ram's eyes to enjoy panoramic views of the city. More than just a sculpture, it is a cultural and tourist symbol. In the Indian town of Abaneri lies Chand Baori, an ancient stepwell renowned for its depth and age. With approximately 3,500 steps descending 13 levels to the underground water table, it is one of the most impressive in the world. Built in the 9th century, its primary function was to store water in a hot, dry climate. The harpy eagle, one of the most imposing birds of prey, inhabits the dense rainforests of Central and South America. Its talons, even larger than those of a brown bear, allow it to capture prey such as monkeys and sloths with great dexterity. Despite its large size, it moves with surprising agility among the trees. Kabosu, an adorable Shiba Inu from Japan, achieved worldwide fame as the image behind the popular Doge meme and the Dogecoin cryptocurrency. In 2008, Atsuko Sato adopted her after rescuing her from a shelter. A photograph of Kabosu with a unique expression, posted in 2010, went viral and became an internet icon. Sadly, Kabosu passed away on May 24, 2024, at the age of 18, after battling leukemia and liver problems. In Malaysia, the Langkawi Sky Bridge is a curved pedestrian bridge that spans about 410 feet over a precipice, suspended about 2,300 feet above sea level on Mount Machinchang. From this walkway, visitors can admire breathtaking panoramic views of the Langkawi Islands and the lush rainforest that surrounds them. A cable car ascends the mountain to reach the bridge, adding an exciting element to the journey. Shigeru Miyamoto, the designer behind The Legend of Zelda, chose the name Zelda for the game's princess as a tribute to the American writer Zelda Fitzgerald. This choice reflected his admiration for the iconic literary figure and her cultural influence. Thus, the character acquired a name steeped in history and meaning beyond the world of video games. The world's longest foosball table measures about 500 feet. This incredible record was achieved by Der Bremer and KP Agency, both from Turkey, in Istanbul on September 23, 2023. The monumental table broke the previous record and became a true milestone in the world of table sports. Evergreen Marine Corporation, established in 1968 in Taiwan, has established itself as one of the world's largest shipping companies. Its iconic green vessels, giant container ships, are easily recognizable on the oceans. The company innovated by implementing direct routes between East Asia and the Americas, significantly shortening transit times. George, an exceptionally enormous Great Dane, was recognized as the tallest dog ever recorded. He stood nearly 7 feet tall and weighed over 245 pounds. Despite his gigantic size, he had a sweet and affectionate nature. His height allowed him to reach places other dogs could never reach. And that's it. If you enjoyed the marathon, don't forget to like and subscribe for more awesome content.